Hi. I'm so sorry. I was watching someone. I was watching a new friend. I'm gonna shout her out really soon after I get to pallet tags. Ah! Thank you for my pallet tags. Hold on. Massa. Thank you for the pallet tax, awesome Aussie, Yummy Yuki, beautiful Blood Rage Engage, wonderful Water, Sweetest Space Cat, and Sweetest Space Cat, thank you for my little pound heart, I appreciate you. You guys, I don't know how many of you are like super into like retro games, but I've got the channel for you if you are. If you haven't checked out Viperia, she raided into us last week at Save Suggestion, and I've been hanging out in her chat a little bit. She's a sweetie pie, dude. She's currently playing Wario Land 3. Which is like an old game, but she's playing through all of those games, all the like Wario and Mario games. So you should definitely go check her out if you are into that kind of stuff, or if you just like a good vibe. Yeah, thank you, Ozzy. I see you following. Thank you so much for following her. She's a sweetheart, dude. Okay. How's everybody doing, sweetie pies? It is so good to see you. I'm so excited. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna talk to you guys in just a second, but I want to tell you we have one very, very special demo today. And I'm so glad, Ozzy. Thank you. Thank you also for the 85 stream streak. Wonderful Waters. And the 45 stream streak. Incredible Eisen. I am so impressed when people are like sticking around from the second they follow. Thank you so much, Awesome Aussie, for the 370 stream streak. What the fuck is? Thank you so much. Very, very, very much appreciated. Also, Exceptional Engage for the 15 stream streak. Thank you, thank you. Lovely Lith for the 105. 105 is crazy. Swedish Shadow Princess, thank you for the 65 stream streak. Massively appreciated. Today's fun fact, water purification techniques go as far back as the 17th century. That is very impressive. Very impressive indeed. Zealous Zeller, thank you so very much for the head pad. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so sorry, I got distracted. I wanted to tell you guys, and I know she hasn't been around a whole lot, so a lot of you probably don't know her, but a very, very dear personal friend of mine, Snivine444, she recommended one of our demos today. So I really wanted to try it, okay? So In Stars and Time is the one that she recommended to us. So I will still let you guys vote, but I would love, my personal opinion, I would love to try out this game that she adores, okay? Cutie Cacto! Welcome on! How are you doing? It's so good to see you. And thank you so much for dropping in, Suda Space Cat. It was good to see you, even if it was brief, darling. I hope you have a great one. Lovely love. Thank you for the 6 and 7. I almost said stream streak. Just kidding. You're further than that. 6, 7 bits. Thank you. Amazing. I see you. Welcome on in. How are you doing, darling? It's so good to see you. Sudastara, you made it in. How's the power outage going? Snivy-chan. Yeah, Snivy's very cute. She is incredibly cute. One day, if I could have one wish granted, it'd be that she could stream again. But she's on an indefinite hiatus right now. I still recommend that you check her out, though. I'll see if I can give her a shout out. Hold on. Yes. You should just go follow her for whenever she does stream again. She's a dear friend of mine. We talk as much as possible, to be honest. Yeah, she is a treasure to behold. She's also an absolutely god tier artist. Oh God, she's an amazing artist and animator. Fuck. She also let us be quiet and listen to this background music. Allow me to turn it up for you. That's her music. So she's a multi-talented individual. I'll tell you what. And she's not even like a trained muso or anything. She just like she put this song together, and I was like, fuck, that's my song. Geeks, hi gorgeous geeks. How are you? How's our lovely DM? It's so good to see you. Excellent, Eugene. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Yummy Yuki gets some abbies. Thank you for hosting an impromptu movie night. How was Battle Royale, hun? You and Ozzy, right? Abbies for you, Ozzy. Good, Ozzy. I hope you guys had a great time. Ohayo, tanoshii ta-chan. I also love retro, and I have nothing else to say today. Oh, are you feeling okay? Can you tell me that? Let me see here. Zealous Zelfar, welcome on in. How are you? Sweetest Space Cat, it's good to see ya. Even though I know you've had to depart, I send positive vibes through the airwaves. Wonderful Waters, thank you for contributing to the movie night, and Gorgeous Geeks as well. Let me see. How's my day been going? Great. I ran up a mountain, I got caffeine in my system, and now I'm hanging out with my precious pals. There's not a better day, to be honest. That sounds fucking sick. Hello, cutie cacto. How are you? Thank you so much for the amazing music. You guys, if you want someone who is a literal, he's a literal competitive guitarist and an outstanding writer, you should go check out his book, by the way. It's banging, and when I can, I'm gonna do the audiobook version of it. I've been so busy, but I will be doing that. Anyway, you should definitely follow Cutie Cacto. He streams every day, and he does a lot of like music practice. Lovely left, abbies, good left. Lovely light, welcome on in. How are you? Thank you for the bleep, Striker. How are you doing, City Striker? It's good to see you. Welcome on in. Exceptional engage. Bees for you. Is good engage. Yeah, go follow Cacto. I'm just shouting out all my precious friends and D&D teammates. Let me see. Yuki, thank you for contributing to movie night. Sorry, Precious Pilthy. Thank you for contributing to the Funny and Game Challenge. Let me see. Scroll. See the Saritza. Welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see you. For those of you who are on the Patreon, I would love to know, what do you think of my traditional sketch? Are you guys excited? Those on the Patreon are getting to see the I've drawn a very cute picture of me picking up a pal like this, and we're gonna be painting it for our watercolor stream because you guys are so very generous to fund that. We're gonna be painting that probably next week. And I'm really fucking excited. I've been doing some test strips and stuff of, and doing some paintings for some other people. And I am hyped to do a painting stream with you guys. But yes, what do you think of it? Do you guys like that? See the Shadow, thank you so very much, Shadow Princess, for the 65 streams. I appreciate that. The lovely little once more for the 105. I much appreciate it. Precious Bernty! Hi, beautiful Bernty. How are you? It's so good to see you. Here's Dime. Welcome on in. How are ya? Beautiful Engage with about 15 streams. Thank you so much. Mogrim! Hi, Magnificent Mogrim. Cutie Cool Cam, thank you for contributing to the movie night. I do appreciate it. Welcome on in. Okay. Eisen! Hi! Incredible Eisen, how are you? Okay, I've scrolled all the way up now. I gotta scroll back down. I'm not hyper, you're hyper.
Oh! Girl. Dirty onto my lunch. Jesus.
Thank you for my song, Incredible Icy. How are you? Let me see here. Favorite plant. It's true. Snivy was our plant in our last D&D game with where Cacto was actually a DM. No power yet, so I am nerfed, and unfortunately I can't get to everyone in chat. Oh, I'm sorry, Strat. Okay, you guys, well, you heard Strat. He has a power outage, so he's kind of like iffy about being able to like see your messages. So if you say something to him, or he says something to someone else and then not to you or something, it's not personal. He probably literally cannot see what you have written. So be patient with him. If you need anything directly, at me, okay? Or if you happen to see Save File 17, you can at him. Or if you happen to see Red Tempestus, you can at him. Yeah, those are all my mods. Incredible. I see Abiza. Yeah, good. I see. Incredible Eisen. Abis for you too. Good, Eisen. Amazing apparition. Thank you for the 3-stream streak, Dylan. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Fantastic movie. I'm so glad you liked it. I don't think I've seen the Japanese version, actually. Radical Raptors, welcome on in. How are you? I may miss chat, currently running my my Rolos in FF14. 2 a.m. Rolos is my new norm. Hey, we're here to keep you company, gorgeous gigs. What one are you doing? As long as not a spoil. I don't think I'll know what it means unless it's like, you know, Alfie's soul or something. If it's something like that, I guess I probably will know that it's a spoiler, but I don't think that's what most of the dungeons are called. This ain't Persona. Thank you. Thank you for the pal attack, Incredible Eugene. I appreciate you. Let me see. Feeling great, just couldn't think of something punny. Used it all up yesterday. Aw, yeah, okay. I'm so glad you're feeling great, sweetheart. That makes me so happy. You deserve it big time. You very much deserve it, sweetheart. Oh, that makes me so happy to hear that you're feeling so much better, darling. Did you get enough sleep? You must have started that movie, and you as well, Ozzy. You guys must have started that movie at 4 a.m. Precious Persimmon! Hi, Persimmon! It's so good to see you, darling. How are ya? Let me see. Actually, Strat, do you happen to have Cacto's link on hand so that people can go and buy his book? You guys, Cacto, this book is really, really excellent, but also the cover art is like enthralling. It's so pretty. He did a great job finding somebody who like brought his vision to life. He's a great writer. He's a great music. So please check him out. I did get my scripts for the story time, so I can't wait for Tau to do the voice for everyone. Let's go, Strika! I'm so excited. That's actually a really good point. Thank you so much for the reminder, Strika. So we do have a story time stream coming up on Saturday, Aussie time. If you want to know exactly what time that is for you, make sure you're in the Discord and then go to the schedule and... Fuck, what is it called? What is that channel called? I will never actually know my Discord. Events and schedule channel. It is in your local time on there. But make sure that you submit your storytime poetry, scripts, short stories, whatever. Make sure you submit those before, like, ideally 24 hours before, but definitely like 12 hours before the stream starts, so that my mods can look through it and make sure it's appropriate, okay? Make sure you read the rules. They are pinned. There's not that many. It's mostly just don't be a dick, don't trigger people, and don't use AI. That's kind of it. But yeah. I would love to read more of your guys' stories, and I'm so excited to read yours, sweetest Striker. Thank you so much for the submission. You'll have to deal with the polls today. That's all right, I can do that. Ooga booga, hi, apparition. Super excited, as with everything you do over there and over here. Tau-tan, I am loving it, Tien. I'm loving it, or something like that. Is that how the Mac is one thing? I think it is. Thank you so much, lovely Yuki. Girl, I'm so happy that you're feeling so much better. I think about you a lot, and I'm really worried about your headaches and stuff, and how much pain you've been in. And I'm so happy that you're feeling so much better. Battle Royale was a great movie, actually. I won't spoil things in case no one has seen it, but seeing some of the characters' backstories are interesting yet tragic. Very, very anime, I feel, like, to be like, this person's a dickhead, and then you get the flashback, you're like, oh, I would be a dickhead too, you know? I'm good just vibing with all my amazing fellow pals, and we're so happy to have you, Incredible Ison. Thank you so much. Radical Radish, thank you so much for contributing to the Funny and Game Challenge. Radish, thank you also for contributing to Movie Night. And Cutie Company, thank you for the 3 stream streak, Dawn. Thank you for your amazing dedication and support. How are you doing? It's excellent to see you. Shadowgun, currently away from home, so on really bad 5G mobile. That's all right, Swedish Shadowgun, no worries. Keep it up, good job. Keep it up, good job. But yeah, no worries, Swedish Shadowgun. I appreciate you dropping in and saying hi when you can, and hopefully we'll see you again very soon. I hope wherever you are away from home, you're enjoying your time away. Think fast. That was 5 minutes ago. I have a lag of 5 minutes of my brain. You absolutely need to watch the original Tau-chan. You will never see things like the Hunger Games or Maze Runner in the same light. I do know that that both of those and like several others are largely, let's say, generously inspired by Battle Royale. So yeah, no, I'd be very interested in it. I got a question. If you ever had to, would you make a frying pan redeem or a pie in the face redeem? I ask because they're my favorite redeems on Twitch, and only 2 people have them as far as I know. Probably not a frying pan. I would be willing to do like a pie in the face, but it'd have to be like a custom made one so that I don't have to be like, oh, why are you abusing me? Like with the bad Tau redeem, that's the bad Tau and the yucky fish one make me sad. So I would want a corn pie so that you guys go, and then I could have corn kernels. That would be great. But I would have to find someone to commission for that, and I think it'd be pretty pricey for like the animation and the corn stuffing, yeah. No sleep till Brooklyn. Saw a tornado forming close by my home earlier today. F3, it was close of touching down, but it went back up. I'm so glad it went back up. I see, that's scary. Yeah, please stay alert and aware. I'm doing good, thank you. How are you? Finally made a 3D model. That's great, Persimmon. How good? Yeah, I'm doing great, sweetheart. Thank you so much for asking. And well done on the 3D model making. Unfortunately not, I am on mobile, so link sharing and stuff is limited. No, okay. Cacto, are you still here? Would you like to share? I would like it if you would share your the link to your book, if that's okay. It's 4 a.m. Heartburn woke me and I couldn't sleep again. Oh, I'm sorry, hun. All right, you you get a mobster Tau! As you wish, here you go! I hope you're excited with my wonderful save-made PNG of Joey's hair. It's so good. Let's go! Thank you so much, Vegeta, for the mobster Tau! And thank you also for the, hey, bye! Bye, hey, bye! And also the care package. I'll take a sip, thank you! And then, additionally, thank you very much for the head pat. That's fucking disgusting! Why would you do that? Hey, there's a little pal lad. Hey, how's it going, little pal? Thank you, Yuki, for my pal hat. Keep my Joey hair warm. You guys, if you don't know the wonderful man who is responsible for this fantastic do on my head, that would be the wonderful magnanimous Save File 17 himself. Please do check him out. He's a fantastic streamer, and he literally has like a Yugi Joey voice tone thing redeem, where he'll talk to himself for you, and I'll put the hat on. It's pretty good. Hey there, Alec. How you doing? It's good to see you.
Whoa,
you're still
they
working.
made the save
Oh,
icon
good.
in real life!
They did make the save icon in real life. There he goes. There he goes now. I am being in Tao-chan's head. That just makes me feel even better. Let's go. I'm so glad, as it should. I think about all my precious pals, especially when they're going through tough times. I want them to not be going through tough times. You know what I mean? Prime, hey, Prime, how's it going, buddy? It's so good to see you. Thanks so much for coming in. How's the day going? Oh my God, Strap found the link. Let me just resend that real quick, y'all. You gotta check this man out. He's a fantastic writer, fantastic streamer, fantastic musician, absolutely amazing guy. Please go follow him. Go buy his book. I feel like the mobster Tao, we get different types of mobsters depending on the day. Pretty sure this is a different mobster than yesterday's mobster. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Let me see here. Creamed coin pie. That sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good to me. Or just a PNG of the white pie. That would also be pretty funny. That would be actually very funny. A wig too, yes! We gotta differentiate somehow. It's not clear enough that I'm quite different from typical Tao. Tao pickle. That was a pretty bad play on words. Sorry about that. Saturninus, how are you? It's good to see you. Welcome on in. Shit. It's time to do. What the fuck? What is this abomination? I guess you haven't been around for a couple of days, Yuki. I think we made this on Friday, actually. Save gave me his PNG, and you guys wanted to maybe have like an unlockable monster voice redeemed. So here you go. I hope you enjoy it. Gecko, how you doing, Gecko? It's good to see you. British Joey. I can barely even do a monster accent. I don't think I could do a British one. Hey, Mac, how's it going, Mac? It's good to see you. Welcome on in. I think you need a cheesehead redeem, you know, since you're a huge Green Bay Packers fan. I don't know who they is, but I'm sure there's a sports joke in there somewhere. I do like cheese. If there's coin with the cheese, it's the best kind of cheese then, you know? This voice isn't quite as refined as the others. It was actually pretty good a couple of days ago, all right. Ozzy, thank you for the ooh-woo. Just in case that's not quite what you were looking for, let me give you a
Thank you for the ooh. Thank you.
And now we're back! I will say, this voice makes me laugh more than any of the other ones. You never know what's gonna come out of my mouth. That's perfect! It's perfect! right, timer's up. Let me remove our wonderful head of save hair real quick. You guys can have that back anytime you redeem the mobster. Mobster, I mean. Let me see. Tauchan is turning into a gabagoo. What's that? What's that? Wait, the link is broken? No, shoot. Okay. I will need to, I think, Cacto, I think you can probably, put a, hold on. I will just make sure. I'll permit you real quick. And that way, Cacto, if you can please, send us the, wait, am I an idiot? How do I permit? Is that not how you do it? Oh, it is, okay. Yeah, Cacto, please do share the link to your book. I'm sorry, I'm a professional streamer, very disorganized. You sound like Rita from the old Animaniacs cartoon, honestly, with a mobster voice. Anything where I sound like a famous character, I'll probably take full compliment from that. So thank you, Strika, even if I don't know her off the top of my head, I appreciate it. Also, thank you so much, Gorgeous Gecko, for the 45 stream streak. I do appreciate it. My shame of being perceived. Yes! Okay, you guys, please, check this one out. Check this link out, please. Cacto, like I said, is an amazing writer, and he's written this full book, and I believe it's out. Is it officially out now, Cacto, in hardcover as well? Or like physically, but you can get it on Kindle too. It's really awesome. It's really uniquely written as well. Paperback. Okay, paperback. That's it. Yeah, the physical form of a book. Sorry, I'm an internet girl. I don't handle paper very well. But yeah, you guys, please, check that out. It's a very interesting book in a like dialogue format. And I would love to read that on stream a little bit. Actually, Cacto, if you wanna, how much of it can I read on stream? Because maybe I can read it on Saturday, and then we can shout out your book again. And people will be enticed by the VA. Thank you for the care package, amazing Aussie. Feel free to read as much as you want on Storytime. Ah, amazing. I already bought the book, so I do have the whole thing. I'll probably like insert it in someplace and be like, okay, we're gonna read 10 pages of Cacto's book, and then we're gonna shout out the book. Yay! Your VAing has been excellent. I'm so glad you like it. I do have the notes set up. That's why I haven't replied to you in our DMs, because I have the notes for like the voices and stuff. But I'm not looking at them until it's my reminder to get around to doing like another couple of chapters, and making sure you're happy with them. Hi there, Valiant Valos! How are you? The wonderful Valos comes in from the Precious Pocket Chucks chat, who is currently, she's back for her very first stream since she went to Offkai. So if you guys want to go and talk to a tremendously talented, hyperactive, super friendly, interactive gacha game streamer about her time at Offkai, you should check out my precious pal and precious Pocky friend Pocky. That was a lot of nonsense. Sorry. Pocket Chuck is a friend as well. She's amazing. She's super sweet, super hyper, super interactive. Hilarious as fuck, so witty, so sharp. And Valos comes in from her stream. I believe she's actually live right now, because I think I'm lurking in her. Yes, I am still lurking in her. She's doing some Honkai Star Rail, which is very cool. I know that a lot of you love some Honkai. She does a lot of gacha games. She's also the one who made Neverness to Everness. She didn't make Neverness. She made the Neverness to Everness abridged that I get to voice in. That was a lot of fun. She did an amazing job. Please go check her out. Let me see here. I'm out of data, almost all out of it. Stream isn't. That's it. That's directly from it. I was in the middle of a fight. I was, you know, and then surprise communism. It was really fun. That was a great fight scene. I had a blast with that one. I think I'm out of data, or almost out of it. Stream isn't loading anymore. I may have to be lurky turkey. Oh, all good, Suda Strat. No worries, darling. take care, okay? Stay cool. I'm worried about your, like, a heat stroke or something. I was about to make a request if we could have a full stream dedicated to Cacto's book. I would be so down. If you guys want me to put that as, like, we might actually get through it in 6 or 7 hours. Actually, if we made an entire stream dedicated to it, we might get through it in 6 or 7 hours. I don't know if he wants me to do that, but I would love to read a good bit of it because it's a really interesting book. Let me see here. Tautang, cut down on the nose sugar. No, never. I'm sorry. Let me see here. Terrific talent. How are you, sweetie? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I am doing very well. How are you? Resplain. Gabagool is mobster speak for a capocoyo. Capocoyo. Or cured pork meat cuts. It's also slang for mobster wannabe, probably most famous by the TV show Sopranos. Ah, I didn't know that. That's cool. Hey there, sweetest solar. Welcome on in. Waves to you. How are you? No sugar? That sounds awful. I actually don't consume that much sugar. I do have caffeine in my system though. Woohoo! If the people want it, feel free to read as you wish. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do before I forget? I'll literally put, let me go down to the suggestions for stream and Discord and then into our, nope, that's not it. Sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. Is it the pouch couch? Fuck. We do have a thread about, recommendations for community goals. Okay, it's in the pouch couch. Recommended by, Ozzy and permitted by the author, which is Cactus. Upvote this if you would like an entire stream dedicated to reading Cacto's book, which is called Thea. Thea, an eldritch Yuri slice of life. All right, you guys, that is actually available for you guys to thumb up. If we get, I think everything's gonna be like, we're working with 10, right? So if we get 10 upvotes, it'll be the next community goal that you guys can save up for. And I'll probably make it fairly low. Like we typically use, it's typically about between 250 and 350, like 200,000, 350,000 channel points. I'll probably make this like 200 because I really want to do this one. So please go to the pouch couch and then threads and then recommendations for community goals over in the Discord and just give it a little thumbs up if you are interested. Okay. Let me see here. Have you been munching on your caffeinated chocolates again? Not today. I ran up a mountain, I got a coffee, and then I walked back down the mountain. I'm all right, been reviewing a commission I got done recently. Oh, that's awesome, Solar. I hope you're happy with it. I'm super sad. Alabaster Dawn got 8 out of 10 votes. We were so close. Time promoted it herself. It's true. I mean, if a lot of you want me to do something or want to try something in the pouch, I will pretty much always, give it my stamp of approval, unless it involves ocean water, lake water, horror. That's kind of it. Like, if you guys really, really want to try something else, I'm usually like, okay, if that gets enough votes, then let's do it. Even if you guys want to upvote the Alabaster Dawn now, I'll still count it. We won't obviously play it today, but like, I'll let you guys vote on it if it gets 10 votes. It's not an isekai, is it? It is not. It is not. Let me see. If you really want to do it, why not do it? Because I love the idea of giving the community like the most pull. I think that's one of the special things about this community is I give you guys a lot of control over over what happens with the channel, you know? I'll never do something I'm uncomfortable with, but without like, previous agreement. Thank you very much for the gigantic Lapis. There you go. How you doing, nerd? It's good to see you. And Darth, welcome on and thank you for the 5 stream streak dog. Absolutely impressive. Thank you. Well, I'm gonna have another sippy of my water. Yummy. No, my sub expired during the raid. No, wait, what raid gigs? It looks good. Hopefully I'll get a chance to show it off at some point. Awesome, that'd be great. Subnautica 2 stream when? Listen, at 4,000 followers, every 1,000 followers, you guys get to pick horror games for me to play for 6 hours, okay? And if you guys, I'm not taking Subnautica off of the list. So if you truly want to torture me, you can make me play Subnautica 1 or 2 for 6 hours once we hit 4,000 followers. Or 5,000, or 6,000, or 7,000. But so far you guys have been kind and merciful. And I pray it continues, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Quick, everyone, want to do Getting Over It? Not serious. Well, that's what our Faudian game is for. We did play Getting Over It, like, way back when. I think in the first 6 months of streaming, I think we played it. And I screamed, dude. But I would probably let you guys vote for that again. If you wanted. I was about to vote on Alabaster Dawn, but realized I've already done it. Fair enough, fair enough. Thank you for gigantified emote there, lovely Lith. Tash should play Horror Ocean Lake Water. You know, I feel like you just took all the words I said and mashed them together, but I also am 50% sure that's a real game. Persimmon, thank you for contributing the movie night. Enjoy feeding the Kit Kat. Awesome, Ozzy. There is no water. There is only Zoltan. Ooh, Griftlands. Yes, lovely. We're actually gonna take that poll as soon as I catch up. But I'll go through what each of the games are, and then you guys will get to vote on what we start with. And every hour you'll get to vote on whether we continue with a game or whether you want to move to a different one. Okay? Oh no, the 14 sub. Oh my god. That sucks that it booted you out during the raid. That sucks, geeks. Oh my god. They should really at least let you finish the content you're in. That blows. I'm sorry, geeks. Alabaster Dawn already has the white check mark, so will it be featured someday anyway? No. So, Yuki, if you go to, so the demo night ones, I just put a check mark by when we do them so that I don't forget. But if you want to go and upvote it to be considered for like an actual like entire stream, or until we finish it really, you'll go to the game recommendations channel because Lith has put it there and there's 8 people so far who have reacted to it. If that gets up to 10, I will put a poll out and see if you guys would like to play Alabaster Dawn until we finish what they've got available. And then we go back to demo night. Does that make sense? Valiant Valor! Thank you for contributing to the Faudian Game Challenge. Let me see. Wanted to thank you again for your previous advice and assistance with the art. I may have had another breakthrough while experimenting with your advice in mind. Oh, Vegeta, I'm so happy to hear that, sweetheart. That makes me absolutely thrilled to hear. I hope you'll consider sharing it with us as long as it's safe for work. I would love to see it in the Discord, but totally understand if not. Or you can just send it to me. You know, I would love to see it. I'm really glad I could help in any way. Someone else who knows Griftlands. Hey, there you go. Quickly paid for sub, logged in, got credit at least. Oh, phew. Good job, geeks. Good job. Oh yeah, full game. I thought for the demo night. Got it. Yeah, no, that's okay, Yuki. The Discord's very confusing. I confuse myself a lot of the time. That's why I got lost when I was trying to locate the suggestions for the community game night, or community channel points. That's it. Watchtower will actually end up loving Subnautica and the cute fish she is. You don't know me very well. I was trying to think why lake water was scary. Then I remembered Tao lives in Australia. My fear of water developed way before I came to Australia though. When I was living in the US, I was afraid of water. Lake water in Australia probably has fangs and poison. That is also probably true. But mostly you want to be afraid of the ocean. One more roller to go. Let's see if I can get it done before demos begin. And MSQ, so chances are low. That's fair, geeks. But even so, I look forward to seeing how far you get before you crash out. And by crash out, in this context, I mean the boomer version of crash out where you fall asleep, not the you know, that crash out. All right, sweethearts, let me show you what our potential games are. for today. Hold on. I need to find. So as you guys know, you guys have power over what games we play for demo nights. I let you guys kind of decide. The fuck? What is that? Stream Deck? I'm not. What? Sorry. Okay, I found it. Okay. So, let's see. We have. Ooh. Oh, I forgot to start Stream Avatars and our fishing game. Hold on. Look, there's no scuff yet. Okay. So, you guys have control over what we play. We have a demo night or demo day thread that you guys actually get to submit links to the Steam store containing the demos you want me to try. And basically, I try and make sure that we do one demo from each person. I try not to do like 2 demos suggested by the same person if I can help it. Let me see here. Today we have suggestions from, let me see, who have we got suggestions from today? We have suggestions from Storm Talon, from Nerd, from Storm, and from Snivy. Snivy did not post hers in here, but I spoke to her and she loved this game, so I really wanted to try it. Hello! Let me catch up with you guys, and then, as much as I love Alabaster Dawn, having suggested the game myself, I just feel it's too early to play it, especially since it has a long way to go. I feel it would be a cliffhanger for the story even if we played it. It's only at point 2 and has like 8 major updates planned for the year. That's fair, but I mean, that could be a really good way to kind of like temporarily take a break from demo night for like, you know, maybe two weeks or something, and then go back to demo night. And that way it's not like, oh, this could take, you know, 20 weeks or something like that. Let me see here. Just tell them about Grifflins and then take the vote. No, can't do that. I see Ori and Nier Automata in your library. Any chance of seeing those? If you guys vote for it, you, absolutely. I would be very happy to. Do I actually have Nier? Oh. I don't know if I do have it. That's cool. I didn't know that. Wait, when did I get that? Did someone buy that for me? Beautiful Beth. Oh no, it's Tar. Hi, how are you? Thank you for the 100 biddies. How's it going? It's so good to see you. And hi there, lovely lab. Welcome on in. How are things? But yes, so Cade, how things work in this community is once we finish a game, you guys actually have control over what you play next. I basically give myself like 2 games a year that I get executive decision over. One of them we've already played through for the year, which is Monster Hunter Stories 3. The next one is Blood of Dawnwalker. Those are my two non-negotiables for the year. Everything else is your guys' decision. So once we either finish Persona, or actually Persona may be replaced by Persona, depending on when we finish it, may actually be replaced by Blood of Dawnwalker. But if you guys decide you get sick of demo night, or you guys don't want to play Final Fantasy anymore, or something like that, like then you guys get to we'll put it to a vote. You know what we play next. And you can absolutely suggest Nier or Ori. It's up to you guys. My data's almost done. All good, Strat. Enjoy your lurk. I could share it with you, but I want to wait until the official art is released to avoid stepping on toes with friends. Of course, Vegeta. No worries at all, sweetheart. All good. I've been incessantly talking about Grifflins. We all know where that came from. That came from me. Play Nier. It made me cry. I love being made to cry by, like, excellent storytelling. We need robot PTSD. Is that what Nier Automata is known for? Touched discovering her library. I didn't even realize it. Lovely Lalta. Hey, I'm walking here. Hi, how are you? And thank you for this care package, Lizzie. Robot PTSD is the best PTSD. You know what? I think that's true. Speaking of being made to cry, I will cry if chat votes out Final Fantasy. That's fair, Liv. That's fair. Okay, let's talk about what we can play today. So we have all of the following. Hold on, please. I hate that it does that every single time. Like I just did that and it's already back. Okay. Oh, this probably would be
Yucky.
good. Yeah, yucky. No, it's actually really good that we have that family thing. Okay. So this is Guild Run. Turn a simple team into an unstoppable force and crush waves of monsters in this PvE auto battler roguelike. No two runs feel the same as you bend heroes beyond their class roles and discover countless combinations and synergies. Seal the rifts at your own pace and uncover what tore them open. Okay, so that's that one. That's Guild Run. Okay. Let's go see. We also have Grifflins. This is the one. So this one, every game gets 2 weeks of chance to be voted for. So Grifflins was on the list for last week. It's on the list for this week as well. You guys did not vote for it at all last week. If you do not vote for it at all this week, we're not going to be playing it. Okay. Grifflins is a deck building roguelike where you negotiate, fight, steal, or otherwise persuade others to get your way. Every decision is important, but it's the jobs you take, the friends you make, or the cards you collect. Okay, so that's that one. The animation on it looks sick. Let me see here, and then we've got In Stars and Time. This one was the special one from Snivy. Okay, this one. Live with the ever-present burden of being trapped in a time loop only you can know about in this turn-based RPG. Create a better future for you and your friends. Find hope where there is none left. Pray to the stars and free yourself from time. It's such a cute style, and apparently it's a really good game. We also have, why are you doing that, little bit? We also have this one. This is Uh-Oh Airlines. Serve drinks, wrangle passengers, and survive turbulence in a silly solo or co-op flight attendant simulator. Handle routine cabin duties while everything goes hilariously wrong. From loose pets to spiraling passenger panic, it's pure cabin chaos at 30,000 feet. All right. So let me put these to a poll, and then we're gonna go on a quick break, and then when we get back, we will start our first hour of the day, okay? Let me see here. Cacto being like, oh no, this game looks really fun. Let me see. How is Tao? Hi there, Timex. It's so good to see you, sweetheart. I am doing well. How are you, sweetie? Also, lovely Lolbit wants uppies despite throwing fish at me. That's okay. Good Lolbit. All right, let me put this poll up and then we'll go on that break. What game to start with? We've got, Grifflins. I'll put that on there first so I don't forget it. We've got Guild Run. We've got Uh-Oh Airlines, and we've got In Stars. Oh my god, I can't type. In Stars and Time. All right, sweethearts. You have 5 minutes to vote in that. The poll is now officially live. You guys, please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your yum, 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 yum. That's a reminder. Thank you for feeding me, Yummy Yuki. Please do vote, you guys. The poll is live. Whatever you decide is what we will return with or to. Lolbit, thank you for the power attack. Cutie Cade, you got a dip for now? Oh, good, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the lurk. I really appreciate the awesome support. Thank you, thank you. We'll see you soon, okay? All right, I will see you guys in 3 minutes. Ooh, it is even between Grifflins and In Stars and Time. Please do vote, you guys. Please do vote. All right. Setting you guys up with a boss battle, and we're just going on a quick 3-minute break. For those of you who need the refresher, every hour we go on a 3-minute break so that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about missing content. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run those ads, then we come on back and make more content together. Okay, love you lots, miss you terribly, see you soon. Mwah. I've got it. This overwhelmingly forgettable appearance, generic speech style, and total lack of sex appeal. Nishima, are you an NPC? Are you an NPC? that accent is, but at least it's slightly different from, you're not even on a bed anymore! Light, no! Roth, I'm a dog. Roth. Tau likes, and into the pouch you go. And stay. Forever. Exactly, Yuki. I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my. How imagine driving dragster, total ripped to ears.
Wait, I want to get in the car. I want to get in the car.
Why no car? Why no car? No car. No car. Oh, I'm on something. Okay. Is that corn in the ground? I don't know. Those are pretty leafy. I don't know if those are corns. I don't think those are corn ears. Oh shit! Ozzy just called. Is save a furry? Yesn't. Yes, and then everybody goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah! No! My... She store at 9:30 p.m., right? I mean, if you need something, then sure. Distract.
Yeah, last night.
Aggravate Aussie. And thank you, Storm, for the lizard. Fuck. What? Basic training? I can't even get past fucking basic training. What the fuck? Yeah. One more time. Needle?
What are you doing?
Oh.
An idiot.
Yeah, that wasn't very bright. Ouch. What was the point of that? Not the sharpest idea. Gonna pin the blame on you for that one. Did you? I'm currently logged in, but hanging with friends on my server. We'll travel if there's group content. All good, gorgeous geeks. I hope you're having fun with friends. What do you mean have friends besides us? I mean, it's okay. You can hang out with other people. That's totally fine. I'm doing all. I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? Okay, precious pals, you better lock in. Grifflin's got 6. In-Stars in Time got 5. And we have our winner, Grifflins. We will start with Grifflins. Okay, hold on. Let me get it started. I've been watching the poll and I'm like, I can't start. It's so close. I'm like, I can't start a game until I know which one it's gonna be. All right, let me get Grifflins started up real quick. Welcome back, my darlings. Hold on. Let me change our category. Grifflins. Does it do that? Ah! Okay. So in another hour, cutie pies, we'll have another vote. We will decide whether we continue with Grifflins or if we want to move on to a different game. We'll do that, what, 3-4 times today?
Having Valley Girl do
and well done on the boss as well.
This story would like totally go with this outfit. So true.
Ah! Hi, sweethearts. Let me see. Some ubbies for Yuki. Yes. Good, Yuki. And Ozzy, ubbies for Ozzy. Yeah. Good, Ozzy. Exceptional engage. Ubbies. Yes. Good engage. Valley, Valos. Uppies. Yee. Good Valos. Hi there, terrific Talon. Welcome back, uppies. Yes. Good, Talon. Welcome back, sweetest Setter. Welcome back, sweetest Solar. Welcome back, lovely Lith, Nerd, Talon, Shimmy Uppies. Damn, almost did it on the final boss now. You beat me to demos. Hey. That's all right, gorgeous geeks. Also, Zero Gravity. Hi, darling. Welcome on in. How are you? I can't remember exactly how long her first day will take for someone who's not familiar with the game, but it'll probably be about an hour. Okay. Well, I talk a lot, so it might be longer for most people. I mean, longer for me than with most people. Let me give you guys this game sound. 1 second. Let me know how the volume is. It looks like it's probably okay. I'm not sure if it's gonna stay that way, but the art's really fucking sick in this game. Very pretty. I am a good Yuki, aren't I? Yes, you are, cutie pie. Of course you are. You are all the best versions of yourselves, and I'm so grateful that you guys are allowing me to spend time with you. Sweetest see me. Thank you for the 3 streams, 3 Dylan. I appreciate it. I can't catch you. If you voted for Grifflins, you're good in my book. Even if they didn't, they're still good in your book because this is not a competitive space. Yeah, that art style's fucking sick. Okay. Hunting Cassio. Sal escapes a life of servitude to claim the ultimate bounty and get her revenge. Okay, I mean, probably that one, right? What is this? Oh god, it's a card game. Fuck! I hope nobody raids in and is good at Hearthstone, like Greg or Save. I think Save's not live, but Greg is live. I'm looking at his chat too. You forget I'm evil? You don't get to be evil here, buddy. We've talked about this. A lot of people asking me what a zero gravity smoothie tastes like, and I have an answer. Whoa. What is your answer? Passion fruit, coconut, mango, grape yogurt, ice and blend. Add edible glitter and yellow star sprinkles and enjoy. That does sound pretty good. Actually, you guys, speaking of people who are outstanding card gamers, Neo Greg is one of them. You should definitely check him out if you like Hearthstone or a lot of other stuff. He does a lot of sponsored stuff, like Sweetest Save. All right, fuck, I don't know what to do here. Jesus, am I doing the right thing here? Negotiation, or is there like a different? No, yeah, okay, wait. Is this? I actually don't know which of these to choose. This if you want to experience the story with reduced difficulty and without permadeath. No, that's fine. I don't mind dying permanently. Negotiation, battle time! Oh my god, what? Get the chance to upgrade, add and remove cards. I don't know how to play cards, dude. What do I? What is all this? What is happening? How do I start the game? Start! Found it! I found it! Okay. Woof! That was close. Next, thank you for the 175 story streak. That's amazing. Uppies for you. I'm sorry you're not feeling the best, Nix. I did see you say that in Pocky's chat. I hope you feel better soon. All right, start at level 1. You're about to start a game at Introduction. This difficulty level provides an introduction for players who are new to deck builders. If you die, you can restart the current day once. Experienced players may wish to start at level 1 for a more balanced challenge. This level has permadeath and no day restarts. Which level would you like? Probably Introduction. I'm a baby.
You're a bounty hunter. You escaped a life of indentured labor by hunting criminals and debt dodgers. The work has earned you your freedom, if not any friends.
Thank you for the lurk, Nick.
You're back home for the first time in 10 years. But freedom comes with its own dangers, and making a living in Havaria won't be easy. Here, the gangs are feral, the law enforcement are corrupt, and the people are treated like chattel, indebted to merciless criminals. Criminals like Cassio, the ruthless debt broker who sold you to the Derricks in the first place. But now, Cassio's grip has weakened, and there's a bounty on her head too rich to ignore. You'll die before you go into debt again, and so will she, if you have your say. Your first stop is a dive called the Grog and Dog, where an old friend will help you get your revenge, provided you can prove yourself.
At first sniff, the Grog and Dog smells like stale hops and dried blood. Oh, delicious. Delightful. Seru? Did we get raided? Well, look what the time dredged up. Psh, by the holy brine. I'd tear up if I weren't dead inside. Yeah, I was like, there are raiders? I don't think so. It's damn good to see you looking well. You have a plan to get on your feet? I do. That bounty on Cassio. How do we forget it? You might have grown up strong, but you ain't that strong. But that's not going to stop you from trying, is it? If you want a chance at surviving this, you better make yourself some friends and fast. I can help you with that. Knew I could count on you. Shh. Shh. Is the game volume a little low? I'll turn it up a little. Ask about Havaria. help me get my bearings. It's been a long time since I was last in Havaria. It's dirty and broken, like always. If debt brokering was bad when you were a kid, it's worse now. Half the population is indentured, and them that hold contracts sell them off to pay their own. No wonder customs was so uptight on my way back in. Must be a lot of fraud. That ain't the half of it. The Admiralty is pushing for an official annex. They want to make everyone real Deltraean citizens with papers and everything. In Havaria? You're joking. They say it'll stop being illegal debt brokering. It'll stop illegal debt brokering. Now anyone with a hand in labor contracts is real ornery, from the poor to the powerful. You can imagine the reaction. I can. I believe that's Tao's VAing. If you mouse over the blue text, it'll give you a small description of what's being talked about. Or over here? I don't see any. Oh, like if I've already talked about it? Oh, wait, the yellow text. Okay. It's not the blue text, it's the yellow. Right. Okay, yellow text. All right, let's see. Ask about the annex. The annex can't be a popular move. Most come here to get away from the Admiralty. It ain't. Both the spree and the cult are in arms about it. Oh, I see. Here we go, like this blue. Oh, yellow down here, blue up here. Gotcha. Loosely organized collection of bandits, crime rings, and illegal debt brokers. Dominant religion in Havaria, whose adherents worship Hesh, an abyssal jellyfish god. No gracias. A loosely organized collection of bandits, crime rings. Yep. Okay. Spree. Cult. Okay. No need to tell me that. The cult's holding a big shindig in just a few days. Their usual wheeling and dealing in the name of the vine. Word is, the Admiralty is gonna use it to make their proposition mandatory citizenship. It's gonna need to be a mighty good pitch to convince the cult, and I wouldn't put it past the spree to set fire to the whole affair, if they can. Casts a dour eye over the bar, like it's a garden on the near side of winter. Suffice it to say, kid, tensions are real high. You'd be smart to keep your head down instead of looking for trouble. No, the blue in the speech bubbles, but also, yes, the yellow. Gotcha. It's blue in their speech bubbles. Jellyfish god! The flying spaghetti monster, yeah! I love the art style here. It's a really cool art style, isn't it? I wonder if I click on people. Poke in the eye. Nope. Okay. So, what do I owe you for this? A cut of my takings? Hesh no. I left my bounty hunting days behind me. I owed your parents once. I don't like leaving debts unsettled, even to dead folks. You were decent people, South Fallon. Watch you don't end up like them. You know, even when you pay off the debts, the Derrick still owns your name. I'm an Ick Derrick now, or so they tell me. Both the offshore Lumen platform and the indentured laborers who work there, a surname given all indentured workers consigned to the cult's offshore Lumen Derricks. Yeah, that's some messed up blood, alright, though. Yeah. You lined up work for me real fast. Some kind of mover here? Nah, I just know people, and people know me. You don't need to go after Cascio, kid. I have enough work to keep you busy. I spent my childhood in a lumen pipe because of her. Biofuel harvested from the ocean floor, monopolized by the cult of Hesh, and harvested by indentured labor. And now she's worth more money than either of us can count. And she's more dangerous than either of us can figure. You go after her, and she'll clap back with a knife for each kidney. I may have extras to spare, but you only have 2. I worked off a lifetime's debt in 10 years, just so I could get back here and settle the score. If you were my friend, you wouldn't be telling me to drop it. Hesh, that isn't what I meant. You know what ain't. I'll give you a roof, a bed, and at least one good meal a day. You'll live your life the way you want. It's yours. I'll pay you back. I know. Let's get you to work. Okay. Try right-clicking or clicking on the little bubble. You can look at their sheet. Oh, I think down in the lower right, you can see their sheet. Time hasn't been kind to but then it hasn't been kind to you either. Death gains this card whenever you murder fish. I don't want to murder fish. Fish is nice. Okay, I can't check me out, but what's this little guy? View active quest. Oh. Alright, let's get work. I got people in my pocket who owe me a favor. Braille, Bon, and Gao. They're easy people to find. Tell them I sent you and they can settle their tabs by giving you work. Get that done, and I'll get you a plate of popped new eyes on the house. A domesticated giant snail used for food, transport, and entertainment. Blech. It's very 2010s DeviantArt, but I love it. Yeah, it is actually. You are right. The green rat-like thing in the background moving around is cute. Wait, green rat-like thing? Now I gotta pay attention. I want to see. I want to see it. Oops, hold on.
Where is it?
I just see bugs on the floor. Your character looks like a Hi-Fi Rush. Actually, I do look like a Hi-Fi Rush character, don't I? Yeah, it appears and disappears. Oh, cute! I'll have to look and see if I can see it while I'm reading. Bless your warty hide, fish. I'll hold you to that. Fish has some jobs you can do to get strong enough to take on Casio. Okay. Ooh. I wonder if the little, like, firework things mean that there's something to do there? Aha. Required location. You've managed to capture this person's loyalty. Don't waste it. She was friends with your parents, and that's why. Oh, that's cool. What's this? Guards this location. Leaky. Lychee? Lychee. Look at all this room for activities. I know. Buy cards, go to your room, change into another of Sal's outfits. I like glamour. I only have my bounty hunter gear, which looks cool to me. The fireworks are really just to draw your attention to it. Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, so we have a couple of things here. We got a battle and negotiation. We've got a battle, and then we've got a negotiation. Let's start up here. Oh. A mysterious figure approaches you. Greetings, Grifter. It's rare I meet a fellow traveler in these parts. Really? I feel like I'm constantly running into people. Then you're fortunate. The isolation has made it difficult to complete my work. I'm a chemist. I've been experimenting with new ingredients, but I've only been able to test them on myself. Would you like to try one and contribute your own experiences to the data? The stranger shows you a row of vials, their contents bubbling against the glass. Oh boy, give 50 shills? Wait, I have to give you money? Where's my shills? Dune! 50 shills? That's huge! Greg reference, sorry. I'm becoming perpetually online. Now I only quote VTubers and streamers. Orange. I'll give the orange one a try. Excellent choice. That's a lot of money! It's a fermentation of ambergris and sun devil's spade. It invigorates the vitals and revitalizes the vigors. Huh, nice. Whew, invigorated is right. Ooh, we got a permanent +4, I think. Zimon quickly jots down a note after watching your reaction. Thank you for your participation. I hope we meet again soon. A follow-up can only improve upon the data. Sure. Hey, this was safe, right? I'm fairly confident, but of course only time will truly tell. The mysterious figure leaves as silently as he arrived. After a moment, he disappears from view. Huh. Well, you guys, please don't take candy from strangers or bubbling potions from strangers. Tautan teaching kids to just drink and eat what they get from strangers. No, Yuki, I didn't even read your message until after I said that, my bad. My only real backseating, which is more warning, is this. When you see an orange even, they will disappear if you go to a different location. So go to one of those first if you see them. An orange, event? Orange event? All right, let's see, ban. Ban can knock some sense into you, or out. Your choice. The human looks you up and down with suspicion. I hear you're looking for help. You heard right. No, I don't like that voice. Oh, you know what? She gets mafia voice. If you mouse over the map marking thing, it'll tell you about the mission or reward. Cool, okay, noted. You heard right.
Pretty
I run a little
lady.
import-export business. Hey, fabulous Frostbite. Welcome on in, Dolan. How are you? I find things people want, and they pay me accordingly. What kinds of things? Imports from the mainland, mostly. Unmentionables, occasionally. Does the hunter have scruples, or will you be taking the job? I assume you'll be paying well for the ask me no questions vibe. A client ordered some very expensive items, then backed out at the last minute, leaving me with the bag. Now I'm sitting on a shipment with no buyer. I don't want the goods. It takes time and money to find a new buyer. So I need you to go remind her the meaning of all sales are final. Okay. Yikes. Ooh! Negotiation card to add. Pick one of 3. Okay. Apply 2 composure to all friendly arguments. All right, hold on. What is a... Okay, that's my... Okay, I've got a negotiation deck. It would be good if I actually knew how this worked before trying to pick a deck. I assume playstyle factors into this somehow. And I don't know what any of these, like... I don't actually know what any of these, stats are, but I guess I'll take a wild guess. Attack a random opponent argument. Play 4 hostility cards. So that's a threatening one, right? And then we've got... more chill, persuasive stuff. It's like persuasion versus intimidation, I guess. Composure is defensive. Okay. Hostility is obviously offensive. What is influence? Is that, I assume that the green is probably defensive? Diplomacy, hostility. Wait, that's uncommon, that's common, and that's common. I'm going with the uncommon one. Let's do that. You heard right, pretty lady. Well, this changed the character. Wishing it wasn't so bloomin' hot. The heat index almost reached 50 Celsius here. Oh my God. Frostbite, please tell me you have like an ice pack or an ice bath or something. Green is diplomatic, red is hostile. Right, okay, gotcha. Don't erupt in their face, that's just rude. Consider it taken care of. Don't come back to me without a buyer. You hear? All right. Okay, so the gold is, so that's an active quest, I assume. I guess we're going here because this is a gold event. Is that right? Am I interpreting that correctly? Because that's in progress and that's, yeah, there's no way to like move around this map. Like I can't like move it. No, gold is just locations. Oh, didn't you say, wait, what was the, oh, orange is the one that just, orange is the one that just, okay. All right, well, I guess that's the only other spot I can go right now. I stay in air-conditioned comfort. Oh, good, I'm very happy to hear that. Heat waves are getting worse every year, it seems like. Yeah, I think that's absolutely accurate. I wonder where are we gonna go see Lychee? Do you know anything about what's going on? Word is, Lychee makes money on the side, stooging for debt brokers and keeping the derricks well stocked with labor. Don't think my day would involve a grifter dealing. Oh, you don't even want to talk to me? Okay, fine. Fuck you. Fuck you too! The other place you can go is the mission. But wasn't I just there? I thought it was literally right there. No? I guess not. Okay. I guess it was nearby, but not there, huh? All right, let me see. Ooh, we got Halit, we got Ikel, we've got Lasco, and we've got Brill. Maybe we'll talk to other people after we deal with this guy. A Wookiee! Ah! Nobody tell any Star Trek fans about Star Wars. Wow, okay, that was a double fuck up. Do not clip it. Do not tell anyone that I did that. Okay. Track? I meant wars. I meant wars. Someone alert save. Don't tell either Trek or Wars fans. Ah! Fuck. See, yeah, no snitching. Snitches get unappreciated. They were smart with the voiceovers, just using some fantasy words, which can mean anything. It's true. Man, those Warhammer 40k fans are gonna be real sour. You mixed up their fiction. You haven't been talking to Ban, have you? So Ban tells me you two had a deal, and you lost your nerve.
Wrong intergalactic franchise, you sell Thylacines.
It's true, Frostbite. Wrong intergalactic franchise indeed. Whoopsie! Has there ever been an attempt to have like a Star Wars Star Trek crossover? I feel like that's like bank waiting to happen. Yeah, like I told her already, I don't want second-rate goods. Second-rate goods? The last batch I got from her was a total bust! Unusable trash! Last batch of... What, exactly? I would rather not say. Oh, whoa, oh, okay, we've got our... Oh, okay, these are the card games. Rough him up. I don't want him to dislike me, no! Negotiation. Offer to convince Van to back up. Convince Brill to pay up. I don't care about the details. Van wants her money. I won't pay! Uh-oh, it's my turn. Negotiation tutorial. You're about to negotiate for the first time. Would you like to see a quick tutorial? Yes, please.
At the start of each turn, you draw 5 cards from the draw pile and gain 3 actions. Each card costs a certain number of actions to play. At the end of your turn, the cards in your hand are moved to your discard
Oh, it's like,
pile.
the Arcane Eats. Let's start a war. Who is the best Star Trek captain? Go. I won't be a part of that. No, 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 no. You're a wizard, Frodo. Obi-Wan Kenobi. All right. So, yeah, so you have to use up your... as many of these as you can. Obviously, it looks like, yeah, you still have action bank.
You win a negotiation by destroying your opponent's core argument. Your resolve carries over between negotiations. If you have no resolve left, you automatically lose any negotiations you attempt.
Right.
You and your opponent can deploy arguments to help win the negotiation. Arguments have special effects and can be attacked or defended, like the core argument. Certain cards apply composure, which mitigates damage. Composure can be applied to any friendly argument and lasts for 1 turn.
Okay, so it's like a, yeah, it's like a shield.
Your opponent's intents for the next turn are shown in their inner ring. Use these intents to plan your turn and protect your arguments from damage.
Exactly, Seru. Ah, yes. Harry Potter and the Last Jedi of Middle-earth. Watch that. Hi there, cutie. Come on in. How are you? Captain Crunch was the best captain. That is a hot take. Just kidding. How you doing, cutie core?
Inspecting cards and arguments will bring up their tooltips with a description of their effects. The people you meet in the Grifflands will use different negotiation tactics, so make sure you adjust your strategy to match.
Okay. All right. So what he wants to do? Okay, I see. So he's got will cause 4 resolve damage to one of your arguments, and is deploying an argument against you. So reduces resolve loss for 1 turn with my composure. Gain 1 composure at the start of your turn. And then I've got apply 3 composure. I'm not even going to address that. You're just looking at it wrong. Here, let me step you through it. These are so many gaslighting techniques, dude. Holy shit. It would be the only way to get me to watch anything with Harry Potter in it. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. Apply 2 composure to all friendly arguments. So this is your... So each of these... What's the 1 through 3? Is that like... Is that the amount of damage you can do? No, the red is the hostility. Because you only get 3 actions regardless, but everything here costs 1 action, I think? Damage range. Oh, okay, so you get a range of damage, not concrete. Gotcha. Is that RNG, whether it goes 1, 2, or 3? I don't want to have to hurt you, but I will if I have to. Yep, all cost 1 action. Okay, gotcha. All right, so 2 composure to all friendly arguments. Sorry, boss, you just couldn't rattle them. Let me see, what is the... Okay, manipulate is interesting. It's purple. I guess I'll try this one. You can actually hurt yourself, too. Do I... Wait, okay, yeah, so that's damage. I think. And then, apply 3 composure. I guess I'll do that. And then apply 2 composure. Is this like ongoing, or is this like just for this 1 turn? And I probably should play this first. right, let me test it. Okay. I'm out of moves now. Yeah, okay, so that's all I can do. And now this will all get discarded. Who's he got over here? Suspicion! Diplomacy card deals -1 damage with a minimum of 1 damage. Reduce suspicion by 1 at the beginning of Brill's turn. Let's see. Quick thinking. Some of my best ideas come at the last possible moment. Choose one of 3 cards to put into your hand. Insert inspiration or attitude into your hand. Whoa, there's a lot of stuff with this one. All diplomacy cards deal maximum damage. Remove this card for the rest of this negotiation. Are all of these 1? Yeah, they're all 1 as well. Dominance is an argument with 2 resolve. Hostility cards deal an additional +1 damage. Remove 1 stack at the start of your turn. All diplomacy cards deal maximum damage. Again, is that just for this turn or is it for the whole negotiation? Because it gets removed for the whole negotiation. This card will reduce your opponent's resolve by a value in the range shown, which is definitely 1. What's this? All diplomacy cards deal max damage. Okay, so that's a ×2. So does that happen 2 more times? Let me test it. Wait, are these diplomacy cards? No, these are manipulation cards. Let me see. Improvise a card from a pool of special cards. Yeah, let's do that! Deploy bait. Must be targeted before anything else. Gains 2 resolve for each stack of bait. Bait is an argument with 2 resolve. Okay. Incept. This effect is added to the opponent's arguments. All resolve loss is increased by 1. Remove 1 stack at the start of your turn. Remove this card for the rest of the negotiation. Or maybe. What? I guess I'll do the gossip one? It's also got 0 cost, so, I am targeted, right? Has he targeted me? Oh, wait, I might have fucked that up. No, wait, he did target me. So, I guess, bait? Oh, I see. So that's like a deflection technique, sort of. And then we just have floating of this now I'm out of actions. Anything else? I made Turon syrup for cocktails. What is Turon? What's that? What is that? Deflection. We got a little bar upgrade here. Fast cock. Oh, that's right. We have a permanent improvement on this. Just listen here. I can use this again, and then I can do another composure. Boop. Fight me, bitch. What's he got here? Brill is deploying an argument against you. Deploying an argument against you for 3 turns will cause 4 resolve damage to one of your arguments. Got rid of all my shields. What a bitch! In 3 turns. Yeah, so he's got 1 upcoming anyway. And then we'll apply composure to a random argument. What's this? Bone tired. When destroyed, Brill loses 6 resolve. Can I choose to attack that? I don't think so. Oh, wait, no, I can. Oh, I can. It's only got 2, so it's a bit of a missed opportunity. Actually, wait, no, I'll attack him with this. And then I can use this on this guy. Oh, no, I can't. Okay, no, I can't. Can I? Oh, no, that's right. Okay, got it, because this is for me. Ha, my bad. Well, let's do instant. More influenza. Yes, gotcha, bitch. A turon is a Philippine snack. A deep-fried banana wrapped in a tortilla and covered in melted sugar. Wow, that sounds so good, actually. Yummy. Apply 2 composure, all friendly arguments. Okay. Yeah, it does sound amazing, doesn't it, Kitty Core? He finally did 1 damage to me. Coward. Improvise a card. Apply 3 composure. Apply 2 composure on random. Expend? What is that? Remove this car for the rest of the negotiation? That's fine. We'll do that. Do I have any other... is that a friendly one? Yeah, okay. Gain 2 influence and expend, that's another expenditure. Boop. How's this guy going? Is he gonna get got? I better put another one of these here. And then I'll pop that over there. Boom! Haha! I've weakened your argument! Remember, Brilson is a Mog, a man dog. He is his own best friend. Good point. Good point. I will tell you that hostility and diplomacy doesn't affect the events outside of the diplomacy, so it doesn't make you mean outside of the minigame. Oh, okay. I have been avoiding it for that reason. I think you probably read into that, didn't you? Okay, cool. I will keep that in mind. What is the significance of the, oh, so each time you use this card, you upgrade it, and it doesn't share with other cards of the exact same type, I see. It looks like I've used this exact card, this version of this exact card. Okay, cool. All right, you're done. Please, at least you 2. Yes, yes. Get a negotiation card. Double composure on all arguments. If this card destroys an argument, gain 1 dominance. I actually probably should have fucked around with the hostility stuff, but I was worried about it, so I'm not gonna get that because I haven't experimented with that. But draw 1 card, return the next card. You play this turn to your draw pile. That sounds good. That sounds handy. Just listen here. Fine, I'll do it. Go tell Bran I'll take the bloody shipment. But this is the last time.
I win!
Lascaux. As with most Admiralty, Lascaux is only hard on crime that doesn't pay. Data. Okay. No more talkies. No more talkies. Back to the middlemen. So, did you knock some sense anyway? The deal is back on. I should use you for all my negotiations. Thanks. Ooh, 60 shills. Let's go. Now we can buy the swirling purple potion. Is it Q Banana Q or is it Q? How do you pronounce that? Let me see. Gain negotiation card. Brain gills. Ooh, gross. Gave 150 shills to your friend? What? Ban will love you? Whoa! That's too much! I don't think you're my friend, bud. I'm glad I'm liked, but whoa! Okay. Let's go to... Oh, okay, this must be what you meant by the orange. So, desolate battlefield, limited time opportunity. Looks like the remains of a recent skirmish. Perhaps there's still something to loot? And healing spring. A rare lumen fissure has opened in the bedrock here. Funny things happen when raw lumen vapors go untapped. Let's look at the battlefield. I'm curious about that. Glad I didn't get intercepted this time. You come across the signs of a recent battle. If there were any winners, they weren't the type to loot the battlefield. The bodies are still fresh. Best to grab something and run before any beasts are drawn to the bloodshed. Ooh, okay, we've got healing vapors. Ooh, 6 mending, nice. We got a Vrock whistle. Someone's a Vrock to fight for you until the end of this fight. I think that's probably what I'll get. Ooh, or a Shrieker. Deal 1 damage to all opponent arguments. I like that. You struggle with the crate and the lid eventually pops off. Sure enough, you find what you're looking for and make tracks while you can. Nice! Cool, cool, cool. Okay. What's that? That's a challenging quest. I should probably learn how to do... That's a battle one. Battle. I'll probably do that one after I do one of these, because I want to try this. Starting bonus, pick a card to help on the quest. That's 90 shills. Pick a card to help on the quest. Remove a card from one of your desk. Kita needs you to safely escort one of her smugglers to the buyer. Lascaux wants you to track down and capture Lisha, but has been cagey on the details. We'll go with battle! Alright. Braille is a patron. Trina is a provider. You've heard Kita's name spoken like it's got a razor's edge, but you don't remember the details. I'm travel insurance. I heard you have need of a hunter. You heard right. I got a big delivery today that's gonna make my courier the target of every bandit in Murder Bay. Oh, very, very friendly place to stay. So I want you to go with her and keep her and the delivery nice and safe. Okay, what do we got here? Zigzag, improvise a card for your draw pile from your draw pile. Gain 3 defense. If it's a maneuver, apply 1 wound to a random enemy if it's an attack. Spend 2 combo. This card costs 0. Nice. Oh, I see. If it's a combo, then it costs 0. I see, that's a finisher. Gain 2 defense, apply 1 impair. Murder Bay? Sounds like a place I would go with my kids. Yeah, Yuki? You know, Murder Bay, just outside of Shinjuku. Let me see. Prevents attack damage for this turn. Oh, interesting. Prevents attack damage for this turn? As in, I don't get to attack? Don't know about that. 2 go in, 1 comes out. Yuki's been watching too much Battle Royale. It stops 2 damage to you. Oh, my bad. Okay, I wasn't sure, because it didn't specify that here. It just says gain 2 defense, but I wasn't sure if defense, like it just says blanket, you know, up there. It says prevents attack damage for this turn. Oh, that's Mad Max. The Thunder, wait. The Thunderdome. You had a good calamansi cocktail a couple weeks ago, kind of like a daiquiri. Ooh, that sounds pretty good. Okay, I guess I like the improvised thing for the negotiation. I'm guessing I'll like it here too. You got it. If it comes to it, the curry is worth more to me than the delivery, but the client probably won't agree. So, good luck. All right, travel insurance. You come across the remains of an unfortunate traveler. Whatever attacked him took the flesh, but left the wealth. Something interesting pokes out from underneath the corpse. Of course, whatever did this might still be around. You gather up what you can find. You'll have to study it a little more closely when it's safe. Unfortunately, you loiter long enough to make yourself a target. Oh, it's a doggy! Look, it's cute! Aw, I'm gonna feel bad. Oh, it's so cute. Look at it. I think I understand how this works, kind of. But look at him, he's very baby. Oh, he's a little deformed baby. Vrock. Replenish, destroy. Yeah, wait. Replenish. Hold on. Until the end of this fight. Let's go. Vrock. Oh, I get my own doggy. Oh, I love my dog. I hope nothing bad happens to him. Fuck. Okay. Oh, it is kind of cute. Isn't it cute? Just because you guys can't really see him behind me, it's literally a mirror image of my pet. I think you may erupt in that doggy's face. No, I will not. Let me see. Rat dog. It's a rat bird dog, I think. Deal 2 bonus damage if you have any combo. Do I have any combo? I don't think I do. Gain 2 combo. Oh. Okay, well that would be good. Okay, well, let me do this. What do we got here? 4 defense. Oh, can I protect my dog? I can. Wait, is my dog attacking me? Bad dog. This is a bad dog. Okay, I should probably protect myself first. And then I'll attack it. It evaded me! Tao's the only person I know who will admire everything in a game. I do. This is why I'm not a video game reviewer, because I just go, wow, I see the vision, that's so cool! You know? It was a choice card earlier. I know, I didn't know what I wanted then. Now I know what I want. You're a weird rat bird dog thing, but you're oddly cute. I'll name you Scrunch. Don't name it. It might get attacked and then die from another wild rock. Improvise a card from a pool of special cards. Well, this thing clearly wants to eat me, so I'm gonna do that. Gain 1 power, expend. I wonder what a power is. Attack damage is increased by what? For like anything? Does it hold over, I wonder? Is it permanent? I have 75 questions. Whoops, sorry, didn't mean to. Hello, sweetest stuff. Hi, sweetheart, welcome on in. And thank you so very much for the gifted subby. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for your incredible generosity and kindness, darling. How have you been? Yes, not over to different fights, but it does hold between turns. Cool, okay, nice. Too late, its name is Scrunch now. I will protect Scrunch with my life. Dive in front of Scrunch if Scrunch is injured. Not enough actions. Good bubbity. Soon to have been Scrunch. Rip Scrunch good. Can I get a nether rock? 2 rock? I get 2! I'm the dog man! I don't know what that means. I have 2 dogs. Good dogs. This is the best card I could have chosen, by the way. This is brilliant. I'm so smart. 2 rock? 2 rock. Improvise a card. Another one. Apply 1 impair. Attack damage by this target is reduced by 33%. That's a 0, so I'll do this. Boom! Rah! Okay, and then I'll do this. And then I'll do that. Yeah. Bad dog. Rah! Oh, it ran away! I like that it ran away instead of died. Tau has dog squared. I do. Okay, so Scrunch and Scratch. I'm naming all your pets. Okay, thank you, Liv. Now, hopefully nothing bad will happen to my pets, surely. I'm guessing Tau goes for a zoo build regardless of the game. If it's an option and the animals are cute enough, absolutely. Restore Resolve. Is that my health? Wait, no, Resolve. If you run out of Resolve, you won't be able to negotiate. Oh, no, I've got 29. I'm fine. Let's do a battle card. Look at me. I'm so good at this game. Apply for bleed. Yeah. I kind of like this game. This is cool. Wait, can I? Oh, okay, I can just do it. You leave before more monsters can arrive. Oh, I thought I was gonna have to pick. I didn't have to pick anything. The gutted yote. Am I still looking for this person? You've heard Minfin used to be an indebted worker. Most aren't lucky enough to make it out.
Here.
Come to distract me from my drink. Best have a good reason. You the escort? Hope you're sturdy. The last one only made it a week. Encouraging words. I'm sure we'll be fine. Tipsy's third speech. Restore 10 resolve. Give 60 shells? Do I look like I made a money? What the fuck? Hi, Valiant Vitalina. How are you? I can how belong to the parliament, but is not. Hello there, Valiant Vitalina. How are you? It's good to see you, sweetie. You can actually do a zoo build as Sal in this game. Oh, are they all cute animals? I look over at chat and that's the first thing I see. Well, let's get going. We are out of here. Most are, depending on what you mean by cute. Listen up, Grifter. We don't care about you. Oh, there, is that what you were talking about? Was that in the other place too? We don't care about you. We just want that package. And why would I give it to you? What are they paying you? I guarantee we'll pay more. How does 68 shells sound? Defend Minfin. Kill Minfin and accept his offer. Pay backs to back off. 20 shells? I'll fucking do it. Sorry, I've got a contract that I'd like to honor. Fine, we'll do it the hard way. 68? So close. I know, plus or minus 1, right? Guess what? I have a dog! Okay, wait, the dog is on his way, I guarantee it. He'll be in the next... What is this? What is... A status effect will be applied by Dockhand Minfin. What's, Does it say, or do I just get to wait for it? All right, let me see here. Okay, bleed. Rah. And zigga zaga. Oh, yay, my Vrock! My little doggy! I can't whistle. Nimble! Got a nimble. I will... who is he attacking? Hold on. Who are you attacking, bro? Okay, dog is attacking you. Okay, I don't know, but I'll put defense on me. He's not attacking anyone. Yeah, looks like it. I like his knuckles. Those are cool. Improvise a card from a pool of special cards. Go! Apply 2 wounds. Sure, whatever that means. Wound. Attacks inflict 1 bonus damage on this target. At the beginning of their turn, reduce wound by 1. Okay, now he's attacking me. I'll do this. My dog is a good dog. Ooh, what's this? Click to continue. Wait, bleed. At the end of your turn, take 2 damage. Whoa! He's got 6 damage on me per turn? Oof. Do not like that. Do not appreciate that. More defense. Does it reduce the defense first, I wonder? Or does it bypass that? At the end of your turn, take 2 damage and expend this card. Oh. Just for this battle only. That's bad news. Bad news bears. If you look at the numbers over the heads, that's the projected damage. Like right now, he's attacking you 3 times for 2 each. Right. Those only trigger when they're in your hand. I see. Oh, that's cool. Okay, good. Well, in that case, I will just not put them in my hand. 2 bonus damage if you have any combo. I don't have a combo. Hey, dearest duck. Oh, execute. Rah! Thank you for the care package, sweetie. Uh-oh, I don't even know you, but Ash hates me. Okay, you've incurred his fury and will likely face the consequences. I just did the thing I was supposed to do. Pick the loot you want to keep. Everything. You beating up on an old man? Youths these days, no respect for their elders. He has Chad face syndrome. Gain 1 counter whenever you gain defense. Ooh. Ooh, that sounds good. I mean, it is a 2 expense, but I assume that's... yeah, condition for the rest of the battle? Hell yeah. New battle card. Makeshift dagger? Money! With the spree thugs defeated, you hastily get away. You get on your trip. Get on your trip! What can I help you with? Kita sent us. We have a delivery for you. I thought that might be it. Can't be too careful now, though. Minfin hands the package to Lily, who responds with a sack of jingling shills in return. Extort him for more money! I'll take the money. Anyway. Well, it might have taken a while, but at least it's here. Now, saw it off. I got plans for this and need some privacy. Sure. Enjoy. More chin-maxing! With the transaction complete, you make a beeline for the exit. Hello again. Thanks for your help today, Sal. 55 shells? Remove a negotiation. Wait, why is that a bonus? Why would I want to remove a card? Was there anything that I didn't like about this? I mean, I wasn't using these, right? So I guess I'll just remove one, but... IDK. Hey there, Jet. Welcome on in. How you doing? All right. Your friend Ban has a gift for you. A gift? For me? Wait, who are you? Oh, wait, no, who are you? Oh, no. Yep, okay. Ban is happy to see you. Hey, Sal. I found something the other day. Made me think of you. You don't have to take it if it'll bog you down, but it's yours. Oh, we got a crackler. Increases the target's panic. Ooh. Sure, Ban. Thanks. Put that to good use, yeah. I'm not... well, I don't know. I mean, Ban will love you. Grants first aid. What is that? Restores health up to max. Whenever you remove a debuff, heal 5 health. Is that a... okay, social boon? Is that a permanent thing? Is that a card that I play? How's that work? Those full lips on brittle sense send me. Whenever you remove a debuff, heal 5 health. It's permanent, but you don't really remove debuffs in the demo. Okay, fair.
I'll keep my money then, I guess.
Welcome to Avaria. Has a special job for you. Greets you enthusiastically. So, I've lined up a great opportunity for you. Those two over there are night merchants. They sell rare goods you can't get nowhere else. And it just so happens they need your help. You can only be in one place at a time, but either will get you a leg up you sorely need, kid. Go tell them I sent you and ingratiate yourself. Just be warned that they're both persnickety and so-sos. You're probably gonna cheese off the one you don't pick. Huh. Sounds neat. Thanks, fish. Okay, rake or plaka? Precious politely! How are you? It's so good to see you. I haven't seen anyone play Grifflins in years. Yeah, the demo was suggested. How are you, beautiful? Let me see here. Who's doing one? Rake is never one for surprises. Evening, Grifta. Ask about the special job. Hey, stranger. Says you're looking for help. Yes, I am. You see, normally I just punch my problems until they stop moving. But some problems are just too big to punch. So, what can I do for you? I run a little combat training operation, but I need an extension on my debts. I might have to close up shop. If you help me buy a little more time, I'll take you to our secret market. You can get your hands on good goods. How much do you owe, anyway? I've lost track, to be honest. I just try to make the minimum payments. But it's never enough. Cashier just keeps cranking up the interest. If I had a head for numbers, I might be able to figure it out. Wait, the debt broker is Casio? Yeah, mine and every other sad suckers in Murder Bay. I only ever talked to her proxy, though. Why? Do you know her? She, has a reputation, even back on the derrick. Then you know I'm in big trouble if I don't pay her back. I wanna just see what the other person says. Let me see. Oh boy, black market. Yeah! Plaka keeps her purse strings tight, but she's been known to favor a friend in need. What voice does she get? Out in the chill of night. Best cover your nap, and not for fear of catching cold. Fish says you're looking for some hired muscle. Plaka the swab looks you up and down. You feel like an all-schnoo on market day. Oh, it's the giant snail, that's right. Yes, you'll do. Wait, do for what? What is the actual job? You just need to stand behind me and look intimidating. You can handle that, right? Depends. What's standing in front of you? Don't worry about that part. You do this job, I'll let you into the night market. No, really. I need to know about what I'm getting, what I'm agreeing to. I'm hiring you to do work, not to ask annoying questions. You can handle it, or I wouldn't hire you. It gets you closer to your goal, and you'll earn my gratitude. Take it or leave it, Grifter. All right. No. You don't sound very, I don't know what you want me for. Boom. Sounds like we have a deal. Lead the way, and I'll do the talking. Beauty. Thanks, Hunter. And what about my needs, huh? Fish said you were the best. You might have seeded an unwanting grudge, but there's nothing you can do about it now. Rake joins you. Tau has morals.txt. I do. Watch me. Just watch me. Rake leads you to a desolate beach. Here's the place. Remember, we can't find our way through this. Trust me, I have tried. With that warning, you're joined by a merchant with a stiff collar and a sneer to match. I'm here for the money, Rake. Kashio's tired of excuses. And who the heck are you? Hired muscle? Let's not be hasty. Opponent has +10 resolve. It's about business. Offer to beat Benowem up. I'll try it. I'll try this. Rake just needs a little more time. Listen to this brick. Morals.txt will give robots PTSD. Okay, so what have we got here? Nice. If you still to the finish, it'll be just slightly over the hour then. There's this and then the boss of the day. Well, we're gonna take a break and then I'll let you guys vote if you want to continue or not, okay? I'll do this one first. I'll do this battle first, but yeah, we only have 1 minute until we're supposed to go on our break, so I don't want to extend it more than the probably 5 to 10 minutes this will take. The next card played this turn gains 3 additional XP. Draw 1 card, return the next card you play this turn into your draw pile. Oh yeah, that's right, okay. So, let me do, this one. And then we'll do that one. Did that go back into my draw pile? I think that's how they're supposed to work. Hopefully I'm right about that. Two composures. And brain gills? I guess if your brain needs to breathe underwater. Oh, pay 5 shells, how dare you? Oh, I guess I didn't get the, or does it just get put into the drop out? Okay. Like this for this negotiation only. Have you played this one before, Precious Politely? This reminds me of Potionomics. If you enjoyed this game, you'll definitely enjoy that as well. I feel like that will probably be a bit less dark, is that right? Than this one? Let me see. Improvise a card. Play bait. Use 2 resolve for each stack of bait. I do have money, so I could do this, and I probably will. This can go easy or this can go hard. I have about 120 hours in it. I didn't realize this game was that big. Holy shit. When's the last time you played it, hun? Potionomics is great. I'm totally on your side for that. Did you guys recommend is there a demo of it? 418 hours in it. Wow. Politely is secretly a zombie vampire talking about brain juice. Wow. August 21st, 2021. Holy. Oh, there's no demo for Potionomics. That's too bad. That's too bad. That would be fun. Okay, I have a few things I can do here that are 0, which is good. All right, money. Bait. Attack. Okay. Oh, this bitch. More money. Ooh, here, have more money. Viperia, sweetheart. Hi, darling. Welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Did you complete your challenge? I know that you I've been lurking in your streams, and I know that you usually need to like raid and run, which is totally fair. So if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. For your community though, if you'd like to stick around, we would love to have you. We're doing a demo day today where you guys got to suggest demos and we're playing them. It's such a pleasure to welcome you in. Oh, hiya! How are you? And also, awesome Austin, thank you so much for gifting that sub to the wonderful Viperia. Challenge failed. Fuck. Thank you so much, Ozzy. How close did you get, hun? You guys, this is the wonderful Viperia who hath graced us with their presence fresh from conquering Wario Land 3. This anime Vtuber be on a quest to play every Mario game known to the realm. From Bowser Land vacations to treasure challenges, their streams be a delightful mix of first playthroughs and Mario mayhem. Truly a worthy guardian angel for all things Nintendo. You guys, I think I mentioned it earlier when I gave her a shout out, but Viperia is an awesome retro gamer. She is truly playing through from the start all the Mario games and stuff, which is awesome. I've never played most of them, so it's fucking sick. Viperia, real quick, do you happen to know when your next stream will be? And I assume you're gonna continue Wario, is that right? Darren Duck, darling, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. It was so close though. 4 more treasures. Oh, that is really close. Holy crap. We do have an angel now. Viperia, you're our first angel in the chat. But yeah, Viperia, if you would like to, yeah, Wednesday for you. Okay, great, awesome. Same time as today or a different time. You guys, please do check out the lovely Viperia. And Viperia, for your community, in case you guys don't know me yet, which is very, very possible, I will introduce myself in a catchy and fun way.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Bully and go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! But yes, lovely Viperia, thank you so much for bringing your amazing community in. And you guys, Viperia will be streaming again on Wednesday, starting, what, about 3 hours ago? Is that right? Am I right about that? I think it's been about 3 hours. I always, I enter a liminal space when I stream, so I don't know what time it is. But yes, you guys, please check out the lovely Viperia, a lovely angelic Vtuber who is playing through all of these awesome retro Mario games and doing challenges as well, which is super cool. Lovely Viperia, thank you so very much for the raid. Now, I know that you have work and stuff, so if you've gotta run away, totally understand. For those of you who would, I do the self-intro live every time. It's true, it's true. But we're playing through Persona 5 Royal for the first time. We're playing through Final Fantasy 14 for the very first time. So please no spoilers on those. But if you are interested in joining us for those, you're welcome to. I am also a professional artist. So if you come on in on Fridays Aussie time, Thursdays US time, then you can join us and help me decide what we're working on. I'm also a professional voice actor. So anytime that there is a game that is unvoiced, I will do the voiceover for you. And in fact, this Saturday, which will be Friday for Americans, we are doing a storytime stream where you guys, if you and your community happen to be writers, you can submit your stories, poetry, lyrics, things like that, and I will either do a narration like I do with my audiobooks, or I will voice act it like I do with my, voice acting stuff, games and animation and stuff. Elite Lord Sigma. Hello there, sweetest Sigma. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Let's see. I would say it's about half the time. Wait, half the time for what, nerd? Oh, voice acting. I like doing that too. That's awesome, Viperia. Have you been in some stuff? Do you have like a demo and stuff? Run Sigma, she keeps us here and doesn't give us cookies. That's not true. Oh, half the time for the intro. Yeah, generally, if it's someone who's been in here like you know, over 5 times, I'll just do like the spoken intro. But if someone's been here less than that, then I'm like, here's my video. But yeah, sweetheart, thank you so incredibly much for bringing in your amazing community. Bing Bong! Hi, beautiful Bing Bong. Welcome on in. Grifflins in 2026? I'm not hallucinating, right? You are not, sweetie. We are playing, it's a demo. We're playing the demos today. Today is our demo day. But this was a demo that was suggested. So yeah, we're trying out Grifflins today. It's a pleasure to have you, lovely Bing Bong. Cookies are for winners. Cookies are for everybody. Not at all. I voice act gotcha games. Oh, and RPGs on my stream though. That's awesome, Viperia. How cool. Do you have any desire to, like, you know, get more serious with it, or do you kind of just enjoy doing it on stream? Thank you so much again for the raid, darling. I do appreciate it, guys. Please check out Viperia. I'm gonna be playing some more Wario on Wednesday. Wario Wednesday. I came up with the alliteration for it. That's not going to stop me because I bake my own cookies. Yes, excellent, Sigma. What kind of cookies do you like to make? So everybody is a winner. That works with my worldview. Surprise communism! Surprise communism! Exactly. Let's see. Boop. Boop. Okay, let me get rid of this guy. Boom, got him. Hey, Masam, welcome on in. Thank you so much for dropping a lurk for us. I'm really sorry you're not doing well, darling, but I really appreciate the support. Remember, if you need to vent or anything or rant, we do have the Vents and Rants channel. You're welcome to use it. I'm really sorry about whatever's going on, though, darling, and I do appreciate the awesome support. Grifflins, the only game I have 170 hours on. Wow, with 0 achievements. Does it have any achievements? Or it's a nice game. There's a mod workshop for an extra campaign, and all the characters are unique and fun. I personally like Rook. Very cool. That's awesome, Bing Bong. Wow, I didn't actually know that there's actually also a workshop mod system for it too. Sick. Take care, lovely Masam. We'll see you soon, okay? Any and all, though my top 3 would be peanut butter, snickerdoodle, and Linzer tarts. Peanut butter, snickerdoodle, I know both of those. Linzer tarts, what are those? Also, Magnificent Masam, darling, thank you so much for the 30 stream streak, CD Pie. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for your dedication and support despite everything going on. I appreciate you being here. It'd be really cool to do some actual work for it, and I did think about it for a while. Well, if you ever have any questions or queries or anything about like where to get demos and where to find work and stuff, Viperia, please don't hesitate to reach out, okay? Ozzy, thank you for the big hugs. Dude, I cannot. My throat is like, ugh. This goes out to anyone and everyone doing it tough. Much love to you all. Keep being amazing. Oh, thank you, Ozzy. That's very sweet. I'm not from Inside Out. I wasn't gonna say anything, Bing Bong, but it's a meme locally. Like in my local friend group, just randomly, Bing Bong is dead. But anyway, we will not dwell on that. Save file, he's everywhere. He is. Hi, sweetest. Tao is my #1 favorite grifter. Wow, I'm so flattered. Thanks, sweetest save. And thank you so much for the fucking astounding 135 stream streak. That is incredible. Did you come in with the lovely Viperia raid, sweetie pie? How are you, sweetest save? It's so good to see you. You know those sandwich cookies that are made with raspberry jam and dusted with powdered sugar? Those are Linzer tarts. Oh, that sounds hard to make. Are you a professional baker? Let me see. I know this game. Hi there, Cutie Cloak. This is crazy. I've never heard of this game before. Nerd suggested it for a demo night, and now I know. A lot of you know this game. I don't know what happened to spawn save file as this stream's instance box, but it's odd. It keeps happening. You guys, if you haven't checked out Sweetest Save, he is absolutely an outstanding streamer. He is also a big supporter of the local VTuber community, and by local, I do mean worldwide VTuber community. In fact, he's a big fan of Viperia. He hangs out with us. He's an outstanding Hearthstone, and I'm sure he would be aces at Grifflins as well. Have you played this game, Save? let's see. I would have, but I just sat down at my computer. Missed the Vippy. That's okay. Vippy and her community are here for now. I'm not a professional. I just enjoy cooking for others. Oh, Sigma, that's so sweet. Well, I would love to, if you, no pressure at all, but if you or your community of Vtuber would like to join the Discord, you are welcome to. We do have a food and recipe channel, I think is what it's called. I would love to see the delicious stuff you're making. Let me see here. I have a ton of respect for anybody in the restaurant business. It's not easy at all. Yeah, I kind of have watched The Bear and I'm like, yep. That must be what it's like. Correction was, removed it for some reason, but it's back, woo! Oh, hey Strat, welcome back. He returns incredibly on the hoof. It's true. I have played this a little. I think I finished runs as 2 of the characters. Oh, very cool. Okay, nice. Well, you guys, oh, hold on. I'll finish this conversation and then we do have to go on a quick break. But massive thank you to lovely Vtuber for the very generous raid. Sorry, my throat is like fuck. This is what I get for running up a mountain and then walking back down when I'm like an hour away from streaming. So sorry about that. Think of it this way. A living customer is a paying customer. And that's what you want, isn't it? Yeah, provided she'll actually pay. Fine, I'll give Rake another week. But after that, Benoam slinks into the night, leaving nothing but his threat behind. A week? Hesh, that really saves my skin. You have no idea. So we're satisfied? Satisfied, relieved, ready to party? You name it. Let's get to the night market, huh? We have something to celebrate, you and I. Drink some water. Good idea. I must take my leave for the night, though. Absolutely lovely Vtuber. Thank you ever so much, Sweetie Pie, for coming in, bringing your amazing community in. It is always massively appreciated. You are an angel, literally. See what I did there? I get to say that now, and it's gonna get really old really fast. But because you're our first and only angel, I get to be like, "Oh, you're an angel." Yeah. Okay. Anyway. You guys, we gotta go on a quick break. We are like 20 minutes over, so we do have to do that. But I'm going to set another poll up for you guys to decide if we keep on playing this demo or if you want to move on to something else. What's next? We've got more Griftlands. That's what we're currently playing. We've got Airlines. We've got, okay, I didn't spell airlines right. Hold on. Airlines. We've got In Stars and Time. That was one that was recommended by Snobby. In Stars and Time. And then we've got Guild Run. All right, cutie pies, please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, darlings. This is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I'll set you guys up with a boss battle. Like I said, this is only a 3-minute break, and listen, I'll miss you terribly. But in 3 minutes, I will see you again. Mwah. The pun of stream notification hurt my soul. I'm glad. It brought you in so you... What? Basic training? I can't even get past fucking basic training! What the fuck? Gen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Siv's like, Luna? Look away, Save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a it doesn't have an option for controller. Okay, I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my guns only for good and convenience. And Save, well done. That was expertly navigated, and you caught a serious trip on that. Oh, mate. Is Save a furry? Yesn't. I'm glad. It brought you in, so you see, you better pay up. You know the Dawn wants a coin right now. It's true. Nuggies? Where? Where Chimkin Nuggies? What do you think of being made to eat fish? I think that's disgusting. You better not redeem it. Don't do it. Fuck! I knew you were gonna do it! No. Aggravate Aussie. And thank you, Storm, for the lizard. Fuck. Oh, thank you, Nix. Makes her aerodynamic so she can swim faster when she never goes in the water. Correct. Correct. All right, let me see. Tau-chan likes, and into the pouch you go. And stay. Forever. Exactly, Yuki. I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? Having Valley Girl do blacksmith is so funny. I'm so glad you like it. This story would like totally go with this outfit. So true. Passage into Aaron Keep is barred by a colossal gate, taller than a ship's map. I'm currently logged in, but hanging with friends on my server. We'll travel if there's group content. All good, gorgeous geeks. I hope you're having fun with friends. What do you mean have friends besides us? I mean, it's okay. You can hang out with other people. That's totally fine. I'm doing all. Oh no, my cookie. Okay, well, one of them's not on the floor, so I'll eat that pit. Is there any dog hair on it? Let me check. No, it's fine. Oh. I can also do... I need a ruler. I need to actually measure my swords. I would love to know how big your sword is. Wait, that sounds very strange. Any total lack of sex appeal. Nishima, are you an NPC? Are you an NPC? Oh, man. Hi, sweethearts. Welcome back. I'll let you finish your words, and then I think we're gonna... Oh my god, please, don't tie this up. Grifflins or in Stars and Times? I want pick. You got 30 seconds. 30 seconds left. Oh, wait, it might be Grifflins. Grifflins has 5. Stars and Time has 4. What will the choice be? You got 10 seconds left. Careful not to get confused. Oh, it's tied again. Someone untie it. Grifflins or Stars and Time? Ah! Roth, I'm a dog. Otherwise, we gotta do a second. Okay, we gotta do it. We gotta do another 1 minute poll. 1 minute of poll. Hold on. Welcome back, cuties. Hold on, I'll let you guys. Which one? Don't tie it up. Grifflins in Stars and Time. See that in an instant. Okay, this is 1 minute. You only got 1 minute. There you go. No ties, I said. If you hadn't said anything, maybe the tire would not have noticed. But I have to. Nothing wrong will happen. Cut to the scene where everything goes wrong. Hit the blade a few times. I'll let you guys do this. It looks like Stars and Time now. Looks like we got 9-1. Whoa, 11-1. For context, what happened before? In the VC, what type of vehicle would suit your model? I said your convertible like Mazda Miata. Cute, and Nick said a dune buggy, which I actually agreed more. Actually, a dune buggy would be super cute. You got like 30 seconds. Looks like it's probably gonna be in Stars and Time just based on 13-1. Wowzers. Okay. All right, we'll go over here. Like an ATV. An ATV. I love an ATV. Hello. Welcome. It's good to see you. Hi, sweeties. Awesome Aussie uppies. I enjoy Precious politely. This was more amusing than seeing you finish the boss. Oh, good. I'm glad. I see uppies. Hi there, lovely light. Welcome back. See you, Seti. Welcome back. Hold on. I can't hear myself think. The volume's really fucking loud on this game. So I'm gonna, you guys get to be deafened too. Here you go. Master volume needs to go. Wait, bruh. How? How is it so fucking loud? Okay. All right. That is such a cute character, dude. Oh my god, adorable. Okay. Welcome back, sweet Tassetto. I'm a Yuki. Uppies? Yes, good Yuki. Incredible Ison. Uppies? I'm glad it made you laugh, nerd. Welcome back, lovely lip.
Uppies. Yes, good lip.
All right. It looks like we actually don't use our mouse for this one. I think this is either controller or keyboard. Oops, which I've just fucked up because I'm tabbed into OBS. And that's not how that works. Okay, what is? What is? Welcome back. How you doing? Stop. I will sadly have to take my leave for today. Errands I cannot put off any longer. Oh, all good, lovely Yuki. Thank you so very much for the support via Lurkage. Peace for you. Good Yuki. Nice retro vibes for this one. I'm hoping that it will be comforting to Viperia's retro gaming community, you know? All right. Let's get into this. So this one is a recommendation from Snivine444, one of my best VTuber friendies ever, who is an outstanding streamer. She sadly has not streamed for like a year now, but she's an amazing artist, singer, musician, streamer. Whoa! Saffron! The art is so cute. I wasn't asleep. Sure.
I think you're lying, friend.
No, Bonbon. I believe Sif. It's not like they fell over with their eyes closed, snoring or anything. You stand up and laugh awkwardly. You were just resting your eyes for a second. Could you fall asleep standing up after we beat the king who has frozen the entire country in time, please?
I'm sorry, Saffron. You're sleepy because I woke you up from your nap yesterday, isn't it?
It's because I kept you from sleeping as much as you wanted to yesterday, isn't it? Uh-oh. You made Mirabelle sad again! You made her sad yesterday, too. It's your second time doing it in 2 days. Could you move the PAL battle to the back? I could, but then you guys will be like, wait, we can't see the PAL battle, you know what I mean? The designs are super cute. Gotta lurk for a bit? All good, Ozzy. Enjoy your lurkage. Thank you for the lurk. Do we have anyone who's like actively playing the boss battle that needs to see it? It looks like it's just Seru, I think. So Seru, if no one is actively playing it, okay. Easy done. See, something to make her feel better. Something like, at least we could be happy. At least we should be happy I was the one taking a nap and not Bonnie. Oh no. Oh yes. Huh? Why? What would happen if I took a nap? Since you're a kid and all, if you took a nap, us adults could have been arrested for kidnapping! Oh, gems. Bad! Mirabelle laughed! Success! This game is cute. I like the blips and bloops. I know, aren't they cute? How is your, Rolla's doing, gorgeous geeks? Odile looks like she wants to strangle you, though. Now that Siffrin is clearly awake. We should get inside. We still have a long way to go before we get to the king. He's probably at the top of the house, isn't he? How rude of him to not welcome us at the door.
So rude.
So rude. But still, the house feels strange, doesn't it? Do houses of change usually look like this, Mirabelle?
No, they're not usually like this. Houses of change are usually filled with people and light.
But right now it's so empty and inert. And sadness has taken over, and they'll be trying to defeat us no matter the cost. All because of the king? Well, we should go, shouldn't we? The king's butt isn't gonna kick itself, you know.
That's right! We're gonna kick the king's butt! And save everyone in Valgard! And save everyone in Valgard!
You all nod determinedly. This is such a snivy game. In the best possible way. All right, let's get ready. I have my orb right here! Let's open the house, then! Twitch so nice. I got my 6-month anniversary twice. Very nice, Strat. Congrats. Also, I assume you got power back? Whoa. You can use the arrows on the keyboard to move around. Before leaving to explore the house, you should talk to your party by pressing space when standing in front of them. You did, finally! Let's go! Maribel looks worried.
Oh, I hope everyone in the house is okay. I haven't gone inside the house since the king attacked. I don't know if anyone escaped. I hope the head housemaiden is okay at least.
You approach Odile carefully. Oh, Sifrin. You're the fastest out of all of us, so I'm counting on you and your speed, as always. Which is to say, please walk in front, so hopefully your reflexes will keep all of us out of trouble. Me and my slow old woman reflexes, thank you. You smile sleepily at Isabel. Hey, Sif! Still sleepy, are we? You should have told me! I could have covered for you so Odile wouldn't notice. You wonder how Bonnie is dealing with all of this.
Don't look at me like that! I'm not worried! I'm just mad. Because you guys won't let me fight. Don't think I'm weak just because I'm a kid! I'll kick your butt into next year!
Welcome! A piece for you. How are you? It's good to see ya. It was out for almost 24 hours. That's fucked. I'm so glad it's back. Reminds me of the old Zelda games on GBA. I could see that. I could see that. Are you ready? Ready. All right, let's go! I'm glad you're feeling better, hon. A storage room! Let's look around! I see a few tonics on those tables. Make sure to pick them up and give them to Bonnie before we leave. Check that closet too! There might be some cool stuff in there! You can interact with any object by pressing space when standing in front of it. You look at what's on the table. You found a pocket full of ginger! And pepper! And thyme! Someone just took the bottle from you.
Dial said I'm on spices duty.
Still, that's a lot of spices you found there.
Oh, I know this one! Pepper raises your attack, ginger raises your defense, and thyme makes you faster. Because spicy stuff makes people angry, ginger makes you not sick, and thyme... Well, I don't actually know why thyme makes you faster. Me neither.
That sure is a pillar. A stool, but there's only one, so it'd be rude to sit down. It's a barrel. It's full of various nuts. Full of water. It says on the side, do not shake. You open the closet. It's full of boxes and papers and a pendant shaped like a bell. You got another 13 kills in PvP. Nice, Mokram. Congrats. Because it's time? Haha, yes, actually, that's a good point, Kings. I wonder if we will find a pocket full of chalk. I hope so. I would love a pocket full of chalk. You got a pendant. You put the pendant in your pocket along with souvenirs. Well, that closet was useless. But pretty pendant, though. Can the pendant heal me when I'm hurt?
Maybe it can. You don't know.
You look at the pendant closely. It's just a pendant. But you like it, so you put it in your pocket along with your souvenirs. Tonics and any useful items will usually be visible, but you might get some useless but interesting things if you check everything in a room. Press escape. Another pillar. Some flyers. They say, House of Change open. Come and see what you can do for the community and what the community can do for you. There's some people with sparkly eyes holding hands drawn on it.
I drew those a few years ago to get people to come to the house. It's a little embarrassing now.
You think they look nice. Do I have a crush on her? Like, everything that revolves around her, I've noticed, is like, my character's like, oh no, I made her feel bad. I made her happy. Some pendants are just pendants. It's true. Some small glass containers. You look around. You got a super sour tonic.
Sour tonics for everyone to share.
You know, I always wondered why they're more powerful than regular sour tonics when they're the same size. They're just that concentrated. I tried drinking a full super sour tonic once. And what happened? I couldn't taste anything for weeks. Some small glass containers. You look around and you find a sour tonic. Someone just took the bottle from you.
Ugh. Ugh. Dial also said I am on tonics duty. Tonics are good to keep your HP up, so you don't get knocked down in battle. They're very sour, but the sourness is sure to make you more awake, and they're ready for anything.
Well done on the boss, even though it was invisible. There's something sparkling there. There's a key laying on the floor. Could it be the key to opening the door? Probably, right? You pick it up. You find the circle key. The keychain dangling from it is shaped like a circle inside a circle inside a circle. Does this mean something? What's up with the circles?
The design on the keychain, you mean? It's one of the symbols of the House of Change Belief. It's to show that we are all part of something bigger. The first circle is inside the bigger circle, which is also inside a bigger circle.
It's also part of a housemaiden's uniform.
Like Belle's brooch. Yes! This is exactly how I decided to wear it, but you can wear it however you want. As a necklace, as a design on your clothes, or not at all. Breaking traditions is also part of the change belief.
And the teardrops on your brooch?
Pretty. Goes ding ding when I walk.
Don't you love it when things go ding ding when you walk? Sure do.
Huh?
But the big circle isn't inside of anything.
It's inside your hand, Sifrin. And you're inside this room, which is inside this house, which is inside Dormol, inside of Valgard, inside this world, which is here.
She points at the smallest circle on the keychain.
It's to remind us that as much as we change, we are still a part of this world. And we must all do our part to make a wonderful place.
Huh. But the world isn't inside anything.
No, silly! What would it be inside of? Exactly!
Well, thank you for this little art lesson. Let's get going. You nod. You put the key in your pocket. A statue of the change god. It's been destroyed. Sure is a broken pillar. New YouTuber's clip is out. Oh, let's go! Ooh, I'm excited. Should I show it on stream? Let's watch our most recent clippy. Hold on. I have devastated every single person that I've been around in my life when we get multiple types of pizzas, because I basically will create like a double to quadruple decker pizza by taking like a slice of my pizza and then a slice of their pepperoni pizza and then that person's slice of vegetarian pizza and that person's slice of sweet chili chicken pizza, and I just stack them on top of each other and eat like a burger, and they go, "What the fuck, Tao?" It's the best. Okay? It is it's the best. Fucking best, and no one understands. No one does understand, clearly. What the fuck? Yeah, you guys, please, if you haven't, it's been a while since I've plugged the YouTube, but if you guys haven't checked out the YouTube channel, it'd be amazing if you did. Strat does outstanding shorts editing and stuff. I know what I'm doing for dinner tomorrow. You making a quadruple decker pizza fucking burger? Let's go. I don't get it either. How dare you? How dare you? All right. Guilty!
Did you just
No.
run into the door?
No, I didn't. You imagined it.
Oh no! I didn't think it'd be locked! The king's scared of us, right? He has to be, since he's putting locked doors in our way!
Looking at the door, you notice a symbol over the keyhole. It looks like a circle inside a circle inside a circle. Just like the key you just found. Key time. You insert the key into the keyhole and open the door. Don't all the flavors mix? Yeah, that's the good. That's the good. That's the good of a quadruple decker pizza burger. We'll send pics as proof. Let's go. Oh my god, geeks, please do. You'll have to educate me on what kind of a quadruple decker pizza burger you've made. All right, let's go. Oh, it's sad. This thing looks so sad. Battle start. battle tutorial time. It'll be fast, I promise. But first, do you know about rock, paper, scissors? Yes. Of course you do, considering you've been fighting Sadness for a while now. Anyway, Sadnesses you'll fight might be either rock type, paper type, or scissor type. If you pay close attention to their appearance, you might find a clue as to what rock, paper, scissors type they're weak against. And now there's some battle facts about you and your party. You, scissors type, weak to rock. Fast, can make everyone faster. Mirabelle, scissors/paper type, weak to rock. Heals and can boost friends' attack. Isabel, rock type, weak to paper. Hits hard, can boost friends' defense. Odile, paper type, weak to scissors. Can use craft spells of any type. Slow, but can make enemies slower. Bonnie, helps out randomly in battle. She doesn't do anything in particular. I'll probably make one at home once my bro visits this week. Yeah, do it. All right, that's it. There's a lot more, but you'll pick it up as you go. If you're lost, ask your glasses lady to examine the enemy. What was... You get ready to fight. Okay, Siffrin time. Okay, it's resistant to scissor, which means it might be rock. What, does she have any? Oh, okay, so craft is, basically magic, I think. Pretty buffy friend, artsy silent burst. Paper damage to all enemies. Let's try that, because I think it's a rock type, so I think it's weak to that. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. Yeah, it is a rock type for sure. He's rock weak to paper, I think, so he'll probably... Smash! Your turn! Come on! Kaboom! Sick. Let's do... Come on. Yells encouragements to everyone. So cute. And she is... What is she? Paper type? She's paper type, so this should make him weak. Yes, let's go. Great. You breathe in and out. This is an interesting mechanic. Quadruple decker pizza burger sounds delicious, right? Thank you, Darth. Make it a thing. Everyone go to your nearest pizza place and get 4 different types of pizza and stack them on top of each other. What is this? Oh, it's a save slot. Okay. How many slots do we have? Are there at least 17? There are! Just to check. Someone already commented on the new clip. Was it you? Yeah, I wonder who it was. Yeah. Okay, more sadness. I think it's the same one. So, I actually didn't look at my craft. Let me see. Oh! It already attacked. Okay. Scissors damage. Makes all friends faster. Boost attack, crit chance. Scissors attack all enemies. Snap your fingers. Mirabelle, do paper damage, yeah. Yeah. More defense. And for her, I love that it's reminiscent of Final Fantasy with, like, you know, Ignia 3, Ignia 4. Can you skip the turn? I actually don't know if you can. Examine. Let's examine them. Odile analyzes the enemy. Remnants of the people that were defeated by the king. Their grief and sadness is all that remains. They cannot tell friend from foe anymore. Defeating them is all we can do. Every sadness has a different resistance and weakness. Maybe there's a way to figure it out from their appearance.
We need to do certain hand signs when we craft skills. So maybe we should look at their hands.
Oh, yes. Okay, so rock. Oh, that's smart. Okay. So paper. Nice. Breathe in and out. You need to try Final Fantasy Tactics. It's so good. One of my old friends used to be a big fan of Tactics. I never did play it though, yeah. Another sadness. Ah, different one. Okay, this is scissors. Scissors one. And I'm scissors. So we need a rock type, which is our big guy. Give your turn to a friend. Oh, let's give it to him. Because give away your turn, Isabel. All right, yeah, and you are a rock damage. That should work. Woof! Boom! Got him. Mirabelle is also scissors, so I think this won't be resisted, but it also won't be weak. Yeah, that's right. That's fine. Done. There's so many sadnesses in here. Okay, I've got another rock type. So, ow? Maybe I'll do another turn it up. Over her or paper. Woof. Oof. Okay. Nice. Even with the resistance, that's fine. That's fine. What's over here? The door is locked. The symbol over the keyhole is shaped like an egg. Need more eggs. They made a PC remake of it, so a good time to try if you wish to do so. Is there a demo? Try it for a demo night. It's a barrel. It's full of nothing. It's a barrel. It's full of various nuts. A row of spears. Why the need for an armory and weapons in the first place? Does the house often get attacked?
Oh, not at all. Well, you know, except for right now. This is just one of the many classes the house gives. It's very popular with young adults. In a few weeks, you can learn how to make your very own weapon.
It's not only in Dormo. Jovente's, I hope I'm saying that right. Jovente's house gives smithing classes too. Most people put the weapon on their wall to look cool. It does look cool.
My sister took a class like this. Made a massive hammer and tried to hang it to the wall in her room. And hammer too heavy. Wall broke. We had to share my room for weeks.
How awful. A stool, but there's only one, so it'd still be rude to sit down. No demo? I would have added it if they did. Oh, fair.
Oh, look on the wall! There's a sword!
This sword looks rapier-like. You want to take it, Mira?
Taking things that don't belong to you is bad. But yes, I would like the sword.
You got over that quickly. You got the needle sword. You give the needle sword to Mirabelle to equip later. To equip later, can I not just, okay, equip. Mirabelle and shiny rapier. Is there that much of a, yeah, there's a pretty decent difference there. I love big bow. Cute, massive, makes one easy to pick out of a crowd. Memory. That is interesting. I wonder what that has to do with memory. You can equip different memories. I know this has to do with like time travel, but that's all I know about this game. A big steel thing with a stone on it, and an oven for weapons. Those things have a name, but you can't remember what it is. It's a forge, and that's an anvil, different. And the stone is a sharpening stone! Oh yeah! An anvil, sharpening stone, and forge. There's a strategy book called The Pretty Book of Pretty Strategies on the table.
Should I read out a passage?
Ask her to read. Craft skills. You pass the book to Mirabelle and point to the passage.
Okay, let's see. Craft skills are pretty cool, but remember, the stronger the craft skill is, the longer it'll take before it's at a cooldown. But also remember, craft skills are pretty cool. Say it with me now. Craft skills are pretty cool.
You, Isabel, and Bonnie repeat the sentence back under your breath. That's cute. Digimon Story Time Strangers has a demo, and it's a good one. The main story is done too, so it's definitely worth trying. Yeah, did you guys suggest that one as well in the demo night? Suggestions? I know this has to do with like time travel, but that's all I know about it. Maybe you'll know more in the past. Very good. Very good. Why does everything attack me first, dude? Ugh. How do I get lag on like a retro pixel game? Let me see. Scissors.
Hey, thank you for the mugger.
Perhaps we will know more in the past save. I guess we'll find out. I wonder if it'll like end before we get a chance to, I wonder if it will end before we get a chance to to like experience the time travel. Probably not. Probably not. I feel like that would be out of the bounds of like, okay, this whole game is about time travel, but we're gonna stop you before you get to the part that's time traveling. Okay, I'm scissors, right, craft. I probably actually need a heal, to be honest. All right, she's a healer. Heals one friend for 80% of their HP. Nice. Thank you, Mirabelle. And he's rock. So. I haven't seen her, does she have like unlimited power? I'm pretty sure the thing underneath her is like her SP, and it looks like it's just, oh no, I guess, oh, does it refill every turn? Maybe? Is that what's happening? Okay, anyway, it's gonna resist this, but that's fine. I think we will have a bit of that at least. Yeah. There's another door over here. Got another, scissors. Owie. Fast. I love their little faces. Okay, let's heal Isabel. And you are a rock type anyway. Boom. Smash. Rock. Boom. Aiken! Thank you for dropping in, Dolan. Thank you for saying goodnight. I appreciate it. I hope you had a great day proceeding right now, and I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for joining us for a moment. Another sad. And another scissors. Boosting attack and crit chance. Give your turn to a friend. Let's do that. Give him a coin and another snap. See if we can one-shot it. Oof, close, but not quite. That's fine. I think I understand how this little bit of combat works. It's a barrel. It says, do not shake. A more barrel, a water barrel. Cupboard is full of various board games. A craft game for kids, a fishing game, checkers. Checkers! We should play team checkers again. Sif and I will kick your butts.
I think I'll pass.
The last time we played, Sifrin cheated the whole time and you didn't even notice. My obliviousness makes me a wonderful teammate. Some cutlery and kitchen utensils. Is it? Cutlery? Yeah, dummy. Why do you even have to ask? No, I'm asking Madame Odile. Is it cutlery you're studying? Cutleryology? This is it, right? Did I get it? Wrong again, mister. I swear your guesses are getting more and more eccentric. Who makes their research all about cutlery of all things? Some people, I'm sure. Not me. Oh well, I'll figure it out one day. Sure you will. You're also curious, but neither Isabel or you managed to find out what she's studying yet. A figurine of the Change God. It has been destroyed. Huh. Joseph! Hi, lovely Joseph. It's good to see you. How are ya? Welcome on in. Voice acting is spot on. I wasn't even looking at the screen and I could differentiate every character. Hey, let's go! Thank you, Strat. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. I fucked it up a little bit when I was figuring out all of the characters, but I'm getting it a little bit better now. Some books. One of them has a very striking cover of a Mudu clay figurine with large sunken eyes and a screaming mouth. Spooky. She's a pro?
Thank you.
Paper. We will just do this. How am I getting so crazy? What's that? Floating water. Feel like you shouldn't touch it. I wish it gave me an option to touch it. More water? Floating water. You feel like you shouldn't touch it. Feels very Earthbound-like. I haven't played Earthbound. Ooh! This might be a, this may be a rock type. Okay, in that case. Give it to a friend. Will be paper. Oh wait, it's double. Wait, I see scissors too.
Bye-bye.
Ooh, maybe it's gonna counteract everything I do. Gonna go get dinner and sleep? Oh, good, Sudasuritsa. Thank you so much for joining us, darling. I really appreciate it. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. And enjoy your food, too, hey. Let me see. Is this... Oh, can you... Aha! There's... Okay, you can tab through the different options. Let me see how it is. All right, Mirabelle is a scissors type. We can do paper damage to all enemies, though, which it's gonna resist on the top, but it won't resist on the bottom. I think it'll finish it off. Yeah, nice. Okay, and then this is good because he is a rock star. He did it as rock. Okay. Powers up the enemy. Come on. Oh! What happened? Uncaught type error. Cannot read property width of null. Wait, what do you mean? No, let me play the game. No! Why? I was enjoying my time in this game. No. You gonna go with macas? Absolutely, Joseph. Enjoy your macas. What's your macas order? Fuck. Hold on. I hope that it, well, I only saved, like, I only saved that one time. Glad I did, but fuck, I probably should have gone back. The game got sad! Truly. Truly. Okay, we gotta continue. Fuck. I'm gonna have to, like, sprint through, the bits that we... Watch me, like, corrupted! That would be unfortunate. Okay. Oh, this little guy's gonna, like, run. Oh, I can just run past him. That's nice. Okay, hold on. I gotta, okay. Whee! Boop. Oh, door's locked tight. It doesn't have a hole for a key. You look at it curiously. Isabel sees you look. Have you ever seen a lock like this before, Sif? It's a special kind of Valgardian lock. Instead of a key, it needs specific words to open. Words?
Yes, you just need to say the words out loud.
Melon.
I think they call it an open phrase?
An open phrase? Fascinating. So, what is the phrase for this lock?
I do not know.
Ah, so it's locked.
Yes.
Hooray.
What's this room, though? I think it may be a storage room. I often saw Dormo's shopkeeper go there. He might know the open phrase for it. If we had remembered to ask.
Oh. Well, too late now, right? Fuck! Oh, no! Say change. Oh, say change. Nothing happens.
Worth a try.
Ah! Citizen Saturnines, hi sweetie. Welcome in. Thank you for the 45 story. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for your amazing dedication and support. Greg! Hello there, gorgeous Greg. How was Lootbound? I've been lurking in your stream. How was your Hearthstoning too, hun? It's so good to see you. Shadow Dragon, thank you for coming in with the raid. How are you? It's so good to see you. You guys, this is the wonderful Neo Greg, who I shouted out a little bit earlier because he's fucking sick, and he plays your music. If you're a sub to him, I'm a sub today. I became a sub for 3 months today. And if you are one of his subs, you get to do a free song request every day, which is really sweet. And so I turned on Surprise and Click for him. Did you enjoy it? You guys, this is the wonderful, gorgeous Greg who hath graced us with their presence fresh from a Lootbound raid. This Hearthstone arena aficionado doth also dabble in rhythm and card games. Their recent streams are a delightful mix of arena, speedruns, and educational content. From demon hunters to dense attack, their variety is truly fit for a queen. Long live the streamers, hello! Save, thank you for coming in with the raid as well. Thank you for supporting your fellow arena boy. Lovely Greg, can you let us know when your next stream will be? You guys, please check out the gorgeous Greg. What a total sweetheart. He is of the same ilk as SafeFile17. Vtuber, doing cool sponsored stuff after excelling at Hearthstone. That's the long and short of it, really. And yeah, it's such a pleasure to welcome you in, hun. Raiders, if you got our raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we would love to have you. I feel like Tao should be in black and white for this. I might actually be able to do that. Hold on, let me see. My Joey hair's over there. Hold on, let me see. Effects, color grading. Whoa, fuck. Oh no! Ah! Wait, what have I done? Oh my god. Take it back, I take it back. Fuck. Drop saturation? Well, yeah, but even if I do that, I'm still gonna get like super washed out because I have no idea what the other stuff is going on here. Hey, 10T, welcome on in. Thank you, fellows, for the clippy. Oh, wait, okay, there. Ah, look at me go! But yes, how was the stream, hun? It's so good to see you. I gotta keep my hair away from this radioactive neon green tiger. Ah! It's me, streaming again tomorrow. Might be some more Loot Bound, which is a super fun roguelite with inventory management. Very cool, Greg. Is it a card game or no? Chernobyl Tau, the radiation scholar. I promise not to irradiate all of you. I promise. Oh, let's go! I cannot play the clip here. You will need to pretend. Wait, do I know that one? Is that a Gregism? A neo-Gregism? But you guys, please check out Lovely Greg, who is going to start out, who's going to be streaming again tomorrow, but who will be starting out with some Hearthstone, only to shift over to potentially more Loot Bound. Hold on, let me look up Loot Bound. I think that might be one that we've played before. Is that one that we've played before? Let me see. Because I was gonna say I recognize the, okay, no, we haven't played this one before. There was a different one. This is beautiful, holy shit. That is a pretty looking game. We played one where like the entire shtick was exclusively inventory management. But this is really cool. It looks like it's like also part like battler and part inventory management. That looks really, really sick. It's such a pretty game. Oh, it's a HNT-ism. My bad, my apologies. I tried and I failed. Hi there, Ram. Welcome on in, Radical Ram. How are you? We could add it in for demo days as a Greg Rec. That's true, actually, that's true. Strat, do you mind popping that in the demo and saying recommended by Neo Greg? You can hear my voice here, though. That's true. And if you follow, I have a limited edition SafeFile17 voice line for a follow. But yes, thank you so very much, Gorgeous Greg, for the absolutely incredibly generous raid. You guys, please go check out Neo Greg, who will be streaming again tomorrow. Like I said, starting with Hearthstone and some banging tunes. Let's be honest, he's got some exceptional music playing all the time, honestly. And then he's probably going to maybe do some more Loot Bound, which we just looked at briefly, which is a very, very cool looking game. How do you get their cutie cloak? Staring at Reborn put ice cream on a buffet table? What? Incredible. How many demos we got lined up for today, Tao? Gorgeous Greg, we've got 4 total. We just finished Griftlands, actually. We did just finish Griftlands, which was fun. That was cool. And then you guys get to vote on what we play, but we got In Stars and Time, which was recommended by a friend of mine. And then we also have Airlines as well. And then we've also got Guild Run, if you've heard of any of those. All right, I'm used to VTubers in my save streams. I was not prepared for the script to be flipped. There you go. There you go. That's right. I like to keep you on your toes, HNT. You better watch out. Save does have a VTuber army. In fact, you can see my personal rank if you do !rank. she's demoing it up. I am. Look at me go. Look at me go. But yes, please check out Gorgeous Greg. And Greg, thank you so much once more for the incredibly generous and sweet raid. I really do appreciate it. For anybody who is new here, who came in with the raid, hi there, I'm Tao. I'm a Tasmanian Tigers Vtuber and capitalism! Yeah, I'm a Tasmanian Tigers Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am also a professional artist, so if you come on in on Fridays, Aussie time, Thursdays, American time, you guys can help me decide what we work on and also request music. We are also doing first-time playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal as well as Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward. So if you want to come in and join me for like trials and raids and blah, 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 all that stuff, you totally can for Heavensward. But either way, please don't spoil anything for both of those games. We're like hundreds of hours into both of them and it would really suck for someone to spoil something. And what else? Oh, Tuesdays, which is today, Aussie time, Monday, America time, we do demo days where you guys get to select demos, you send them in to me, and then I pick four of them.
Non-spoilers.
No spoilers, yeah, none spoilers, exactly. No problem. Hope the demos are a ton of fun. Have a great stream today, Talon Chat. Thank you so much, Gorgeous Greg. You guys, please check out Greg. Besides being an absolutely outstanding arena Hearthstone player and having banging music, he's a sweetheart, dude. Do you know how many times this wonderful, wonderful man has raided in here and just been like super warm and accommodating and lovely? Please go support him. We love a Gorgeous Greg. In fact, you know what? I forgot to give you this. I keep on forgetting to like give people their well-deserved VIP badges. For those of you who don't know how or why, like the rhyme or reason that people get VIP badges in my chat, it's when they exemplify like the sort of warmth and behavior that I want to see in the pouch. It's where people are like sweet, kind, thoughtful, compassionate. Yeah, and so that is Greg. That is Greg. That is Sade, that is Greg, that is Strack, that is many, many wonderful, precious pals here. But yes, Greg, please go take good care of yourself, okay? I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. But in the meantime, if you gotta go to bed, or go to the bathroom, or go have dinner, or go for a walk, or go, I don't know, whatever else you wanna do, then go and do those things, okay? Also, Vash is another VIP. Thank you for my little pal hat, City Pie. I wonder how much I'd have to pay Samuel L. Jackson to say, I'm here to talk to you about the Vtuber Army Initiative. We do have a Discord for off-stream stuff. That is true. If you'd like to join us, you'd be welcome to. Oh, thanks, Tom. My pleasure, Gorgeous Greg. Thank you so much for being so thoughtful and lovely.
Whoa,
it really
they
does
need
mean
to
a
see
lot.
the icon in real life.
One day I will stream at a time where I can raid you. I have no idea when that day will be, but I would love to do that. What's going on with Neo Greg? He's starting to believe there is no spoon. Sold! I need to put him on an eye patch though. Wait, put an eye patch on him though. Oh, I've got a care package. Oh, thank you, Ozzy. Oh. But yes, thank you so much. Okay, go take care of yourself. Go take care of yourself. And thank you so much for everybody who decides to stick around. I really do appreciate it. We are working towards partners, so anything helps as well. So thank you. Okay, let's see. This is a scissors type. See her hand? So they said that the hands display whether they're rock, paper, or scissors. And this is a scissors kind. And it also crashed on us a second ago, which was a bummer. Okay, it's scissors type. I need rock type. I'll turn it up. And smash. Wow, one hit. All right, we got a mobster now. It's just we've got a. Oh. How much do you like that the second that the hair gets applied, it's instantly made into black and white. Thank you so much, by the way. Credit where credit is due. Thank you so much, Save, for my PNG, my Joey hair PNG. It's a very special gift he's given me. Put the hat on the pal hat. I will, but the pal hat will be disappearing shortly. I don't know it, and I actually don't know if it'll stay. Hold on a second, let me see. No, it won't. It won't stay. It's gotta be attached to my poison. Sadly. Oh my god, is Tao from Brooklyn? No sleep till Brooklyn, baby! That's quite funny. I was ready to make a joke about his hair being too powerful for being constricted to black and white, but I was instantly wrong. Listen, this is the first time I've fucked around with my with the saturation as well. So also, the voice acting's gonna have to take a little break while I do my monster. I see, that's sad. We can't get a Joey pal. We cannot. It's very tragic. I am definitely not looking around me and I'm admiring the view instead. So tell me if I'm about to run into something dangerous. Whoa, 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 whoa! You don't know what that floating water does, but it feels dangerous. You keep Isabel from running into him. Huh? Huh? What? What's that? What is it? Is that water? Should I not touch the weird floating water? We've seen it in the previous hallway, didn't we? I wonder what it is. Oh wait, I've heard about those. The villagers in Dormont call them tears, and if you touch them, you get frozen in time. Wait, so I almost died? Maybe you should pay more attention, distracted one. I'm keeping my eyes open for all threats except the ones in front of me. Same. Tao could be the lawyer from my cousin Vinny. These two youths get my honor. I don't think I've seen that. Welcome back, Seru. Can we attach it to the pal on the left? No, we cannot. I see, because as soon as so this is my window. And what happens is as soon as I like take something out of here, it automatically disappears when I minimize it if it's not attached to my model. So no can do. Wait, actually, I mean technically if I guess I could put it in on VTube Studio. Hold on a second. Let me do that for you. One moment. Let's see here. Load. Nope. Where's my fuck. That was not the right. That's not the right accent. I might not be able to do it without like having it on the screen because it collapses some of the like load item stuff. But anyway, such a good movie. We should add it to movie night. You're welcome to suggest it when we get to that. We should be more careful. We wouldn't want to touch those. Also, I also hate that being frozen makes you go to sleep and gives you super good dreams. Oh. Did you hear this from the people in Dormont too? A nice lady told me that when she heard my sister got frozen. Oh! I know it's not true. I'm not stupid. It would be nice if that was true. So you should touch the weird frozen water and be frozen and let me know how it goes. Yes. Well, we might still need to go this way, so we should look around and find if there's a way to make those disappear. This is the most problems my hair has caused since I personally clogged up the Bellagio fountains in Vegas. Somehow, Joey, I believe that. Valos, I hope you sleep well and have the sweetest dreams, sweetheart. Thank you so much for coming in, doll. I'm gonna sprint past this guy because we gotta go on another break pretty soon. We ain't even gotten to the part where there's time travel. What is this? A sadness? Aw, poor buddy lost its friends. Whoa, this one feels weird. Bony face. I don't know what this weight is. It may look different, but it's still a sadness like all the ones we've seen before. Still feels weird. I believe the preteen when it comes to the sadness weirdness, madame. Let's get the weird sadness then. Timer's up. Okay, back to voice acting. Also, hold on, we are gonna have an army of Joey hairs. You better watch out. Let's get the weird sadness then. Mini boss. I think it's got a fist, maybe? Is that a rock type? Time for break? Yeah, once we finish this, we will go on a break. So I'll pass that over to Udo. And we'll do, I'm gonna try paper. I think that's a fist. I might be wrong. Let's see. It is weak to it. Okay, yeah, that is a, oh! Whoa, that's a big hit. Oh my God. Fuck, okay. Heal. Sheesh. All right, we need paper if we can. No, this is a rock type. So I'm gonna give everybody defense. All right, Sifrin, do we have a...
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I understand how to play this game.
For once in my life. Might lower an enemy's attack. Might lower an enemy's defense. Let's go faster. I hope that doesn't oh yeah, it doesn't. Cool. She's randomly, oh, well, she tried to randomly help.
Pretty lady. Pretty lady.
Keep it up.
Keep up, good job, keep it up.
Paper,
Keep it up, good job.
paper, yeah. Wow. Man, this thing's it is tanky, dude. Fuck. Okay, this is the first time I've had an issue with that. I guess we can slow it. Isabel. Boosting, rock damage, let's see, actually, I don't know if she's gonna have the paper. Shit, I don't have that. Okay. Damn. That's okay. We can boost attack too. We are so buffed up, dude. Faster, scissors, your tactical front. Let's try this one. Thank you for feeding me, Suda Silva. Welcome on in. How are you? And also, thank you for my cowgirl outfit. Thank you very much, nerd. This is only until our next break, which will be like after this battle, but thank you. A chicken in every pot and a doughy wig on every head. Failed political campaign slogan. I don't know, that would work for me. Love this game. How far are you in? We're just doing the demo, sweetheart, but it's good to see ya. Thanks for dropping in. We're literally at the start. I just saw the loop bound clip and added it to my wish list. It looks like something I would enjoy. Yeah, it looks pretty cool, doesn't it? Black and white, different outfit. Oh, it's just a novelty of being black and white. That's fair, that's fair. Fuck, still gotta wait for paper. Analyzes the enemy. Actually, let's do that.
This one. Is it just me or is there something weird about it?
It seems a little stronger than the sadnesses we've seen so far.
And it's not showing its hands! It's crabbing annoying!
We could observe it for its attacks or look at it carefully when we hit it. Well, luckily I already figured that shit out! Scissors, it's rock. I mean, at least it won't resist this. Oh, it critted! Damn! Mirabelle. Do I need to heal anybody? Is anyone gonna die? Nah, she's fine. Everyone's fine. Scissors. I might just do... I might actually guard. Isabel. Do you have a... That's rock damage. Let's, oh, almost done. I might be able to finish it off even if it resists this. Damn, not quite. Shit. Again. There we go, got him. Got him! The sadness left something behind when it dissolved. You got the star crest. You put the star crest in your pocket. A crest?
Feels weird too. Like the tears we just saw.
Okay.
Maybe it'll be useful later.
A pillar. Oh, there's a crack in the wall. A hole in the wall. The hole doesn't really bring anywhere. All right, you guys, we gotta go on a quick break. We can continue this this demo if you're enjoying it. We haven't even reached the time travel bit. Let me set a poll up, and then we're gonna go on a 3-minute break. For those of you who are new here or came in with the raid, thank you so much, lovely Neo Greg. Can I get another shout out for him? What next? Continue in stars and, oh God, in stars and time. That's what this is. We can go back to Grifflands if you want, because you guys really seem to be enjoying that. We also have Uh-Oh Airlines, which we haven't even started. And we've also got, I can't type. We've also got, Guild Run. Guild, oh my God, Guild Run. There we go. Yes, okay, so you guys, every hour we go on a 3-minute break so that if you cannot afford to subscribe, you do not wish to subscribe, you don't actually have to worry about it because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run those ads, and then we come back and make more content together,
Keep it up,
okay?
good job.
Keep it up, good job. Good job, keep it up.
Let me see. I have analyzed it. It's no ordinary sadness. This could be your first encounter with super sadness. Valymore, welcome on in. I don't really watch South Park, so I don't understand the reference. I don't see I Can't Type on the demo list. That should be a game. I want us to play I Can't Type. I Can't Type sounds like it'd have good game potential. It'd be one of those typing games for sure. All right, you guys, I'm gonna set you up with a boss battle. If you'd like to participate, you're more than welcome to. If not, we do also have a words on stream for a few minutes, but alternatively, hydrate, grab yourself something to eat, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and that's about a few minutes. You guys, it is actually quite close. We've got, remember to vote because it is, the poll is live. Please go. I need a ruler. I need to actually measure my swords. I would love to know how big your sword is. Wait, that sounds very strange. Anyway. Nothing wrong will happen. Cut to the scene where everything goes wrong. Red Dead Redemption. Poo. Still have this, and then everybody goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah! No! My invisible. Ah! It's on the floor. Oh no, my cookie. Okay, well one of them's not on the floor, so I'll eat that pit. Is there any dog hair on it? Let me check. No, it's fine. Tau-chan likes, and into the pouch you go, and stay forever. Is Save a furry? Yesn't. Banana bomb? Okay. Banana bomb and worms? Oh, banana. Having Valley Girl do blacksmith is so funny. I'm so glad you like it. This story would like totally go with this outfit. So true. Passage into Aaron Keep is barred by a colossal gate, taller than a ship's mast. To store at 9:30 p.m., right? I mean, if you need something, then sure. Distract. I can also do. Logged in, but hanging with friends on my server. We'll travel if there's group content. All good, gorgeous geeks. I hope you're having fun with friends. What do you mean have friends besides us? I mean, it's okay. You can hang out with other people. That's totally fine. I'm doing all. I will be careful not to get confused and accidentally for the pals, Jazza. Thank you for that. I will put an animal DNA. Says like Luna. Look away, Save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a it doesn't have an option for controller. Okay, I'm not.
not the
Hi there, my darlings. Welcome back.
romantic kind. They just
The poll ends in 30 seconds,
Turn on the
and
lights,
oh
turn off
boy.
the lights, turn on the lights, turn off the
Stars in
lights, turn
Time
on the
has
lights.
4, Guild Run has 5. It's
Alright, let's
it's very
clean out our
close. If you
beautiful
tie it up
toilet
again, you get one more poll just for those two. Hi there, awesome Aussie. Welcome back, Sweet to Save. Sorry, hold on a second. I'm getting a phone call. 1 moment.
Proceeds to accidentally shoot a squirrel out of a tree. No, poor squirrel. I would never. I would never. Can you shoot them? Yeah, you can. I can. We can use our imagination.
Oh, thank you. Nix makes her aerodynamic so she can swim faster when she never goes in the water.
Correct. I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? I am afraid. Don't be afraid. I use my guns only for good and convenience.
I love an ATV. ATVs are pretty cool. How imagine driving dragster, total ripped to ears. I'm so sorry, I got a phone call. Hello. Hello, welcome on in, gorgeous Ghosty. How are you? Okay, you guys want to hit Guild Run. All right, let me go and up real quick. Okay. Koda's going bananas. All right, we will try Guild Run next. How was your stream, gorgeous Ghosty? Also, lovely Hope, I saw you in Attic stream. I hope you had a good time. Ghosty, how was your stream, sweetheart? Gears of War Reloaded. Was it fun? You guys, this is the gorgeous Ghosty Ubat who has graced us with their presence, fresh from their Gears of War Reloaded conquest. This furry Vtuber beareth the banner of variety streaming with a penchant for horror, RPGs, and shooters. Their recent escapades include the Unk Chronicles and a foray into Ghost of Tsushima. Truly a diverse realm of gaming fit for a monarch's court. How are you, honey? Thanks for visiting, girl! My pleasure, lovely Hope. It's good to see you, darling.
I'm a dog.
All right, let me see. Guild Run. Let me set that one up. Gorgeous Ghosty, would you like to let us know when your next stream will be so that we can hopefully come and join you?
How could I ever resist the
Attic got a cow visit. I do follow Attic. Awesome Aussie. Appy skit Aussie. Oh, well, hello. What's the pop-ups? Gorgeous Ghosty, how was your stream? Tell me about your Gears of Wars. Things used to be normal until the rifts started appearing. Rifts never stay stable for long, and when they breach, monsters come through. But some of us awakened, ordinary people developing powers no one can explain. The world calls them breakers, and they step into the rifts to shut them down. Cool. Can I not look at that? Someone said you guys leaking IPs. What the fuck? Let me see. I'm doing good. I had fun going through a good chunk of Gears of War 1 again. It was one of my favorites growing up. That's awesome. Oh, that's so cool, hun. How good. Well, I hope that I hope that you're gonna continue playing it then. I'll probably be back to playing more Ghosty of Tsushima next Monday again. You guys, please check out lovely Ghosty. He is a dear friend. He is such a sweetie pie. He is known for a long time. But I hope that you have a blast, gorgeous Ghosty, with continuing Ghost of Tsushima. Do you have any idea how far through the game you are? Welcome on in to Ghosty and community. In case you don't know me, I'm Tao. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you so very much for coming on with the raid. I'm also a professional artist and voice actor, so any games that are not voiced, I voice. And on Fridays, you guys get to help me decide what we're working on, art-wise. You also get to request music. We're doing first-time playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal and Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward, so please do not spoil anything. But you are welcome to join me for some Heavensward content if you want. On Tuesdays, Aussie time, aka Mondays, America time, we do demo days, which is what we're doing right now. So you guys get to suggest demos, and then we play some. So yes, that's what we've got at the moment. But you guys, please check out Gorgeous Ghosty, a sweetheart. And he's gonna be doing some more Ghosty of Tsushima on Monday, America time. Monday, America time. Thank you so very much for coming in. Thank you for the raid, sweetheart. Please make sure that you practice the after stream care as well, Gorgeous Ghosty. If you need to like go to bed or go eat bananas or go eat berries or go eat the other things that cute fruit bats eat, then please do so. I start roughly when you start nowadays, so I don't get the chance to squish you on my side, so the least I can do is try to squish you on your channel. Oh, you're so sweet, Gorgeous Ghosty. Thank you, darling. I appreciate you. Oh. Well, I greatly appreciate any time you're able to come in, and I wish that I could spend more time in your stream or find time to like raid into you, but because I started doing like the consistent daytime in not in America, the daytime in Australia schedule, I've lost my raiding opportunities for so many people I want to raid. Thank you for the care package, Chelsea. And thank you for the head pat, lovely light. Thank you, thank you. All right. Oh, I should probably turn on the game sound. You guys have not been listening to me. I mean, you have been listening to me the whole time. And just me. You want to run a guild? I'll need you to fill this out. Hey, are you spacing out? Sorry. Name of the guild and sign here, please. You must be the new guild leader. Welcome. I'll walk you through your first contract. You know what to do. Defeat the monsters within, and the rift closes. But before that, recruit your first breaker to your guild. Sorry, I'm trying to read these really fast. I have no idea where some of these, the art's cool. Is that male Vi? Is this boy Vi? Big boy Vi vibes. Big boy vibes. It's okay. I know you still care. Of course I do, sweetheart. Of course I do. Let's go with, boy vibes.
I'll run it. Just don't try to match me.
Combat in Guild Run is automatic. You place your heroes anywhere on your side of the battlefield. Whenever you're ready, start your first combat. This feels like, just right off the bat, this feels, Heroes of Might and Magic-y. Lucy! Hi, lovely Lucy, how are you? Can you check the stats? I don't know. Funky. I guess these are the stats here. Hi, lovely Lucy. I like Yuna. She's cute/cool. She is, but I was like, oh, it's a Vi character. Whenever you're ready, start your first combat. Okay. Go do cool shit. Go, 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 go. Heroes attack automatically. They cast their active ability when their mana is full. Mana is gained from auto attacks and mana regeneration. Winning fights grants you shards, Guild Run's currency. Bucky! Hi, Ferocious Bucky! How are you, gorgeous? You guys, I was talking to you about the precious Pocky! An absolute legend in the gacha game space, also in the hyperactivity and interactivity space. Also in the Offkai space, because she went to Offkai and she just got back. This is, what an honor to be rated by you in the midst of your post-Offkai return. Thank you so much, precious Pocky. How are you? How was your stream? When is your next one? Ah! You guys, this is the wonderful Pocket Chalk who hath returned from their Honkai Star Rail expedition. This VTuber owl doth embark on grand adventures from gacha rolls to storytime galore. Their Pockethon Subathon be a sight to behold with daily delights for all to enjoy. Truly a realm of anime and gaming awaits. Hey, beautiful Banana Keeper, welcome. Oh, the horse is back! Everyone knows that Pocky loves being called a horse instead of an owl. She really, really enjoys that. Hi, Banana Keeper, how are you? And Strat, thank you for joining in with the raid. I actually will close my lurky window then, because I don't need to lurk in my own stream. Carlos, Pocky enjoyed Offkai, let's go. I'm so glad you enjoyed Offkai, gorgeous. It is, I am just a tad bit jealous that I haven't got to meet you. And I didn't get to, because I didn't go to Offkai. One day, mark my words, one day. Hysteric, welcome in. Quasar, welcome. Thanks, welcome. Fabulous Fiji. Did you know Pocket is short? I love how all of the, well, not all of them, but many of the raid messages are like, She's 3 apples tall, and she's horse. Bucky, I'm so glad you enjoyed Offkai. That is fantastic. Welcome in. Let me see. I'm good, just chilling now. Hope you're well too. Yeah, doing very well. Thank you for asking. Oh wait, sorry, that wasn't even directed at me. Sorry, I'm just reading things. Pocky Chalky is great. We love this adorable little bean. We do. Liv, thanks for coming in with the raid. Got super lucky with gacha today. Got lots of Rin. Okay, is Rin like an exclusive gacha character? No need to lurk in your own stream. Precious Pocky, tell me more about this. Hold on, I gotta go look up Rin. Rin is Honkai? Let me see. Rin Honkai Star Rail. Oh my god, she's cute. She's adorable. Oh my god, this one kind of reminds me of the fan art that that Valos had made for you and then printed and gave to you, which is fucking sick of Valos. Uppies for Valos for sure. That's cool. She's awesome. She's from the Fate Stay Night anime, one of my favorites, and it got a collab with HSR. That's so cool. I love her little pigtails. I guess they're really big pigtails, actually. But that's awesome. She's really cool. Ooh, this is pretty splash art. Ooh. Ooh. I like her like piercing, like aquamarine eyes and dark hair. Very cool. Very cool. That's awesome. Congrats on the win, Precious Pocket. That's fantastic. Pocky, when is your next stream, if I may ask? You guys, if you don't know me, hello. Actually, hold on. I just did this intro, but I'm gonna do the intro video.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of VTuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression.
Ooh.
Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! Yeah, well, welcome then, Precious Pocket, and of course to your absolutely stellar community. You guys, Pocket is one of the warmest communities around, genuinely. And Strat is correct. I always lurk in there with Pocket. Any second I turn up the volume, there is something fun going on. Great vibes, so you better follow. It's true. Please follow her. She's also a dear friend. She's super sweet. Norigami mentioned, let's fucking go! Link, Click, and Norigami are my neck and neck, and we'll see if that changes because guess what? In like less than a month, Link Click is getting another season. And so, I don't know, we'll see if my streak of like not canceling streams that are scheduled goes away because it makes me cry. We'll see. Link Tink, I'm gonna fucking But yes, you guys please check out Ferocious Pocky. Pocky, did I hear you when I was hanging out in there for a bit earlier, you had said that you were going to be possibly sleeping for the next day. Okay, it's Wednesday, 3 p.m. with new Nikkei. That's it. New Nikkei event story. Let's go. I was gonna say, I think you're taking tomorrow off, right? So, yes, you guys please do check out Precious Pocky, who is going to be streaming on Wednesday at 3 p.m. PDT with new Nikkei event story. And she's all caught up, by the way. Like, so she's like on the cutting edge of whenever they publish new patches and stuff. So please go check her out. And thank you so much for the hello, Outstanding Obtuse. It's good to see you. I am doing well. I hope you're doing well too. Another Pocky fan art is gonna happen. Pocket Talk, who's your favorite character? Great question. Maid! Ah! Nom, 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 nom. Nom, 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 nom. Nom, 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 nom. Thank you for the yummy sticky hearts. How are you? I hope you enjoy the next season because it's gonna be great. No way Pink Drink would disappoint. I'm gonna... I see you're trying Guild Run. Yes, lovely Storm Talon, at your recommendation, my dear. Surprise communism! Surprise communism! That is directly from the Neverness to Everness abridged series that Pocket scripted, directed, cinematographed. Cinematographed is probably not a real word, but you know, she did the video timeline-y thing. She also reached out to a bunch of her friends, me included, and we all got to voice act in it. It's a blast, but yeah, that's one of my, yeah, the hiss. Yeah, thank you, Stuff, for the linkies. Yeah, welcome on into Pocky's lovely community. I'm Tao, as you saw there. I am also a professional artist, so if you come on in on Fridays, Aussie time, Thursday is America time, you can help me decide what we're gonna work on for the day, and also request music. We are also playing through Persona 5 Royal, there we go. Persona 5 Royal and Final Fantasy 14 Heavensward. So both of those for the first time, so please no spoilers at all. Pocky recently finished it too. I don't know how long it takes for me to stop saying recently finished it, because I think it's been, what, like, at least a couple of months now since you finished it, right? But she finished it and she said it was great. So please show me the same respect that you guys showed Pocky for not spoiling things. I appreciate it. And on Tuesdays, Aussie time, Mondays, America time, we do demo days, which is what we're doing right now. So you guys actually get to recommend demos for us to try, and we put them, we play like 3 to 4 of them a day, every Tuesday. Precious Pocky! Thank you so much for the 50 stream streak and surprise communism! Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Thank you, sweetie. Just so you guys know, that exclamation point communism command would not be possible without Pocky. She gave me that line. Lost Axon, direct to Pocket video. It's true. Why would we not, you know? Surprise communism! Surprise communism, yeah! I feel the power now that I am back on PC. I am no longer nerfed. Well done, well done. Glad I didn't lose it over the off-Kai weekend. You did not, Precious Pocky. Very impressive, very impressive. I sadly still, even though I come into like, I would say at least 75% of your streams, I keep on winding up with like a 3 stream streak, and then it does, and a 3 stream streak, and then it dies, and a 5 stream streak, but then it dies. Because I'm just like, you tend to like go live, and then end like either when I am asleep, or like when I have something else I'm doing with the VO stuff, so boom! But that's okay, I like to watch my VODs and stuff. Pizza on the mind. It's been 2 weeks, I think. Ooh, I think it's time for you to eat more pizza. You guys, please check out lovely Pocky, who is going to be streaming on Wednesday America time. Gonna do some Nikkei, the most recent Nikkei stuff. It's pretty hard, no worries. Thank you, Precious Pocky, you're so sweet. But yeah, please, please, please go check her out. Like I said, super interactive, super hyperactive, extremely funny. She's got sharp wit. Out of pocket chalk. But yeah, thank you so. The shop offers 3 heroes each visit. Am I being indoctrinated into a gacha game right now? I have some decent stream streaks, but I always forget to share. Oh no! Hi, Precious British. Welcome on in. We're currently playing a demo for a game called Guild Run, which was recommended by Storm Talon. We do have some other ones. We have played through most of Griftlands, which I guess is a really old game at this point, but that was a fun demo. We played through a bit of In Stars and Time, I think is what it's called. We also have the opportunity, we have one more break before we finish up in about 2 hours or so. And during that time, you guys will get to decide if you want to keep on going with Guild Run, go back to Griftlands, go back to In Stars and Time, or play Airplane. Let me see. How's the demos been today? They've been fun. Very fun. This looks really cool. It is very pretty. The art's gorgeous. If it was a gacha, it would say, you have a 0.6% chance to get this character if you buy this. That's probably true. But maybe that's what, what if that's what the question marks mean? One of us. One of us. One of us. I'm gonna pop out to rest, so you have a good rest of the night. Thank you so much, Gorgeous Ghosty, and thank you so very much for the very generous raid, darling. I appreciate it. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, sweetie pie. Have a great night, okay? We'll see you again soon, I hope. I can be here for the next hour or so if my phone service holds up. Awesome! Sounds great. This lady looks cool.
I can join your guild alone.
Items can be bought here to strengthen individual heroes. Relics can be bought here and affect the whole team. Can I buy more of them?
I was hoping someone would ask.
I don't know. I don't know how to play this game. Right-click it to inspect them. Yeah, stats, items, abilities. Each hero scales with their personal stats. Press the hero panel or tab to see all of the heroes on your team. Okay. Probably should have thought better about this. But this is fine. Did not. There's no team synergy here. What? What? Active heroes space. I guess we'll proceed. What? I want this cool animal. What is that? That's cute. After each shop, choose your next path. Different paths can lead to different rewards and risks. Each run has multiple acts, 2 in the demo. At the end of each act, you'll face a boss fight. Currently increases a hero's defense by 15. Get a common item that increases magic or gains 5 shards. What's shards? Is that the currency? It is. Money! Mine shards. Your guild finds a large node of glowing shard. You gained shards. Ooh, okay. Do I drag them? Okay, you go up there. You seem tanky. You seem like DPS, and you're a cool. Oh, you're not an animal. You're a person with weird wings. You stay back there. Go. Wait, attack that thing. Go get that one. 5. I didn't notice him. Twitch Mobile just told me you were live. My favorite things about games is stats. I love to see the numbers go up after grind. I like pretty graphics and fun gameplay. No, for some reason it won't let me cast your stream. Oh no, on your like TV or something, Terrific Timex. I'm feeling really tired this earlier. I might fall asleep, and it's like 12 a.m. Oh, that's very lovely, Lucy. No worries. Maybe you're getting sick. You should probably get some good rest. Also, shit, I'm so sorry. Ooh. I'm so sorry. Precious Pucky. Did I say already? I don't think I did. If you gotta run away, please go do the after stream cares. Please go to bed or go eat. Ooh, do you have more of your delicious spaghetti with the Parmigiana? That sounds really good. I want you to make that for me one day. Or if you've got to, I don't know, go look at all the cool stuff you got at Off-Kai. You know, that's important. Or whatever you gotta do, please go ahead and do it. I promise to take the best care of your loved community until you come on back with them. Thank you so much for the raid, darling. I really appreciate it. Very generous of you. On cast, all enemies in range take 20 ticks of burn damage. Do that! I love burn damage! Burn damage is sick. When ranking up, your hero gains extra stats based on their class. Ooh! Wait, do we evolve into one of these guys? No way. No way. That guy's scary. That guy's less scary, but also a little bit scary.
So this is where the world sends me next.
Do I get you too? Okay, I'll get... I don't know how this game works. I think Politely and Yuki aren't here. Time to share Riz of both of them. Go for it. The only thing I ask of you when we meet is Cool Ranch Doritos and those world-famous chips you have. Okay, I'll just bring deflated chip bags to you. The Void Beast. An ancient being materializes in front of your guild. It hungers not for flesh or shards, but memories. It conjures 3 long-lost relics before your guild and offers them in exchange for a bite of remembrance. In Assassin's Memento. 4 shards per assassin in combat. This is not money! I guess it is money. Gain a poison conduit. Inflicts 200 poison. What are my moves? What are the moves? What I need to compare 200. Is that a lot? Or is that not a lot?
where's the information about numbers?
Oh, okay, 287. Oh, okay, that's not too bad. Gain shield reprisa. Whenever an enemy damages a hero's shields, deal 75%. Do that! That's cool. A deal was struck. The Void Beast hands your guild the relic, reaches into their mind, and then disappears. Your heroes feel strange, but they aren't sure why.
Ooh.
You have more heroes than you can place on the battlefield. Drag heroes between the battlefield and reserves to choose who participates in combat. I knew it. I wasn't enough. You were going around getting extra strats. No, I would never! You're the only strat for me, strat. Event effect, stunned. At the start of combat, heroes are stunned for 6 seconds. Oh, well. What, okay, so he's like melee DPS, right? You beat things up. You're tanky. I like this team. Why not? We'll keep him. Hey, let's keep him. How did you get over here? What? That's not fair, is it? Why? How did you go from over there to over here? Ah, nice. Simultaneous murder. Good job. That is a cute character. Look at those claws, dude. Oh my God, Nyx. Freeze the shop to keep it as is until your next visit. Items and heroes can be dragged here to be sold for shards. Okay, I'm not bonded with you. I'm not bonded with you either, but I love the claws. This guy's scary. This girl's cool, but not cool enough. Challenge encounter? Regular encounter. Okay, let's just do that. Backline assassin. What is it with Nyx showing up in multiple demos last 2 weeks? True. Nyx is a pretty common name in a lot of fantasies, so I'm not super surprised, but he's a mage, not melee. Wait, he's not melee? He's a mage? Nani? Oh, well, she's a mage too. What's her shtick? Requiem barrage. Energy beam? He's tanky though, right? Maybe I'll switch them out. Oh, look how cute! He's got a little tail! Oh, I love him. What a cutie pie. Okay, go. Ferality. Your team has an effect with the rush keyword. Rush X effects are only active during the first X seconds of battle. Don't forget the gear you can buy on the left side. It's kind of important. Can I buy gear on the left side? Up here? Or only when we're not in battle, probably, huh? Egads, this'll be close. Oh. Look at him run. He's like a little cat. So cruel. All these years of work and effort, all gone because Tau cares for my well-being. Yes. Okay, oh, wait. This is 2,500 shields? What the fuck? Oh, I have a bazillion of those. I have a bazillion of the shards. Brawler's Ledger. Let's play with that too, why not? Drag an item onto the hero. Okay, wait. Attack speed and Omnivamp? What is Omnivamp? Is it like a health sucking thing? Attack speed, 1 attack per 8 shards. It is a lifesteal? Okay, Omnivamp. Probably, can I put on this guy? I feel like that's good for a duelist. Am I stupid? Whoa, she's cool. Whoa, business. I mean business. Fiona and Irony. Wait, okay, I already have a duelist, but we could have 2 duelists.
I'll win medals again for our guild.
Ah yes, health communism! Choose a single hero to battle against an enemy for a variety of rewards. No penalty for death or defeat in trial combats. Quickly defeat a durable energy enemy. And I've said every E word in the language, but except for energy. There's no penalty. Let's do that one. Teamwork! Trial, demolition. Your guild spots an energy field surrounding a single armored turtle. It's protecting a pile of shards. It doesn't seem very threatening, but its shell looks incredibly sturdy. Defeat the turtle within 20 seconds to gain 10 shards. Defeat with 100 max HP within 20 seconds to gain 20 shards. 200%. I'll try this one. Let's go middle. Let's go middle of the road. Runes on its shell activate as you approach. The turtle doubles in size and braces for battle. Fiona, wife. Oh, it's cute. Oh, it's so mean that we will kill it. Okay, these guys are not as high level as I want them to be for this. So, get on up there. Get along, little doggy. There we go. Okay, you got 20 seconds. Come on, speed boost. Faster, faster. You got 10 seconds left. Oh, this is, oh, wait. Oh, I was going to say this is not going well, but it might be going okay. Faster, 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 faster. Quick, 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 quick. Oh, no. Shit, we were close, though. We were close. Look at his health. I know, too much. This is how we become a duel master. Duel. Damn. It's okay. We didn't get penalties for it. I'm not very good at these games. That was really close. I actually thought that we had gotten it for a second. I was like, oh, because there was like a big chunk of health. Someone did some ult or something. Uh-oh. 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 Get out of the line of fire. Uh-huh. Fuck. Don't kill my little duelist. Ah. Oh, okay. Now you're screwed. They should really be taking out the guys doing shit from the distance. Woo. Cool. Sal. Pimenta. Very cool. We got a tank, a mage, a double mage. Okay, are you guys? Which one of you is a mage? Okay, you're a duelist. You're a mage. You're a duelist. We definitely don't need any more duelists. You're a warrior. And you're a mage. Okay. We could use a tank, but I don't know how to tell. I guess poison? Okay, so poison. Limitless? That's not your element. Stall? I don't think so. What's the element on these characters? Oh, frost and burn. Okay. Rush. Maybe that is it. Shield. I actually don't have a poison one. Maybe I will go with Pimenta.
You want protection for your guild? Then stay
After
put.
stall 20, heroes gain 50 HP per second. 20 seconds? I die before that. Kai is a bit of a beast, honestly. Oh, yeah? Wait, which one's Kai? Sorry. Kai! He's pretty cool. I like him. The Todd eyes are hitting me. I might actually get 8 hours tonight, as you should, lovely Lucy. No worries, darling. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest of dreams. Hopefully we'll see you again very soon. Our next stream is tomorrow, Final Fantasy. Same time as today, if you would like to join us. But in the meantime, I do hope that you sleep well. Ratna gives Karma vibes. Karma from what game, Light? Character designs, they are very cool. Searing Contract. Inflict 300 burn. That's a good idea for this guy. Yeah, put it on you. Put it on you. Freezing Contract. Do I have anyone who's Frosty? Frosty. I think she's Frosty. She is. She's actually fire and ice, but I won't bother right now. The campfire. A moment of peace. Oh, from League of Legends. Oh, right. Okay, gotcha. Your guild gathers around the campfire, and your heroes enjoy a rare moment of calm. We can rank up a C rank or lower hero. I think surely everyone's about to, like, improve. Maybe I'll retrain one of their upgrades. What is Funky? Retrain the detonator. On cast, all enemies in range take 20 ticks of burn damage. Would I want to do that? I like that. What happens? What is retraining? Does that mean it goes away? Is this like the move deleter from Pokemon? Is this the move deleter? I wonder. It re-rolls it? I mean, I'll try it just to learn about it. Oh, the stoked. I'm stoked, dude. The detonator. Ooh, 30 ticks of burn damage. Gain 2 attack range at the start of combat after stall 15. Inflict 35 burn on all enemies in range. Mages gain 3 magic whenever an enemy in their range takes burn damage. Ooh. Funky gains 1 mana whenever an enemy in his range takes burn damage. That sounds good. Let's try that. I have no idea what the scalability of that is, but I guess we'll see. B rank specialization was retained. You can choose to go back. Ooh, that guy's cool. Your team has an effect with the backup keyword. These effects are also active while the hero is in reserve. Backup only affects, Backup only effects are active only while the hero is in reserve. Oh, interesting. So backup only, let me see. Do I have anyone with backup only effect? No. I don't think so. How many mages do you have? I have 2. I have this one, Aria, and I have Funky. Oh wait, backup. I see. Wait, backup abilities with backup also work with heroes in the reserves. Oh, but I don't think I have a backup ability on him right now. Let's see. Okay, I'll try it. You may be able to tell, but I am not one for auto battlers. I'm not very good at stuff like this. Shit! Our little duelist got murdered! Absolutely. Did he just get... Did his corpse just get thrown? I like the music. It is cool. It is cool. Uh-oh. We're super fucked. We're very fucked. Try again, Tau. Try again. You lost this combat, but your run continues. You only have 1 chance remaining. If you are defeated again, your run ends in defeat. Emergency Rewind gave you extra shards after your loss. Use them to power up before next combat. Okay. So she's Mystic. Wait, is a Mystic a healer? We don't have one of those. That might be good. Here. Can be, oh, wait. Who do I, okay. We got a tank. We got a Urani. I don't know if I'm gonna use you. You are a duelist, which is cool and all, but sell. Selling a hero returns the items they had equipped. Oh, did I equip something on him? I didn't even realize. Okay.
I can help.
Aw.
I think.
Yeah, you can. You're so sweet. Hopping and close to the end of work. Hoping the connection gods smile upon me today. How have the games been today? They've been really fun. Thank you for asking, amazing Umbra. I hope work has been well. A belt. Ooh, 200. Let me put that on somebody. Actually, don't know if I should. He got fucking demolished. Maybe I'll have another mage. No, wait, sorry. Hello, I'm stupid. I want my little mystic. My little mystic. Ooh, wait, where's the? Wait, where's the guy? This guy. Oop, over there. Ah. Okay. Brawler's Ledger. Maybe I should. Maybe he should hold that. And then 200 max HP would probably be good for maybe you too. I noticed you didn't really do a great job of keeping the aggro though. Start a combat. Heroes in the front row gain 400 max HP. That's sick, but how long does that last for? Just until the 400 HP gets burnt down, or what? The character art is very good. It's really pretty, isn't it? Super cool, very sharp. Removes Kai and put him back on. Almost broke my heart. No, I'm keeping Kai. Don't worry. Don't worry. That's this guy. Yeah, no. He's my tanky boy. He's a good tanky boy. I mean, we could re-roll. Yeah, I'll just roll. Shop re-rolls cost 1 less. I love that this guy just looks like he is in a isekai. This guy's scary. I like him. He looks like he's gonna kill not only the enemy, but also our friends. Emerald Charm, Bulwark. Plus 30 defense. Oh! You get that too. Yeah, spend that. Okay, we got more. Okay, I kind of understand. What? We can upgrade him? Money! Maybe?
Try stopping me now. Please.
Great.
It'll be fun.
It'll be fun. On auto attack, deal 81 bonus damage. After stall, gain 100 mana. That would be useful for him. On cast, gain 100 crit. Percent chance. Activates after X seconds. 15, stall 30, stall 45. So in 15-second increments, he gains 100 mana. How many does he have? Oh, that could be useful. Do that. Yes, rank him up. Yes. He's way more powerful than these guys. Oh, a vampire. Rawr. What's that? Amulet. Leather vest. Plus 5 HP a second. Ooh, sure. Let me take that and put it on you. Okay, I understand why it was important to get here. This makes sense. Raw, darling, indeed. It's kind of like solo leveling. The modern world with magic happening. Very cool. Is Pollen a fairy? I think Pollen is a fairy. They're a mystic, but they're adorable. But we already have a mystic. She's cute. Duelist gain 20 attack speed. Sure. I'm gonna spend all my money. Oh, I already have. Okay, let's try this again. Let's try it again. Okay. Mystic probably, I don't know, stay like fucking over here somewhere. You go slightly more front facing. Go! I'm gonna be upset if you guys fucking die! Is she gonna heal him at all? Is she not a healer? Oh, this might have been my bad. This is definitely a misinterpretation on my part. I thought she healed people. Your team has an effect with the stall keyword. Uh-huh. Stall effects only activate after the first X seconds of battle and stay active for the rest of the fight. Fuck! I thought she was healing him. Oh no! Oh no! I was wrong. Balls. Ah, ease out. Ooh, this is gonna be close. Oh, wait, he's back? Wait, did she res him? What's the deal with her? What is her thing? I thought the Mystic was gonna be like our healer. Or is she just being really thoroughly outpaced? Umbra! Amazing Umbra, thank you so much for the 115 streams. Thank you. Yippee! You hit your 115 stream streak. It's starting to feel forever ago since the first stream I saw here. Here's to 115 more. Thank you so much, darling. I so appreciate your amazing dedication and support. Heroes always res if you win. Oh, that's cool. Okay, gotcha. We get $75 dues. After every boss, the auction house offers more and higher rarity choices. She's cool, dude. Warrior duelist? A hybrid? Excuse? Okay, I'm sorry. I have to get rid of this tank. I want that one instead. Sell. I want this one, a warrior duelist. Let's go, take her. What's this? Burning spiral engine, a legendary relic. Whenever an enemy with 100 or more burn dies, damage all enemies. Put ya on, yeah. We will, oh, that was expensive. Sorry. What's this, tank's glyph? The holder counts as a tank during combat. They're already a tank, they gain 15% defense. Maybe that would go well on her. Sale. Victory mandate. Win 4 combats? Team size relics? What's a team size relic? Maybe I'll sell somebody. Okay, I liked him initially, but I want this thing, so. Sorry. Okay, so she's gonna have this. Boop. And I don't know who to replace her with. Whoa, punchy girl. She is pretty cool, isn't she? He's the bless the lowest max HP hero. Maybe I should, fuck, I wish I had 4 slots. That'd be good, because I don't really want to get rid of him. I want him for my tank. But I want her too, but I think she actually does do some healing. Maybe I'll like slowly level her up separately and outside of this. Okay, tanky. Okay, you're also tanky. Okay, and you're magic-y. Ah! Look at my strategizing, you guys. Big brain moves, huh? Ha. Ha.
Here it comes.
Okay, maybe I need a mystic. Maybe I need my mystic. Maybe I need my mystic. Don't you have a bubble? Are you not a paladin? Oh, it's fine. Oh, this guy looks great. He looks super friendly. I'd have a beer with him. 200 max HP, plus 25 magic, inflicts 300 burn. Sentinel's plate. Ah! I put it on her. So, thank you for the care package, Lizzie. Your heroes stumble upon a whisper-still pool of bright blue water in a glade. As they gaze into it, its perfectly mirrored surface begins to ripple and swirl with reflections of the path. An object shimmers at the water's surface. Ah! Thank you for the head pat, amazing Umbra. Thank you, thank you. I was looking rough for a sec. How dare you? How dare you doubt? What Kai is a monster. He shields himself. When he shields himself, everything around him gets wrecked. That's awesome. Light, thank you for contributing to the video. I appreciate it. Something for a warrior or a duelist? Fuck. A relic for a mage. A hero reaches out and gently takes the relic. What did we get? Sorry, I didn't read it. Oh, mages gain 25 magic and 15 crit. Oh, I thought it was gonna be like an, oh, I got confused between relic and equipable item. My bad. My bad. Okay, go over there. Go beat people up. Go. This game gives me Slay the Spire with like League. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. But I think it's all, I'm pretty sure that it's all, nice. I'm pretty sure it's all PvE, but I could be wrong about that. Oh my god, she looks so cool. Purrs. Purrs is sick. I love the blue hair. Coworker remarked that your caffeine is wearing off now. You're not talking a kilometer a minute anymore. Don't worry, if there's a game where I'm like truly panicking, I will be back to talking with 10,000 miles a minute or kilometers. I appreciate you using the metric system there. Quest. Crit 100 times. Each hero's first auto attack against each enemy gains 1500 crit and stuns them for 2.5 seconds. I feel like I don't have the room. Is that not true? I do have the room. I didn't realize I had the room. Let's go. Robes. 100 max HP plus 12 magic. That one. Heroes have 15% decreased basic stats. Choose a random epic relic. Let's try it. I'm getting more courageous. Precious Patricia, thank you for the ooh. Thank you. Okay. Beat this guy up. Beat those guys up. Be between them and fight. Why are you here? Why do you get to be in front? This does not make sense. Oh, fuck, this is not good. 15% decreased stats really fucked me up. Okay, never mind. Egads. You can get a stupid amount of relics. Fair. I'm still really bad at this game. Oh, fuck, that's right. Oh, it's a roguelike. I was like, oh no. Hey, are you spacing out? I'm fine. Are you fine? I think you died. Defeat, no! Actually, this is a good spot for us to take our final break of the day, and you guys can decide whether we play our last remaining game that we have not played, or if you want to return to one of our previous games or continue playing this one. All right, you guys. So strat, same brain. So let me see here. What to play next? We can continue Guild Run. We can go back to Grifflands. We can go back to In Stars and Time. Okay, In Stars and Tim. Sorry, Tim. Or we can play Airplane. That's our last one for the day. Whatever you choose next will be our final game for the day, by the way. All right, cutie pies. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings and saucy meds, reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you soon in just 3 minutes. I'll set you up with a boss battle. And also some words on stream. Make sure you guys vote. You got 5 minutes. Please don't tie it up. Please. Please. Please? Please.
The pun of stream notification hurt my soul. I'm glad. It brought you in, so you, yeah, some kind of a like 4-wheel drive, like an all-wheel drive, like Like an ATV. An ATV. I love an ATV. ATVs are pretty cool. How imagine driving dragster, total ripped to ears. Needle?
What are you doing?
Oh. Yeah, that wasn't very bright. Ouch. What was the point of that? Not the sharpest idea. I'm currently logged in, but hanging with friends on my server. We'll travel if there's group content. All good, gorgeous geeks. I hope you're having fun with friends. What do you mean have friends besides us? I mean, it's okay. You can hang out with other people. That's totally fine. I'm doing all. Is that corn in the ground? I don't know. Those are pretty leafy. I don't know if those are corns. I don't think those are corn ears. Oh shit, Ozzy! What? Basic training. I can't even get past fucking basic training. What the fuck? Oh, thank you. Nix makes her aerodynamic so she can swim faster when she never goes in the water. Correct. All right. Let me see. They're not the romantic kind. They just go turn on the lights, turn off the lights, turn on the lights, turn off the lights, turn on the lights. All right, let's fade out our beautiful semi-nular.
How do you see the vent on the floor? Have you ever heard of Among Us? You need to vent. I know it will be hard. You need to be Seuss.
I will be careful not to get confused and accidentally vor the pals, Josla. Thank you for that. Yes, and then everybody goes, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah! No! What's this? Straight. My guns! My guns slinging! Yeah! Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. Ah! One more time! Pew, 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 pew.
Welcome on in, Uwu.
Welcome on in. Ooh, thank you so much for the follow, lovely Zelda. I appreciate it. Okay. If someone spoils something or backseats significantly, I don't think you should be afraid. Why would you be afraid? Wait. Is save a furry? Yesn't. I can also do. I should please vote in the poll. You guys, don't you dare tie this up. There's only 2 votes for each of them. Go vote, please. Show them how it's done. Done. Yeah, there you go. I need a ruler. I need to actually measure my swords. I would love to know how big your sword is. Wait, that sounds very strange. Anyway, when dead. You have less than 30 seconds left. Please go vote in the poll. You don't even see. It's almost. Uh-oh, airplane has 2. Invisible. Guild one has 2. No one has anything else. Please vote. It's on the floor. Welcome back, you is. My cookie. Okay, well, one of them is Guild one has 4. Airplane has 4. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Okay. Is there any dog hair on it? One more minute. No, it's fine. You see, you better pay up. You know the Dawn wants a coin
Guild run.
right now.
Uh-oh. Airplane.
Now, these where Chimkin?
1 minute.
I
Vote.
would never. Can you shoot them? Yeah, you can,
It's just you chickens now.
We can use our imagination.
Hold steady, pals. Welcome back, lovely light.
That's how guns sound, right?
Uh-oh. It's evening out again. Airplane has 5. Guild one has 3. Airplane has 6. Guild one has 3. Oh, airplane has. Uh-oh. Airplane has 7. Guild one has 3.
Roth, I'm a dog.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, unless there's like a massive jump, there's only 30 seconds left, so I'm gonna start launching. Uh-oh, airplane. And if you guys troll me, I swear to God. I swear to God.
Oh. It was just a bad dream. On time. I've got it.
Alright.
This overwhelmingly forgettable appearance.
Oh, airplane.
speech style and total
Oh,
lack of
airlines. It's not airplane, it's airlines, my bad. That's okay. That's okay. Seems like we get to try every game on the list today. We do. It doesn't always happen, but once in a while it does. And today it has. Welcome back, Awesome Aussie. You beautiful being. Hi. Oh, it hasn't launched yet. Sorry. Obvious for you, Aussie. Good, Aussie. Out of nowhere, 4 pals just vote for Guild Run. Yeah, exactly. Oh my god, hold on a second. That lovely light. Oh, they want a controller? I don't want to go get my controller. I'm too lazy. Thank you for the head pat, sweetie. Abby's for Ozzy. Good Ozzy. Yeah, terrific talent. Abby's. Good talent. Incredible Eisen. Abby's. Eee, good Eisen. Precious Patricia. Abby's. Eee, good Patricia. What did you snack on? Was it a Dorito or a burrito? I would have either one of those. This was just some like fruity trail mix. Is this me? Oh, again, I forgot to put the sound on. Sorry. Huh. Hold on. Best uppies. Thank you, Tao. My pleasure. We're playing offline. This has a cute look. It does. I wonder if it's gonna be cute. Huh. Hello? Oh, sorry. I'm missing something, am I? Hello? You want orange juice? Am I serving people before they get on the fucking plane? Unbelievable. Oh, wait. Okay, orange juice. Oh, no. We're on the plane. Wait, is this orange juice? No, wait, shit, I don't know what orange juice looks like. Ah! I forgot what orange juice looks like. We're off to a great start. Hello, hello. Okay, you want orange juice? Wait, and ice? Okay, ice first. Orange juice next. Who wants iced orange juice? I don't know. I like cold orange juice, but, is that ice cream with chocolate, sauce? Ice cream with chocolate sauce. Oh, wait, you don't like it? Oh, wait, you don't like it? Wait, what did I do wrong? Is this not, what? Is that not, what? Is that, wait, what? Okay, hold on. You have to get this first? Okay, I gotta get this and then I gotta go over here? Wait, how did I? How did I do this? Oh wait, no, wait, fuck. Oh no, they're grumbling! They're grumbling, why doesn't it work? Hold on. This demo is familiar to Overcooked? Yeah, I could definitely see that. Hi, Rito, how are you? Wait, I'm gonna miss my flight! They sure do make you do all the grunt work. Stuff them, Tao. No passenger goes hungry. What is happening? This is not the game for you. How do I fucking? Is that? Wait, does that go in the oven? Oh, wait. No, I don't think this is the game for me. Hold on. What? This goes in the oven? It says oven on it. Isn't that an oven icon? Yogi, I only know I only know how to say orange juice. Bruh, what the fuck? Huh? How do I, what are you guys gonna do? You gonna get off the plane?
I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this game. Wait, do I put it, oh wait, do I have to go put it over here? Or like there, and then I grab this, and then I put it on top? There's a little bubble. There's a little bubble that makes me think I should. Okay, maybe this is why they want you to have a controller. What the fuck? No! And why is that floating? Why is there a floating fire extinguisher? Oh, it's probably just on the wall. It's probably mounted on the wall. I should think before I say things once in a while, huh? Okay. Do you want one thing at a time? Oh my God, now you want veggies? What, what? Okay, I can do veggies. Are those vegetables? Those look like vegetables. Here, here's a veggie plate. Are you happy? Okay. No? Wait, what did I do wrong? What in the fuck? I think controller might be best. Okay, I'll go get my controller. What the fuck? I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I gave up successfully a second ago. It's not fair. Hold on. Okay, I got my controller. Boo. Fucking boo. Typical airport experience. Okay. Controller. You know what this reminds me of? Overcooked. Absolutely. I could see that for sure. Okay, what in the fuck? Oh my God, please. You want this anymore? You don't want anything anymore. Okay. The disagreeable customer next to you, sir, actually has no interest in the thing he ordered. So even though we're charging him, do you want it? What is happening? Why can't I get... Fuck. Okay, maybe they just don't want it. Okay, fine. Fine. Okay, what do you want? You want orange... Okay, no, you don't want orange juice anymore. Okay. Okay, orange juice and ice. I can do this. Okay, ice, orange... No! I turned too far! No! Why do I have a bin in my fucking hands? What is going on? Bro! Here. I did it. Okay, I got it. You just put it... Oh! That's so rude! Oh my God, people fucking suck. Okay, I gotta pick up your stupid trash. I go strat, check the controls. Okay, I guess I could do that. Okay. Open up is Y. Dash is B. Pick up and interact is A. What is reach? Can I not just pick things up? There's an Australia tag right down here. Oh, and there's a Asia, just blanket Asia. That's definitely not Mount Fuji or anything. The grumbling sounds like my stomach after 24 hours of fasting. Straw you mentioned. Aussie. You can do anything you want as long as it's orange juice. Exactly. Hold cart? What is this? Wait, is this a cart thing? What is this? Oh! Whoa! Oh! I forgot flight attendants use carts. Airline review. Try the orange juice and ice. It's all they've got. I don't even think there's a plane. Wait, yeah, how are we? Wait, we are totally not on the plane. This doesn't make sense. Why am I serving people not on the plane? Okay, I gotta, wait, put it down. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it. Bad girl. Put the fucking, okay, what did I do to make it do that? How did I, okay, that's grab. Okay. You're a flight attendant, but you're serving food in the boarding area. I have never been to some place that's that fancy schmancy where you get food in the boarding area. That's crazy talk. Okay. Should I restart that? Customer served 3 of 207. It's true, you were just in the lounge area before they board, I suppose. But like, what sense does that make? I've never been to something like Townsville Airport technically do? What? That's amazing. Oh, orange juice. I'm great at that. Hold on. All right, I must not turn too far. Hello, madame. Look, I have exactly what you requested. If you don't take this, oh girl, if you don't take this, I'm going to freak out. You better take this. I'm gonna dump this on the sleeping guy's head. Oh my God, what? What do you mean? I came right back to you. What do you want from me? Oh my God. I guess this is the tutorial. It's all time sensitive, but I went as fast as I possibly could. Okay, you're a lost cause. What do you want? What do you want? What? I don't even have anything in my hands. What the fuck? Oh my god, please. What do you want? Why are you shaking your head at me? What is wrong with you people? I woke this guy up. I probably shouldn't have done that. Okay, what do you want? What do you want? Coffee! Coffee! I can do coffee! I can do coffee! Oh, actually, I probably can't. I don't know how to make coffee. Is there a... Do you put it in the oven? I don't see a grinder. Is it with water? Oh, fuck. They didn't tell me how to make coffee. Oh, God, there's a sick bag, too. Oh, no. What the fuck? Help me. Beans, water, oven? Okay, let's try it. Beans? Okay, maybe I have to grab the water first. No. What is reach again? What the fuck? Am I just stupid? Or is this game glitchy as fuck? What? Okay, I've opened that. Now, put that in there. And then get water. And then put that in there. Wait, no, wait. I need to put the water in there. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, fuck! I don't know. Oh, my God. We have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh, no, it's spreading. No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my... Oh, my God. My fire extinguisher's on fire. Fuck. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Exclamation point, Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off. Why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? Oh my God.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this fucking game. Oh, I got him. Oh, it's very burnt. Okay. I don't understand this game. The wall is on fire. Okay, we're never using the oven again. Okay. Eat the beans! Taste the richness of Colombia! Why is everyone panicking? I'm not panicking. I don't know what you're talking about. Can you tell me what you fucking want, bro? I don't know. Before you guys were telling me, and now you're shaking your head at me. Like I'm denying you. Caravan of Scuff indeed. I haven't even done anything. What the fuck? You need help? Can I follow you to the toilet? Oh my God, you know what? I need a nap. Good night. Oh, I got one! I got one! They flew to the toilet. That's the theme of the game. You're meant to be going all over the place. I mean, I get it, but like, it's not even letting me like, okay. I am grabbing this, and I bring it here, and then I give it to him. Okay, that was a bad example of how it doesn't work, but because it worked that time. But you know. Okay, an ice cream sundae. All right. Okay, I don't know. I don't want a fucking pretzel. I want the ice. No! I don't want a pretzel. No one's asked for pretzels all day. Okay, ice cream. All right, I don't need water. We can dump that out. Okay, I need maybe some peanuts? No, I need chocolate syrup. How do I make it eat the chocolate syrup? I'm glad I'm getting credit for people going to the toilet. What the fuck? How do I? Oh my God. Here, why doesn't it let me put sauce on my ice cream?
TauTassie, head of health and safety Tiger at your service.
I now have 2 skills, orange juice and arson. It's true. Use the cart? What do they want? Do they want me to deliver it separately so their gourmet asses can fucking balls just pick up the cart? Oh my God, please grab the cart. Here, do you want this? Is this what you want? Are you happy now? Here, have this. Okay, you want coffee now. You want coffee ice cream? I also don't understand how to make coffee still. They didn't explain that shit to me. Did they ask if I wanted a tutorial? If they did, my bad for not, yeah. Is that what happened? Is that what happened? Put the sauce in the oven? Okay, all right. Let's put the sauce in the oven. Sauce, meat, oven. Okay, I gotta remember how to open this. Okay, in the oven. Okay, no, close. All right, now we wait. Okay, oh, wait, it worked. What? Wait, really? Oh my God, you did it. You did it. Oh, yay. Oh my God, perfect timing. Here, madame, let me, yes. I gave him the right thing, dude. Okay, you just want raw ice cream, boring, now that I figured out how to fucking, look at me. I will be the fucking champion of this whole goddamn place. What is that? Is that a Biscoff cookie? It looks like it. Okay, here, incoming flight attendant of the year on her way. Okay, of course you want some delectable, here. Okay, why don't you like these? What's wrong with this? What is wrong with it? What's wrong with my food? Do I have to, oh wait, do I have to put it in the, oh. Oh, do you have to heat up the vegetables too? Oh, wait, I get it. There's a... I understand. Wait, I understand. There's a... Oh, there's little icons for where you need to put the... Oh, okay. Look it. You guys are so smart. How'd you get so smart? Certainly wasn't me. It must have been your dad. God damn. Okay. Okay. Wait. Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. Soda. Sody. Oh fuck! I sprinted. Do you want it anyway? Whee! Shower time for everybody. Shower time for everybody. Okay. Okay. I'll be in it. Okay. I'm not allowed to run with soda. Oh my god! Please. Okay.
Tau, this might be your calling to open a restaurant and name it only orange juice with or without ice.
I think you're right. Okay, okay, wait. No! Fuck these pretzels, dude! Oh my god, okay. I think we're going back to my roots of, oh wait, why do nuts have to be heated up? The fuck? What? Why won't you take this raw, uncooked, cold food? Wait, that's not, oh, is that, why do we heat up our nuts? What the fuck? What are you, oh my god, don't be grumbling. What, this bitch wanted some fucking, no, oh my god. Wet nuts mentioned, it's true! Do you want that thing still? I wanna know what you, okay, you do still want that. What in the fuck is that? I don't know what nuts did they want? They want dried nuts. How do you dry them? You cannot put stuff on the counter if something's already on there. Oh, wait, so I have to like grab it and then grab this? No? No. Put this on there. How do I put nuts on the thing? Excuse me, I'd like a warm pretzel, please. Ekisia, I would be happy to give you one. I just have a lot of people who really suck. You're not one of them, don't worry. But some, like these fucking, all 4 of these people suck, and I appreciate your patience while I work with them. The oven twice? Twice baked nuts? Oh fuck! No, that wasn't good. We have a fire again. Oh, God. Okay, put that shit back. Put it back. How do we put nuts on the thing? Why? Can you just take this? I'm sorry, ma'am, we're out of nuts. I don't know how to use them. Okay, she's happy with it. Fine. What? It looked different from the other one. Take your time. Trust me, I get it. I'll be here listening to my audiobook. Oh, thank you, Acacia. You know what? We're gonna give you something free because you're so patient. Proceeds to intermittently fall asleep. Oh, thank you. I promise we will give you a little something for your time. Okay. Here, eat this. Oh my god, why is there a banana when, excuse me? And why can't I pick up the banana with my gloved hands, which are not gloved actually, but I guess that's part of the problem. Try heating up water and putting coffee beans in it. See if that works. Okay. Bye-bye. What does this person want? You had not, Princess Patricia! Thank you for coming in. Oh shit, my water's burning.
Karen's waiting for their food like barra bada.
Okay, let's try this. Let's try this. See, got your, yeah, you're so smart. You're so smart. Okay, who wants the coffee? All right, I don't really want to, okay. Fine. Okay, put that down, put that down. This guy's gonna get annoyed. Here, eat it. Where's your nuts? Bro! How do you get the nuts is what I mean. Jesus Christ. Can you compromise and not have nuts? Please? Okay, all right, you know what? Fuck you. This lovely individual is getting your ice cream. Here. Yeah, bitch, that's what you get. Karen's waiting for their food like blah, 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 blah. Okay, you want nuts. Here, I have those for you here. Wait, is that the... No, that's not what I need. I need this. Okay, that goes in there. Just got really quiet or something. Okay, here's your nuts. You are the one who wants them, right? You are. Here. Hello? Here. 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 Here! What? What do you mean? What do you want? I don't have a plate to put them on. You just get this boiling hot food. Here. Flight attendant asked passenger, where's their nuts, eh? Fuck. Okay, fine. It'll just cool down there, I guess. Okay, I got a coffee. Wait, I got a coffee. Okay, I'm set. I'm ready. Okay, please? I know you didn't run out of fucking... Okay. Coffee? Oh my god, now you want water. Oh my god. Oh my god, I hate people! Maybe they want cold nuts. Oh! Oh, you might be right. Oh my god, they want... What? They want... Okay, they want iced coffee. Hold on. God, they can't make up their fucking mind. Oh my god. Okay, iced coffee. Here you go. Here. Oh my god, what the fuck? I don't know what they want, dude. Please, take the thing you asked for. What are you doing? I'm just gonna put my face in the bin, okay? That's what I want. Okay, cold nuts. Let's try this theory. The next nutty person, do they want nuts with ice? Do they want nuts with... I want them to hurt themselves. You know what? I want them to fall and stumble so that I can get credit for cleaning them up when they get hurt. How hungry are these people? They're so indecisive. How you have to be pleasant to the flyers. I try. Hi, Night Hours. How are you? Look, I'm so fast, and they finally. What do you want? Oh my god. I would never be a flight attendant. I couldn't handle it. Why do I have water? Fins. I'm gonna just crawl into the oven in game. Yeah, exactly. I'm tempted. They pay a lot of money to be here. Not as much as I deserve to be getting paid. Oh my god, please. I'm going to kill them. What do you want? You want a pretzel. Okay, well that's unique. Oh god, please don't burn. No, fuck! No! I was just trying to do something really quick. Oh no, don't burn my nuts! Oh fuck, are my nuts burnt? Are they still edible? Wait, do you take them out of there? Oh, you have to open them! Oh my god! You have to open them. Oh, okay, you want soda and ice. Oh, please, here. Oh my god, I fucking hate you, bitch. Oh my god. Okay, all right, pretzels. Here, do you want this or not? I'm gonna shove this down your fucking throat! Ah! Sorry, the cozy chaos is thoroughly chaotic today. This is so infuriating. Oh my god. This is, by the way, this is like a taste of what you will absolutely get if you decide to get this body in game going. What is this? What? Why did I have to hold that down? Food everywhere and nowhere to go. I feel like you will hate food after playing this. I think I will. I think I will have no desire to have nuts or food of any kind. Okay, cook. Quickly. Faster, please. We have some impatient customers. Yuckies, right. Okay, who wanted this? Was it you? Was it... Why are you so indecisive? Surprise communism! You know what? It is surprise communism. All of you get exactly what I'm giving you and nothing else. Okay, close that. I need... Okay, someone wanted nuts. Swear to God. Oh, there's another nut. Fuck, I forgot that I already had a nut. Oh, you wanted that. Good. Okay, hold on. I might have, wait, I can hurry with this pretzel. Hold on. Here. Oh my God, fuck you. Oh my God, please, please, please. Oh my God, what do you want? Oh my God, you didn't even tell me you wanted. No. Oh my God, I hate you. Okay, put this in the bin again. Put this in the bin. Ice. Who wanted the ice water? Was it you? Okay, wait. Ice water? Ice water? Why are they so indecisive? This wouldn't be so bad if they just had a consistent fucking order, dude. Oh my God. At least the orange juice was simple. It's not even that it's not simple. I just want them to not change their mind every single second. I think this part is learning the food, not the customer, or it's just glitchy. Yeah, I'm so... I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Rather than wanting to kill my customers. Bruh. Unbelievable. Here, you want this yet? All right, I'm just gonna stand here until someone wants the thing I'm holding. All right, that's my new strat. All right, okay. Okay, what's next? Do you want this? Nope, okay, you don't get any food then. All right, okay, what about you? Do you want this? No? Nope, you don't either? Okay, what about you? Oh, nope, sorry, that's not on, yeah, pretzel's not on the bingo card for this hour. So, in fact, the only thing on the bingo card, it's just one big bingo card with one thing on it, and it's frozen meal. What, do you want it? No? Okay. How about you? Would you like it? Oh, that's good. Okay. Does anyone want iced coffee? Nope, sorry, that's not on offer right now. Do you want iced coffee? No, you don't get soda. I've been wanting to kill my customers. Anyone who is a service worker is allowed to clip that and use it on their stream. Ice water, burnt nuts, ice water, no pretzel. No, I haven't seen very many people who want iced coffee, but someone's gonna have to have it because I'm not giving anyone anything else until the kitchen is destocked of fucking orange juice, dude. Of iced coffee. Tao, did you know that the hit 2013 video game 100% Orange Juice has a demo? It might be right up your alley. Is it actually a thing? Is that actually a thing? Is that actually a thing? I hate these people. Okay, you know what? No. You get nuts or you get iced coffee. You don't get anything else. You want? Nope. Do you want iced coffee? No. How not surviving being a server. First day and already wants to strangle our customers. It's true. I can never. I respect service workers so much, dude. They have like infinitely more patience than I do. I have none. Absolutely fucking none. No one gets ice water. Nobody gets on the plane until everyone... Oh man, that was close. Almost! You just wanted a coffee, but not an iced coffee. No. That's an actual thing. Is it like this? Do you get to make an orange juice? I will absolutely do it. I'll play that. I think there is a lesson to learn here. Yep, we are not playing time management games. It's fine if it's time management games, but they have to. What? This is literally what you asked for. feeling much better now. Okay, someone has to take this. Someone has to take this.
Scowy lady!
Scowy lady. I think they're just trolling you now, right? Well, you saw it pop up, right? Everybody saw that the guy literally asked for coffee and ice, and then I clicked on it, and he was like, no. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba.
Oh,
Like that! Like that!
dirty onto my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
Thank you! What the fuck? Dude, oh my god. This is the most frustrating game we've played since our last Fraudian attempt. This is within my hands. I hold coffee with ice. Take it, bitch. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna fucking lose it. Ah! Fuck. What is this fucking game? What is this fucking game? Iced coffee is too cold. Who wants nuts? Here, you get these nuts.
Yugi, I
This is
don't
definitely
understand
like
how to play
Overcooked.
this game.
In Overcooked, you just get overwhelmed by the stuff you gotta do. In this one, it doesn't even make sense. Like, they literally are not even, like, I literally had iced coffee in my hand. Literally had iced coffee in my hand. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be this way. Like, they keep changing the requests so frequently. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I have no idea if this is, like, part of the fun of the game, which is not fucking fun. Ah! Has anyone just asked for water? They have. They have. Should I attempt vote to switch game now instead of after break to save TauTassieTiger? I think that's fair. Does anybody want to vote for anything else? Bro, I don't mind when a game is overwhelming, but it has to make sense, and this doesn't make fucking sense, dude. Literally holding the thing in front of them that they literally just asked for, and then they're like, no. I'm going to ask for orange juice and ice, but then switch to pretzel. Exactly! True evil. There is no break. We end after this. Yeah, we can still take a pull. We can still take a pull. I don't know about playing this for another hour. No, we won't just put Guild Run. We'll put everything else on there too. Oh my god. Okay, I'm bringing you your fucking ice cream, bro. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Hug the toe. Yes, let's poll it. We haven't even gotten to the play. Poll is hurrying. Strat is hurrying. Oh my god. I want to kill every sword. Oh, I want them all. I want them all out of the sky. Game 1, Tau 0. You know what? I'll accept that. I'll accept that. You know what? I quit. I quit. Here, give this ice cream to someone who will. Wait. Thank you. Oh goody! A new hire. Thank you for the hug, Saucy. You have a minute to vote, pals. Please vote. Please, for my sanity, a vote. It's the plane! I'm not reading anything they say. Oh, this is good. Sit in your jump seat? Okay, I'm opening that. Wait, I just need the satisfaction here. As soon as we get in the air, I'm pulling the emergency lever. Service! Let's go. Oh my god, you have to, okay, what do you want? Okay, hold on. I'll do what I have to. Oh my god, are you actually working? Wait, is the game fucking working when you're on the plane but nowhere else? Is it possible? Is it possible that the fucking game works when you're... Don't look at the poll. Fuck me! You guys really like me freaking out. Okay. Okay. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Okay, if this is what you want. If this is what you want. Okay, I'm opening the door. Fuck! Let me out of this hell! Other cabinets combine water and ice. Water and ice. Oh, that's not ice. I mean, that's not water. That's water, and that's ice. And then we give it to you. Okay, the whole plane is their own personal trash can. They're disgusting. Disgusting. Pick that shit up. I missed the poll because my internet was acting. Save's like, wow, fire! Picky, picky, picky! A task on the wall panel. What the fuck do you want? Oh my god. You should have control of this at your seat. Smoke and my plan? You know what would help with that? Opening a fucking window. As soon as I... Wait, where's the fire extinguisher? Oh, it's here. Oh my god, what is that? Is that air freshener? Okay, I'm gonna spray you with it. Tao, we care enough to not let the game win. I appreciate that. I'm so glad that you guys care enough to not let the game win. Thank you so much. You're the kindest pal. Okay, open the fucking... Open it. This is a shitty plane. 4 seats. I guess they really are flying luxury. She's becoming hysterical. Dude, this fucking game. Step 1, locate over. Step 2, fire. Step 3, open door. Step 4, profit. Exactly. And you better believe my next day on the job is gonna be spent making this plane crash. Turn off the raids? No, we won't turn on mufflet yet. We're still going for about another hour. Welcome to your second day of training. Let's get up to speed on pre-flight procedures. I'll show you how to set up your card and arrange the cabin to your liking. Let's get started. While the plane that's a giant... Wow, I'm very strong. That is a big... Put it in the bin. Place the counter in the empty space. Wait, what counter? I haven't decided if I like that or not. I haven't. Oh my god. When you're done rearranging the plane, hold this button to get started on setting up the cart. This configuration will be locked for the remainder of flight. Bins. Does anyone want an oven? Most cabinets contain inserts. These help the item shown hold the item shown on the top of the cabinet. Take out an insert to get started setting up the cart. Okay. Oh wait, they need the whole thing. Okay. Okay. Inserts can be placed in any of the drawers in the cart. Pick up the inserts so we can put it in the cart. Oh my god, please. Take another insert out of the cabinet. Okay. Okay, this side is exclusively going to be ice. Only ice. Ice, baby. Oh wait, actually there's 4 bits, so fill all drawers on the side with inserts. Don't forget each card has 2 sides. Yep, that's okay. We'll get some more ice. Why would you do something so aggressive as spray a smoking gust with a fire extinguisher when you could just casually pick them up and throw them in the bin? That is the question of the hour. That's what I was asking myself, in fact, Save. I think you and I need to go into business together. Oh, I have an insert for the... Here, put it away. Put it away. Put it away now. Come on, thank you. I think you and I need to go into business together because, only you and I will think that way. I was very strong. I am incredibly strong. You have no idea. My muscles are huge. Okay, put those in there. Next, we got 2 waters. Count them, 2! 2 waters! Okay, another. Water. We have international flights as well. I don't want to be a part of this. Okay. Prevent FAA violations. Dude, what I'm about to do in this plane, FAA violations all the way. You should throw them off the plane. I think that's a good idea. Looks like we're ready for passengers. Interact with the boarding door to start boarding. During normal flights, these pesky gate agents will start boarding automatically when the timer reaches 0.
Now boarding group 1.
Passenger has a request. Talk to them and see what they want. What the fuck do you want? What the fuck do you want? What do you fucking want, huh? What do you... Take their luggage. Oh my god, you too? This moron, I mean passenger, can't find their seat! Damn, tell it like it is, hey. Go here, stupid. You and Save Sky, Tau and Save Skyways, thank you for buying a ticket. You are now being served orange juice, whether you like it or not. But I'm allergic to orange, then get off my plane. There's gonna be a Netflix documentary about what happens next in this plane. Best flight attendant ever. That's what I thought. See, you know? Oh my god, I hate you. Oh, bitch, I hate you so much. I want all of your stuff to be confusing. Oh my god, I hate that. Arm the evacuation door, just so I can disarm it in half an hour when we're 30,000 feet high? Sure. This game is cute, but there's a lot to do. If they had just started me on this plane, things make a little more sense now, because people actually don't seem to change their fucking minds constantly. But like, what the fuck? What's the tutorial section, man? Jesus. All right, here, you want some water? You got some water? You got some, oh, fuck, yeah, there you go. Why do I have water in that? I didn't expect to find water in there. Here you go. Look at this, I'm such a fucking good flight attendant. Yeah, here we go. Yummy, yummy. What? Water. Can I have some water? No. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you in danger? Are you in danger? Oh my god, you have to let me throw people off this plane. You're kidding. Orange juice, your specialty. It's true. What the fuck? What's the Wi-Fi password? I don't know. This is Tau Save Airlines. We don't do Wi-Fi. You open the gate. I don't even know where the fucking Wi-Fi is. What? Why does this game not tell me where everything is? I have to know. Where's the Wi-Fi? Is it over here? Where's the Wi-Fi? Is this the router? That's, what the fuck? Ah! Why are you upset with me? What are you, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, okay. No, I lied, this game still fucking reeks. You don't get Wi-Fi for a 20-second flight, dude. What is on, is that, what is that? Are you guys making a mess of my plane? Nobody gets off this plane until you guys learn how to clean up after your goddamn selves, okay? Okay. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Where do you get fucking Wi-Fi? You want Wi-Fi? You get orange juice.
Buttons.
Correct. Buttons. Time to press the emergency eject button. Button. Go, 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 go. Oh, fuck. I can't. Rude? This is actually looking like a playable game now. I know. Isn't that fucking crazy? I may have made an unbeatable team. Well done. If only I could go back to playing that game instead of this one. Get off my plane! I wonder if Tau knows she's quoting Harrison Ford in Air Force One or not. I think subconsciously, perhaps, I know. Perhaps subconsciously. I would like to put this here. It makes no sense to me that, wow, you get so much freedom to move things around if you want to, but only in one spot or the other. Okay, who? Oh god, there's more seats. Oh god, there's more seats. Is this Wi-Fi? Nope. Is this a pigeon? Oh good, you only had one FAA violation. I know. I'm just known for my, I'm known for my, is this Wi-Fi? Just the one FAA violation, come on now. Okay, we're filling this up with button. We are filling this up with button. Why would you rearrange things the way that you just had them? It's so stupid. Why? Why? Set up, go. I want my cart. Airplane? More like airplane. Bottomed. Correct.
Attendant, I want fresh air.
Sure thing. Opens airplane door. Exactly right. Okay, I gotta get. What? Do I need to. What do you? Wait. What's over here? What do you mean? Where's my cart, dude? What's this? What is this? What? No one's even here yet. What are you doing? What am I gonna go feed it to the fucking speaker? Like what? Here, you want this? What is this? What is this request? Pilot, the pilot wants, oh! Thanks, Light. Computer? Dude, I'm just slowly losing my mind. I need the Wi-Fi password. Down looks down to puke bag, looks back up. Well, yeah. Well, yeah, what do you expect? Wait, no, I need the whole thing. Okay, put it in there. Okay, we're gonna, I don't know how many people we're gonna have. I'll just take all these. Did you kick the passenger already? No, they wouldn't let me. It didn't let me open the thing. But as soon as I can, I'm filled with rage, so I will do it. Why do we have 2 spots for puke bags? I just say I'm picturing it now. It's just this like, hey, how can I have the Wi-Fi password? Puke bag? Okay, I need ice. This fucking game. Yes, that is exactly what I envisioned. Okay. Put that there. Do I need to carry some puke bags with me? Oh, good. Wait, no, I just have one. Can I put it in here with all the clean food and stuff? No? No, you sure? Okay. Okay. Oh no, I don't want you to board yet, dude. I will single-handedly refuse to. Oh, what do you want? 3B. Oh, God. Do you need help with your stupid suitcase? I knew it. Stupid. Okay, the little dance was kind of cute. That was a little bit cute. Glad you're enjoying this so much. Is that the vibe I'm giving off right now? I can leave. I'm out of here. I'm so out of here. Oh God, shouldn't you be working? Maybe, but how long is this fucking thing, dude? Seriously, get back to work. No, never going back. I'm never going back. No. Oh. I can't quit. I'm doomed. There are only 2 people, 3. Oh, there are more people here. He walked very far. You can have the peanuts or ham sandwich in a puke bag. I believe I'll have the peanuts. Boarding complete. Good job. The FAA is serious about in-flight safety violations. The 3 ways to accrue them are leaving the cart undocked during takeoff and landing, being out of your seat during takeoff or landing, leaving bags unstowed. Oh, well, I'm really happy that I can open the flight doors mid-flight and not be penalized for it. That's pretty cool. They teleported me back, dude. Thank you for the clip. I think what's more concerning is the plane doesn't have a roof. That is a problem too. There's big penalties for each violation, so make sure you handle them right away. I think everything's fine, probably, right? Oh, no, I guess I have to close the stupid gate door thing. You have a seat. They don't even give you a break. Close and arm both doors. Glitchy. Door 1 of 2 armed. Okay, why are you flashing at me? Can I sit here instead? Look at me as far away from the people as possible. Okay, can I get up now? Whee! Ozzy, I know you just, like, snorted because of that probably, huh? If there's any upside to a plane with no roof, means you got trillions of miles of headspace. Oh my god, you little fucking... Why do I have... Wait, I'm deaf? What was that? What, you guys, what? Wait, we can't hear each other? What? Oh, turn off your fucking... Okay, got it. Oh, I forgot I need my... I need the cart, please. Give me the fucking cart, dude. Where's my... Oh my god, you are so impatient, you little fuckhead. Oh my god, why can't I grab the cart? Did I put the cart somewhere else? Is the cart over here? No, that's where there's the captain, the pilot. Oh my god, what do you want? Give me the cart. Oh, hello. Yeah, give me the cart. I gotta grab it. Why won't you let me grab the cart? Yeah, here, take that. Yes, this is so satisfying. Orange juice. Wait! It's awoken something within me. I can do orange juice. Wait for me! Wait for me! Wait! Okay, what do you want? Water. Fuck, that's not way. Blah, blah, blah. Glitched. Press the right button. I did. It's not working. I think this game is genuinely very glitchy. Here! Fuck you. Ah! Oh my god. Messes of human beings. Oh my god, grab the fucking... Pick up the thing! Dude, pick up the... Oh my god, you just did it with the other one! Ha ha ha, fuck! Mustn't sprint. Orange juice is my only salvation. It's true. It's fucking true! Cart ain't carton. It ain't. Oh my god, you nasty bitch! You nasty bitch! How fucking dare you in my plane? Where's your pukey bag? Do I get to like scoop this up or something? How's this work? Ugh, gross. Oh! Oh no! Oh no, it's spreading! Ben! Oh. Oh, good. Gross. Okay, is this gonna let me pull this out now? No. Still can't do it. Still can't fucking do it! Okay. I quit after the shift. The puke is radioactive. I think you can open the doors for emergencies. Ooh. Yay! Satisfaction is mine. And mine alone. My dream came true. I just had to wait until the very last second. The very last moment. Free flight training. Oh, was this my first non-pre-flight thing? That was an emergency crash. Emergency crash. Score minus 4,960. So much room for improvement. Woo! It's twoo. It's twoo. Okay, you know what? All of the shit that I need is going up here. And the bin is going back there. And I will take this here. If this was golf, you'd be a champion. I'd be pretty legendary if this was golf, huh? Let's see if it lets me grab this fucking cart this time. Come on. Come on. There we go. Okay, so now I can grab the cart. This is such a glitchy game, dude. Holy shit. I did see the mixed reviews and I was like, what? Why is it so mixed? Now I know. Now I understand. Oh my god, please. All right, let me just block that. Okay. And that's why it's a demo. Yep, that's it. That's it. Well, now we know. I think we got a lot of good clips from this one, though. That's good. I can feel and see your frustrations. I'm so glad that you guys can feel and see my frustrations. What's annoying is when you see videos of the pros in this game, they make it look so easy. Wait, really? Are there pros in this game? Are they aware it's glitchy as fuck? It's just me? Surely it's not just me. And knowing is half the battle, G.I. Joe. Do we have Burger King on the plane? Maybe. Maybe. If you want Burger King on the plane, do you want some Burger King? Oh my god, dude. I think my phone is listening to me. I just got a push notification saying an American Airlines flight just declared just did an emergency landing. That's fucking crazy. That's so scary. Stop listening to me, phone. Let me read you what this says. It says, American Airlines flight AA1937 is declaring an emergency after takeoff from Houston. What the fuck? I feel we got a lot of good clips. Query as a new sword holder, do you mind if I use the feature clip system? Oh, go for it, C to save. Absolutely. Yeah, go for it. We, I mean, you know, like we don't want to perpetuate like a negative, like an inaccurate version of me, but let's be honest, everything that's happened in the last 45 minutes is so me. Undoubtedly me.
Now boarding group 1.
Did that just happen? I know, isn't that freaky, Zolkia? Yeah, no, I think it just happened. I don't know, I just got the push notification, but yeah, I think it's listening to me. Very fucking weird. Oh my god, do you need help? Okay, good. Well, now we know what flight you are on. Yeah, what if this is, what if I'm accidentally actually causing a mess, dude? In the real world. This game is actually real. Tossed a screenshot of that team and demo day chat. Oh yeah, thank you. Does anyone want to find out if that is what, did that just happen? Oh my god, 2B, okay, 2B, this way, stupid. I'm going to feature, now my fire extinguisher on fire! That's perfect. That is exactly who I am as a person. Please do. Please do. If the emergency landing is due to an open emergency door, then I think this might be real life. Whoa, that's what I did just do that. That's very weird. That's pretty fucking crazy. Yikes, dude. Oh my god. Okay. Do I have to like lock in and not be an actual menace? Oh, it happened over a week ago? Why did I get pushed it just now? That's very weird. That's really fucking weird. Okay. Oh wait, they want me to like, yeah, arm the doors or whatever. I hope everyone's okay. Genuinely, I do hope everyone was okay during that. But it is fucking insane. Close boarding door before arming. Fine. Oh my god. Okay. Arm the bitch. Or open it, alternatively. I don't know why my phone just sometimes, like occasionally, gives me random push notifications from a week ago. Hope they're okay. I didn't spill their orange juice. That would be tragic. That would be very tragic. Why did I get that just now? You've reached the time travel parts of Stars in Time. You never actually left it. Fuck. Oh shit, I guess it should probably work, huh? Okay. Yay! Oh good, I can grab this now. Well, that's good. That's an improvement. All right, orange juice. Who wants orange juice? Oh, you want orange juice? Well, we're best friends. Okay, open, 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 open. Fuck, where'd my orange juice side go? Is it this one? That's it. Glub, glub, glub. Yo, yo. Oh, you fuck. What do you want? What do you want? Okay, you want sody and you want sody. We got 2 sodies in here. That's 2 sodies. All right, I got 2 sodies coming right up. Here's your sody. And another sody. We're doing a combo breaker. Oh my god, that person is littering in my room. Oh, here, look. Look at me, I'm a fucking professional. What do you want now? Oh my god, this is such a pain. You want ice and soda? God, who wants ice with their I'm just kidding, I like ice with soda too. I think that's actually pretty normal. Close it! Okay, let me, oh my god, what do you, oh, me. All right, I gotta grab the bins. I gotta grab the bins. We gotta go, we gotta go. And, hey, got him. Can I put this somewhere? Can I put this over here? Can I, nope, okay. Do you need help? Please don't shit on the ground. Please don't do that. I know you're thinking about it. I see it in your eyes. Can you not get over here? Do you not know how to push past a cart? Okay, here. Oh my god, what are you doing? Okay, good. Phew. Afraid we're gonna have an accident. Another accident. Water. Water. Close the door? What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god, you idiot. It tripped over me. That's it, we're pulling over. We're pulling over. Get out of my way. Okay, what do you want? Okay, orange juice, orange juice. What do you want? Okay, you want this and some of that, and there you go. And oh my god, you guys are fucking messes. Put away your cart. Okay, bin, and a bin, and a fuck. People are such messy people, man. It heard you talking about flights, so you may have considered sending you some reasons not to take a flight. Consider moving that cart. We're pulling over at the next cloud, that's right! Okay, do I have plus 4,068 or whatever my last score was? Level complete. Genuinely good work, Tao. I thrive off of, please, give me more, please, 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 please. And thank you for the 200, wait, what's that say? Wrong flight attendant, a humanoid thylacine once Vtuber turned flight attendant suddenly turns on customers. Reports say the customers were unruly. For a Prime sub, you can save the Thylacine Vtuber sanity today. That's funny. Good job, Ozzy. That's great. I was looking, I literally like did a double take. I saw on OBS, I'm like, what's that say? And I look back, I look at the screen and I'm like, that's not on my screen. Oh. I got my fucking wings. Bruh. Most flights will be interrupted by turbulence at some point during the service, indicated by the red section of the flight progression bar that will appear after a call from the pilot. When you get the call from the pilot, make sure all your inserts are put away and the cart doesn't have any open, or you will lose items. Make sure you throw away anything that fell off so you don't lose points. A cleanup fee is deducted from your pay. Nobody died. I call that progress. I decided not to open the emergency hatch this time. Look at me go. You can turn off the screen shake in the settings menu. That's okay. I love immersion. I love immersion. Okay, all of the this was the way. I think this is the way I'm gonna do this. Okay, this goes over here, and we will put that here. And I should probably actually no, never mind. I was gonna say I should probably put one of the bins up front, but I care more about this instead, so we're doing this. Uh-oh, better to secure everything. If you start flopping around in the plane during turbulence, I am going full bore. I know. I know you will too. I can't wait. Okay, lock it. Lock it. Set up. All right, please let me grab this. Thank you. All right, I will take this over here. All right, we get lots of ice. Lots of ice. We put them up. No, not like that. Like this. Okay, water and ice is on this side. And yes, this one. Okay, water and ice is on that side. Soda and orange juice is on this side. Okay, that's orange juice in time. Put it over here. I should probably go get some more OJ. I will go prep for my meal. You try not to kill everyone. Au contraire, I believe my goal is to, in fact, murder every single person on this plane. You have bread! Ooh, what kind of bread do you have? Oh my god, this person scared me. Did they just materialize? Ah! What the fuck? Go away, what are you doing? They changed their appearance too. Oh. What the fuck? What? Why are there two? What the fuck is happening? Who is this guy? Why does he follow my every move? What is happening? There's two of me! It's me too, but why? Second player? Dude, you cannot tell me this game is not glitchy as fuck. You literally can't say, oh, Tao, you don't know what you're doing. I think this game's broken. It says it's you. What the fuck? How is that possible? Yeah, I see there's two players, but what the fuck? How is that possible? What is happening, dude? Huh? How do I get rid of my clone? What in the fuck is this game, dude? What the fuck? Controls, how do I remove my other self that came out of literally nowhere? Bruh. What? Okay, we have to stay together because I'm afraid I'm gonna click on something as this dude, and it's not going to be pretty. Something terrible is going to happen. He's going to throw someone out or something. Actually, that's a good thing. He might stop me from throwing someone out. I think there's a pressure problem in the plane. We're starting to hallucinate. I think you're right. Okay, you stay. Okay, both of us have spot. Just restart the day? No, I've done all the hard work. Oh, sorry, I forgot that I have to like greet people, dude. That's
Bye-bye.
Yeah, Nazi to Shadowgun. I think I'm gonna get ready for bed. Yeah, that's a fair point. Shadowgun, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, son. Thank you for coming in. Oh my god, what do you want? Okay, 4B.
Oh, that's my Politely alarm. How is Politely doing? Precious Politely, you go have a good time, working out.
Okay, I'm telling you to follow. Do I have to like hold your hand? Oh, wait, 4B. Oh, sorry, I'm stupid. I can't read either. What? I'm the second Tao! Thank you for my I'm the second Tao hat. Why does second me have orange juice? I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for this! Thank you so much, Suna Sam, for my second Tao. What are you doing? Oh no, oh don't, oh, ew! Oh my god, ew. Oh my god. Okay, I'm fixing it. Wait, what the fuck do you want me to do? What? What do you want me to do? What is the bin bag? Is this what you want? Here, do you want to clean up? Is it the air freshener? Is that what they want? They want
Yes,
air freshener?
Airlines has co-op. Yes, it's being built by one person. Yes, that sometimes means playing both characters at once to test everything.
I didn't ask for this and I already am losing my fucking mind. down as the scuffiest game on your channel. I think you're right, actually. Yeah, dude, put the fucking drink away. That was a post from the single person developer on Facebook. Bruh. Tracks that I rocked up to scuff. It's true, you certainly did. Oh my god, please, please, please. Stop flashing, thank you. Like playing one wasn't bad enough, exactly. This isn't scuff, it is deliberate. Okay, so is this like an early Faudian game? Like you guys are supposed to, like, just in case you didn't know, you are technically supposed to, oh my god, I have to do one person and the other. You are technically supposed to be, put this fucking shit down. What are you, oh my god. Oh my god, please, please. No, you have to, bro! I was trying to sit the fuck down! Bro! Oh, good job. You kept the orange juice going, though. Do you want this? Nope, you don't. Of course you don't. Here. Put that in my orange juice cup. No, put this away! Oh my god, how will you ever sit? I don't know! Trash the orange juice. I gotta find a way to trap my friend here. He's got to be out of here. Oh my god. Move. Oh, I hate you. Uh-oh, Airlines Town dies twice. It's true. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. I'm trying. Oh my god, lady. It's not my fault. I was doing okay before. Yeah, get knocked down, bitch. Please move! Ah! Okay, this is once more frustrating. This is so fucking infuriating, dude. Oh my god. Who wants a soda? Who wants a fucking sody? Put the banana peel away. Well, you could have left him out of the plane before it took off. I don't know if I could. I don't think it would let me. Oh my god. No, not turbulence. Wait, no. I have to laugh to keep from crying. Put this fucking thing down. I think I know what would help here. Feather, thank you so very much for the, oh shoot, sorry, my hands just broke. The stream streak, darling, I so appreciate it, fabulous Feather. You know what? Everyone's getting a shower. You get a shower, and you, oh, he died? That might be an FAA violation, maybe, unless we throw his body out the airlock. He died? Wow, what the hell is in that drink? I don't think flight attendant is calling. You're right. I don't think it is either. Did I get reduced flight wings? You know what, Save? You're right. We should enable a third and fourth towel. Let's do it. I don't actually know how I did it the first time, but let's do it. I'm just like, does it, I guess it, what randomly puts, God, please let me, I want to kill the other me. Is there a doctor on this plane? Orange juice? Vitamin C! Holy shit, bro. How do you even enable, hold on, any key to join? Okay, that's not doing it. That ain't doing it. Yeah, you? Okay, one of us has to leave. One of us has to leave. And I think it should be you. Captain! Oh, Captain, can you please keep an eye on my stupid twin? Please. Go to the main menu and try the level again. Loner! Hi, hun, how are you? I want to just reach out and just... Ah! And Lowe's, how are you? It's good to see you, honey. Oh my god, why are there two of me? I hate two of me. I can't handle one of me, dude. What the fuck are two of me doing here? I don't want two of me. I don't want it. I only just started getting the hang of this. There's only room for one flight attendant on this plane, and it ain't you, bucko! Exactly. How's the demonstration going? It's actually been pretty good until now. This sucks. This sucks. It's so scuffy. Ona, run. Just run. The Thylacine is at -1 sanity. It's true! Fucking accurate. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why are we both red circles now? Why are we both red circles? If I could just merge into one, do you think if I just like collapse them in on each other? Twins! I want no part of this. How do I get out of here? Oh, good, you died. Oh, this is no, please stay dead. Stay dead, please. Stay dead, please stay dead. You fell, and I want you to stay down. Stay down! I think you have to completely exit the game. I'll do it. I'll do it too. Let's do it. Let's fucking leave. Please let me play this with a single player like it is meant to be. Oh my god. Okay, player 1 is correct. If this game randomly makes me... Oh, the cat's funny. That's cute. Offline. Can I, like, lock it so that no one else can join, including myself? Yeah, those are pretty good. I think you'll like Guild 1. I'm not reliving this. No way. Bye. Fucking bye, ya! Get that cat some orange juice, yeah! They say you can't give cats milk, but you... Okay. Oh my god, I think you're right. Okay. It looks like we might be free. God, I hope we're free of my scary little clone. I think I might be able to do this if I don't have a clone. Okay. Orange juice for the cat. We'll throw the entire bin out when we take light. At least you don't have to heat things up yet. Oh god, can you imagine? Can you imagine? Set up time. Grab, drag. Okay, we'll turn off those raids pretty soon. And after this, I'm gonna go listen to some ASMR. It's such a shame that save is not live because I could really use some vibes. Raid off. It's true. Raid off. Let me do that. Hold on. Thank you. Okay. Or towel. Hug for you, lovely Les. I think I'm a clone now. There's always 2 or 3 of me just hanging around. I think I'm a clone now. The beating of our hearts is the only sound. I don't have to change that one, do you? You're gonna need any and every form of white noise at this point. Fucking absolutely true. Absolutely true. Cutie cat. Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you? Thank you for contributing to the movie night. Much appreciated. Okay, we're doing our soda. Our sody, go there. And then our, boop. And then our, boop. And then our, boop. Okay, close it. Ship it. I'm not live, but I could download this to become your unclone. That would actually be really funny. I would totally play this with you. I'm afraid that our friendship would go down the drain though, based on the... I think that you might just go absolutely crazy with me in your ear being like, save! Save, what the fuck, save! And you're like, okay, Tao, you just gotta... Tao, shut! To be fair, we've played well together when we've done like Albion and Walk of Life, but goddamn, this one's different. Get in here, you little fucks!
Now boarding group 1.
What do you want? 1A. It's literally in front of you, coward! Reminder to not play Cookout with Tao. Probably a good idea. Oh, fuck this. Wow! How needy is the Polilet? The Polilet? I think I was going with politely pilot. The Polilet. Yes, here you go. Orange juice and water. You're gonna have to piss, you know.
All passengers in group 2.
Is that a baby? Oh, it's really quite scary looking. I can put that in the overhead if you want. Hey, it's Mobster Town! Hey, I'll tell you what, this is the right time for it, ain't it? Yes, it is. Here we go. All right, let's see what you ladies and gentlemen are interested in doing. Besides falling out of the sky, hey, isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Towie back. Towie back. Oh, shit, I don't think that... Put it down! I don't want this! Ay, hold on! I gotta bin this whole entire thing! I gotta... Hold on a minute! Don't, wait, I gotta... Oh, fuck, I did it again! I did it again! Put it away! Okay, 1 and 2, and, don't panic, here you go! Alright, it's time to... Oh, wait, we gotta arm the doors. You gotta lock it twice, that's right. I will never be a good, I will never be a good flight attendant. Here we go, I'm sitting down. But you ready? Here we go. A lot of old people. One of them's got a baby. I need to stop shrimping. I got the waist buster on the plane. Hey, am I right or am I right? Okay, is it time? All right, here we go. What do you want? You want some wings, juice, some OJ? All right, we got some OJ. Here you go. You better not... What are you doing? What you got? Okay, you want some cold OJ? I can handle that. I wasn't sure what the fuck is the dog? Oh my god. Keep track of your animals. Okay, all right. I'm about to throw him out the airlock. Okay. Oh my god, I'll take that from you right now. And if this guy also has some trash, I'm not gonna be taking it from him because he missed his call. And here we go. All right, my orange juice. Oh god, this one's gonna be sick. I better fix that. Hold on, I don't want to deal with this. Bleh. What the fuck is the dog? Why are there so many dogs? I love dogs, but I don't want them in here. What are you doing? Oh, this one's cute and brown. Oh my god, turbulence! Oh shit, here we go. I gotta, oh my god, wait, what did I have to do instead of, oh, I hope no one dies from the turbulence. They may have. What was I supposed to do? Wasn't that their thing? Isn't that the job of the, I don't know, of the pilot to be like, oi, we got some turbulence. It ain't my job, hey! Maybe it is my job, I don't know. No more turbulence. A flight attendant from Boston or Italy or something. Something. I just realized I have a whole freaking court that I ain't even used. Ma'am, the FAA explicitly forbids teleporting on airplanes. Is that right? Why is Tau Joey Wheeler? I'm real glad that you asked that. That's what I have to say about that. All right, the bin goes in the bin. What a shock. What have you got? You want some more orange juice? Well, fuck, I didn't get the right kind. I got the iced orange juice. Here you go. I got a different one for you. Here, what do you want? It's too cold, is it? Well, turn off your overhead fan. Hey. Towie Wheeler. Towie Wheeler. Life like non-orange juice drinks is confusing. You ain't right. I mean, you ain't wrong, Stave. You are right, Stave. Sorry, I got confused. I got confused in the midst of life, to be honest. I have no clue what you're saying, but hey, it's working. Towie Wheeler keeps the head on straight, hey. Hey, we've completed a level. Let's go. Whatever the fucking IFM entry is has been added. I'm still a bronze. Wait, no, I'm a gold. I'm a gold. Perhaps this is my calling. Towie Wheeler, that is hilarious. I love that. Oh, Skins, I love ya. You're hilarious. Hey, are you cosplaying as Joey? What the fuck? What is happening in here? You want to talk about FAA violations? I'm pretty sure tiki torches and sand might be one of them. Also, I'm pretty sure these are... What in the fuck was that? Coconuts! Coconuts! Sometimes you're talking Scottish, I think. Oh, well, I wish I could distill that down because they can't do Scottish willingly, consciously. I am not cosplaying as Joey per se, but if I am, it is because of Save. This wonderful PNG hair here is courtesy of the sweetest SaveFile17 in the chat, one of my dear mods and a friend and an outstanding streamer himself. And yeah, he gave this to us, and now we have a, should I retitle our Mobsta Tau to our Towie Wheeler? Should I do that? Do you guys want me to do that? Unwillingly Scottish, a memoir. Feel like Tau would be a fantastic steward until some redacted messes with Tau. It's true. There you go. You heard of snakes on a plane? Well, how about beach on a plane? How about beach on a plane? Actually, can I get a shout out for the sweetest SaveFile17? You guys, if you haven't checked him out, which you should, because I only shout him out at least like 7 or 8 times every stream. Okay, that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but like 3 or 4 times. He's amazing. He's an outstanding streamer. He's really funny, and he's super fun to talk to, and, sorry, stretching. And he plays Hearthstone like a god gamer, as well as a lot of other cool, like, fun sponsored stuff. And oftentimes, if you go in there, you'll often see me. And even if you don't see me, just talk to him because he's super interactive despite having hundreds of people watching him at any one time. Please, please, please check him out if you haven't yet. I am ever grateful for Save's loveliness and can never repay him introducing me to Tau. Oh, precious, politely, the feeling is mutual, sweetie. Guess what, Save? You have to shut yourself out. Torture the Save. Thank you for the care package letter. Yay! Thank you, SaveFile17, for shouting out SaveFile17. Why does it let me do that? It shouldn't. You are a sword-wielding mod of the pouch, sweetest Save. Of course it lets you do that. Yes, you guys, please check out Sweetest SaveFile17. He's also got another channel, SaveFile Variety, which I'll do because I think I'm just torturing you at this point. I turn very mean when a game is super scuffy and rages me out. But yes, he does a lot of really cool stuff over on Variety as well. It's just that his main channel is SaveFile17, and you can mostly find him there. I still don't understand how Hearthstone works, but you don't need to go and spend time with him because he's super vibey, super chill, very grounded, lovely, and also, actually, I would also like to say a massive hello and thank you to Precious Politely. Precious Politely is amazing too. She is the velvet-voiced vixen vampire. She's never told me not to call her that, but she's never told me she wants me to call her that either, so you can't call her that. Only I get to call her that. Yes. But yes, she's also an excellent vibe. She's super for those of you who really like my the mum voice redeem, which is right about down here. It's really quite soothing and smooth. That's pretty much how Politely sounds 24/7. She has the most beautiful, smooth, velvety lady voice. Tau could get away with calling all sorts of things others wouldn't. Precious Princess Politely, I'm really bad at can't do what? Can't do what? Wait, can't do what? Precious Princess Politely velvety voiced vixen vampire. But yes, these two, you absolutely should be checking them out. They are amazing, super sweet friends, great people, treasures of the Twitch. Sometimes passengers will ask for a coconut drink. Take a coconut from the cabinet, cut it, and then add juice. Dude, I hate to say it, but I have no idea how the fuck you expect me to do that. Like, these are not These are not seats. These are not actual chairs. And this fucking thing, oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude. This is going to be deposited right here. Okay, now don't you fucking move. Persimmon politely. Oh, precious persimmon, precious politely. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing here. Can't pop it? Oh, that'd be nice. I would like to pop it. Then it will not be in the way. Surely that's illegal to have around. I suppose orange juice does make sense to have in a like a tropical configuration. Hey. Oh, so you're getting to the dilly levels now. The dilly levels. I'm impressed I made it this far. Politely. Politely won't accept a compliment. She will know you out of existence before she accepts a compliment. Trust me, I have tried. Okay, I'm going to assume that the little tiki torches are not actual torches, or else we're really big fucked for having a fire. Oh, I bet that is going to happen. Actually, I bet they're gonna do that. Politely is one of the gentle ones. Gentle, polite, and overall kind. I don't say that as compliments, just statements of fact. You know, I agree with you. I do agree with you. It's very true. And I put this behind this fucking chair. There, stay there. Stay there. Didn't they say that coconut needed an empty cabinet? Wait, did they? I wasn't listening. Fuck! Fuck! Oh my god. Okay.
We're putting this in there. We're putting water in this one.
We're putting coconuts in this one. Wait. Fuck? What do you want? Do you want this? I hope you want this. I don't know what else to do with it. No. My pay is going down because I'm opening coconuts. What? What do you want? Oh my god, he does want one. I'm gonna fucking kill this guy. Okay. Okay. I was not listening, dude. Do you want this? This is how it is? Is this what you want? With ice or water? Do you want orange juice in it? Oh, I did it! I did it! Merly! Magnificent Merly! Thank you so much for shouting out Precious politely! I appreciate it. Thank you, darling. Yay! Alright, let me see. We have to take, wait, no, I gotta stop doing that. Okay. Can I take this and just put it in here? What, by itself? Okay, actually, everything gets one. Boop, there you go, okay. Alright, we're gonna have to bring this back. Magnificent Merly, how you doing, darling? Fun fact for those unaware. Did you say you've spent 5 hours? Hold on, what'd you say? I tab. For those unawares, I stood in one spot for over 5 hours saying no you back and forth with the last Seahorse in VR chat. A legendary event. It goes down in the history books, to be honest. That's incredible. The dedication. Seriously, Tao, you could have gone to the beach if you were missing it so much. Yeah, you know how much I love the beach.
You know how much I love the beach. Oh, good beaches.
Group 1 now boarding.
Oh my god, what do you want? 5A, okay, look, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, boom. Wow, isn't that amazing? I want to knock all of these people down. Next! Doing good, tonight has been productive. I hope stream has been good. It was great until we started this game, and then I almost had an aneurysm, and now, it's okay again. I'm glad that you've had a productive evening, sweetheart. Okay, Tao went to the beach in D&D last weekend. It's true! My character's not even afraid of the water. She's everything I wish I could be. Just kidding. She's kind of me in a lot of other ways. Okay, boarding complete. Hallelujah. All right, I gotta do this, don't I? Doors locked and armed. Carbonated coconut. She minus 2,488% loves the beach. True. Okay, where's the turbulence? Is it the white bit up there, right above me? I gotta pay attention to it. Okay, what do you guys want? Okay, okay, oh my god, fuck, I kind of fucked myself here. Shit. Oh god, oh my god, put this down anywhere. Can you hold this? Can you hold this other person's? I can't get past the cart I put in the way. This is my own fucking fault this time, but please, I have to put it somewhere. Oh my god. Oh no! Time for lunchy munchy. Thanks. Enjoy. Oh my god, bro. How do I drop it? Drop it, please. Oh my god. Drop it like it's hot, please. Fuck. I don't have a solution for this. No. Hey, Tau clone. I take it all back. Can you believe? Is that a child? He looks so alien. Put it on the. I don't know, oh, fuck, tragic. Throw it out in the emergency door. Perfectly legal. You're absolutely right. Let's do it. No, fuck. 2 children. Oh god, there are 2 children. What is going? What was the wubs there? Did you see the wubs? Uh-oh. Everyone's gonna, oh no! Oh, someone's gonna get hit by the, oh, maybe this will move the cart. Oh my god, please move the cart. I need the cart anywhere but here. Or down the entire line of this aisle. No! Just use your hip and push it or something. Anything, please. Ma'am, is that a child with orange shoes? Emergency landing. I need you to land so I can bin this fucking, oh my god. Please, I'm trapped. I have no way out. She doesn't have Tau's powerful hips. It's so unfortunate. Dude, please. No! Just put the trash in with the coconut. I don't care. Put the trash with the coconut. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. All right. Oh no! The consequences of my own actions. Truly, those are very powerful towels. Very powerful. Oh my god. Okay, this may be the end for Zombie Shakespeare. Oh my god, there's so much crap all over the place. Oh my god. Well, nobody died, okay? So, like, silver linings or whatever. Shut up! Put away the cart! Boy, oh boy, would I love to! Either there's a fix that isn't clear or this is an oversight. I would say this is probably an oversight. I'm pressing every button I possibly can on my controller and none of it's working because I'm holding something else. Dude. Oh my god. Did it hear you? That's hilarious. I guess I'll go sit down and everyone can get hit with the debris. Oh, psych. Okay, no, never mind. I don't think I can sit down, actually. No, I'm not able to. Button. My flight attendant did nothing but hold a cup. Stand next to me and hold a cup. Well, you know what? Maybe you should have offered to take the cup from her so she could... Down we go! Sploot. Shut up! Alright, you guys. Well, I'm sure that you won't believe this, but I'm very sorry that we have to finish this. Oh, no. What a true tragedy that we have to call it quits on such a stellar game that I definitely wish that we could play so much longer for. Oh, there were cups. I thought there were towels. Oh, no, that's fair. That was the best way to end it. You know, I think you're probably right. I think you're probably right. You posted, wait, Save posted something in the Fanart channel? Hold on, hold on, I gotta see this. Hold on, I have to save this. This is going in the fan art section for sure. And I will show everybody on stream this. Holy crap. Okay, hold on. Ta-da! It looks like a murder mystery. To be fair, your score was 4,600 points higher that time. Still minus 379, but that still counts. Thank you! You're absolutely right. You're so right. Thank you so much, Save. I really appreciate it. Thanks for making, I didn't even have to pay you for it. Not that I know how to. Global uppies. Uppies for you, sweethearts. Thank you so much for joining me. Massive thank you to our incredible raiders, Gorgeous Ghosty Goobat, Lovely Neo Greg, Precious Pocket Chalk, Valiant Viperia. You guys, a quick rundown in case you weren't here for those raids. Ghosty Goobat is a dear friend of mine. He's currently playing through Gears of War 3, was it? And then also Ghost of Tsushima, or Ghosty of Tsushima. See what he did there? Very cute. And also there's the wonderful Neo Greg, an outstanding Hearthstone streamer and playing in the same arenas as Sweetest Save. Also playing banging music at any one time. Please go check him out. If you're a sub, you can actually go and request a song from his banging music category. I'm getting so many Hearthstone recommended channels over here. I got Redbeard and Team America and stuff. I should probably find not Hearthstone as much as I love our Hearthstone raiders. We got Precious Pocket Chalk, an absolutely incredible streamer, super hyperactive, super funny, very out of pocket Chalk, tremendously talented VA, script writer, editor, sound mixer. She just got back from Offkai, so go give her a chat up about that. And then there's the Valiant Viperia, who is doing a lot of retro stuff, a lot of the old like Mario games. I think she's actually like progressing through it. She's an Angel Vtuber, which I think is our first Angel Vtuber in this community. Please check out all of these amazing streamers. They are truly outstanding. I keep looking at this fan art. Is awesome. I love it. Okay, give me just a second. I'm trying to find out who we might go and see real quick. Woo! You know who we haven't seen for a minute? Let's go see the beautiful Bonnie. Bonicula Live is just doing some just chatting right now. I think it'd be fun to go and see her. Definitely stay away from the cards. I don't know. I've had 2 for 2 on amazing people associated with Hearthstone, so. All right, cutie pies, we're gonna go right out to the lovely Bonicula, and you guys are gonna be lovely tour. I know you are because you are lovely. But cutie pies, our next stream will be tomorrow. It'll be starting exactly 24 hours from when this one started, and we'll be going for about as long as we have today as well. We're gonna be doing Final Fantasy XIV Heaven's Ward, or we might do the Moogle side quests. If you guys show up and you decide you wanna vote on that, please remind me though, because I forget things. If you are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. And above all, cutie pies, please make sure you take the best care of yourselves because you know I would take the best care of you. I love you all so very much. You have little pieces of my heart and my soul. Thank you so very much for making this community what it is. Thank you for giggling with me as I screamed my head off and lost a tiny bit of my sanity. And, oh, thank you so much, Cedar Strat. I almost forgot. Can't forget my patrons. Thank you. Oh, also, we have a new patron as well. We have the lovely Ryoko Stara, the lovely Lavender Rose 26, the Cutie Pie Catashax, the amazing Umbra Kit 31, the fabulous Hiyuki Yurino, and the radical Red Tempestus. I forgot because it fell underneath my Switch. Thank you guys so very much, cutie pies. All right, till tomorrow, take great care of yourselves. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly. I'll see you soon. Mwah. Surprise communism!